Point number one has to revolve around the young MS Dhoni. Now, of course, young was used in sarcasm here, given that there's been plenty of talk about Dhoni finally calling it a day, given that it has been publicly admitted that he is unable to actually bat for long periods because his knees aren't quite up to the task anymore. Well, in this case, he showed that when he came out to bat at number 5 in what was a tricky run chase for CSK, one that they lost out in the end, he still got the ability to be able to deliver the goods as and when the situation so demands, as he showed in this instance with hitting 26 runs off just 12 balls, including 3 very, very big sixes. Now, obviously, there will be plenty of talk around Dhoni as long as he's playing, given that age isn't exactly on his side, and he last played an international cricket game in 2019. That's nearly 6 years prior. But as long as he can deliver cameos like this, which actually keep Chennai in the hunt and, more importantly, keep the fans happy, there's perhaps no reason as to why it is he shouldn't continue. After all, the man himself admitted he's only looking at it on a year-to-year basis at this point. So maybe, just maybe, now might be the time to quell down on the Dhoni retirement talk. Talking point number 2, and one that was major for Punjab Kings, the rise of Priyansh Arya. Now, of course, Priyansh Arya is someone who a lot of cricket fans knew about thanks to his exploits in the Delhi Premier League, where in one particular match he hit 6 sixes in an over en route to a 120-run score in just 50 balls. So everyone knew that he was a hard hitter. But what they didn't perhaps realize is that his talents would translate this easily onto the IPL level as well. So worth remembering that Punjab shelled out 3.4 crores for him in the IPL 2025 auction. And if you think that is less money, well, it's worth remembering that his base price was a measly 30 lakhs, which means he went more than 10 times what his actual base price was. Well, this time around in the post-match press conference, Rahane once again spoke about the pitches, but this time he said, I'm not going to say anything much because if I do, then I may get in trouble, hinting very clearly at what he thought about the entire matter, that maybe, just maybe, the pitches aren't quite as suited to KKR's strengths, which is, of course, their spin bowling. Now, whether or not you agree with his assessment or not, it's also worth noting that this was a game that saw over 400 runs scored with really minimal effort from the batters, whereas the bowlers, well, they were in for a long, hard toil in the afternoon sun and later on through the hot evening. Is this really the kind of cricket contest we want the IPL to be remembered for? 200 plus scores have become so common at this point in time that perhaps there is a little bit of a need to dial down on them, pare back, and perhaps provide more balanced conditions so that bowlers can thrive just as much as the batters are right now. But these are the major talking points in my humble opinion. What are your thoughts? You can let us know that in the comments below, and don't forget to stay tuned to Republic World and Republic Sport Fit for more such interesting videos from the world of sport.
Viewers, Tuesday witnessed in fact, we're getting some more updates coming in for our viewers right now. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. We also talk about the US government planning to launch drone strikes against the Mexican drug cartels as President Trump vows to combat the trafficking of narcotics from the Latin American nation. Here's a report, take a look.
The US government is planning to launch drone strikes on Mexican drug cartels and reduce drug trafficking at the southern border. According to reports, the White House is considering initial plans with the Defense Department to attack cartels and their networks in the country with drones in collaboration with the Mexican government. However, the US administration is yet to make a final decision or reach concrete agreement on how to address the cartels. Sources indicate that unilateral covert actions carried out without Mexico's approval remain a possibility and could be considered as a last resort. Although this is not the first time the US and Mexican government would be working together for a possible joint operation against drug cartels. The US military and CIA have significantly increased surveillance flights over Mexico to gather intelligence in preparation against the cartels.
And NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has now expressed concern over the growing military prowess of China. Now, while visiting Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force on Tuesday, he said NATO is worried about China's military exercise around Taiwan. Here's more, take a look.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte raised concerns about China's arms buildup and military drills near Taiwan. He said NATO cannot remain naive to the fact that China is building up its armed forces, including its navy, at a rapid pace.
Let's not be naive about it. China is supporting the Russian war effort. China is building up its armed forces, including its navy, at a rapid pace. So we cannot be naive, and we really have to work together, assess what is happening, and therefore I think developing the defense industrial base is so important. That is one of the focal points in my visit here. Thank you.
The NATO chief is visiting Japan. On Tuesday, he boarded the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces FFM Mogami vessel during his visit to Yokosuka Naval Base. Referring to Indo-Pacific, Root said NATO is worried about Chinese military exercises around Taiwan. The Indo-Pacific Four is a group of 4 NATO Asia-Pacific partners, including Australia, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea.
If you know the policies of all allies in NATO, but also when it comes to the IP4 concerning Taiwan, so that you know. And of course we are worried about all these drills and all these military exercises. So we follow them very closely and are a worrying sign, clearly.
The Chinese People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command conducted military exercises around Taiwan last week to send a clear warning to Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party and external forces. Root dispelled any concerns over US security guarantees, saying that the US requested NATO to be more involved in the Indo-Pacific region.
News some updates coming in. White House press secretary says that President Trump has directed his team to strike tailor-made trade deals for countries that reach out to make a deal. Now, also brushing off the tariff feud between Trump advisors and Elon Musk and Peter Navarro, saying boys will be boys. US stock market is careening through a second straight day of stunning swings as uncertainty continues to reign about whether President Trump will ease up on his trade war, which is scheduled to kick into a higher gear after midnight, roaring into an early gain of 4.1%, which put it on track for its best day in years. S&P 500 quickly lost all of its within a few hours. It was virtually flat in afternoon trading after bouncing between modest gains and losses. Republican senators responded to concerns over tariffs and volatile markets. Senator James Lankford, Oklahoma, says that while the market stabilized somewhat early on Tuesday, questions remain about tariff negotiations.
Stabilizing somewhat, but I think there's still a lot of questions about the negotiation that's out there. President Trump's been pretty clear, hey, I want to get reciprocal trade agreements. I want them to be fair across the world. Every American and all businesses want them to be fair, trade agreements across the world. And so the press right now is to be able to how many negotiations can they do simultaneously, to be able to have other countries to be able to come to the table and say these are barriers we've had against the United States for sometimes decades.
Thousands of protesters took to the streets for the 4th straight week in Hungary's capital in a show of enduring resistance to a recent law passed by the populist government that bans LGBTQ+ pride events. Demonstrators filled the bridge in central Budapest, demanding the withdrawal of the law that was fast-tracked through parliament in March by the Nationalist Party of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. South Korea is all set to hold snap elections in June following Yoon Suk Yeol's impeachment from presidency. The upcoming elections are going to be a two-party battle with Yoon's party on the back foot after his martial law experiment in December backfired on him. Take a look.
South Korea will hold their presidential election on June 3 after the country's constitutional court removed Yoon Suk Yeol from presidency.
정부는 제21대 대통령 선거를 2025년 6월 3일 화요일에 실시하기로 결정했습니다. 또한 선거일을 임시 공휴일로 지정했습니다. 이번 선거일 결정은 대통령의 고리에 인한 선거에 대해 규정한 헌법 제68조와
The former President Yoon was impeached by the parliament in December for declaring martial law in South Korea.
대통령이라는 것은 변명하는 자리가 아닙니다. 모든 것이 제 불찰이고 제 부덕의 소치입니다. 국민 여러분께 먼저 죄송하다는 말씀, 진심 어린 사과의 말씀부터 드리고
The court upheld his impeachment on April 4 and ordered a snap election within 60 days. Meanwhile, South Korean minister announced that a special task force will be established to ensure free and fair elections.
선거에 대한 국민의 관심이 유례없이 높은 만큼 더욱 공정하고 투명한 선거가 되도록 지원하겠습니다. 이를 위해 행정안전부 내에 공명선거 지원 상황실을 설치 운영하겠습니다. 또한 선거 관련 불법 행위에 대해서는 검찰, 경찰 등 관계기관과 합동으로
The election will mainly be a competition between two major political parties of South Korea, Yoon's Conservative People Power Party and its rival, the Democratic Party. However, it is a difficult battle for PPP to win the upcoming elections after what was unfolded in South Korea after December's martial law declaration.
Iran has said that it will hold indirect talks with US over its nuclear program. Iran's foreign minister has said that he will meet US envoy in Oman for negotiations. Iran is reeling under Western economic sanctions over its nuclear program and wants the sanctions lifted. Here's more.
Iran has said that it will hold indirect talks with the US over nuclear program. Iranian foreign minister informed on Tuesday that he will meet US envoy Steve Witkoff in Oman for the first negotiations.
اصلی ما در مذاکره طبیعی هستش که احقاق حقوق مردم ایران و رفع تحریم ها هست و اگر اراده واقعی در طرف مقابل وجود داشته باشه.
He said that Iran's main goals in talks will be to get the sanctions lifted. He also said Iran prepares to keep the talk indirect for now.
به شیوهش هم ارتباطی نداره، مستقیم یا غیر مستقیم. در حال حاضر ترجیح ما غیر مستقیم هست. قراری برای تبدیلش به مستقیم نداریم چون مستقیم رو مفید نمیدونیم برای اهداف مذاکره. و اگر که طرف مقابل اراده واقعی داشته باشه از نظر ما توافق قابل حصول است. بنابراین
Earlier, US President Donald Trump said that US will hold direct talks with Iran about its nuclear program.
We're having direct talks with Iran, and they've started. It'll go on Saturday. We have a very big meeting, and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. And the obvious is not something that I want to be involved with, or frankly, that Israel wants to be involved with if they can avoid it. So we're going to see if we can avoid it. But it's getting to be very dangerous territory. And hopefully those talks will be successful.
Previously, President Trump had given a veiled threat of military offensive to Iran if it refuses to strike a deal with the US, to which Iran's supreme leader Khamenei gave a warning of reciprocal action.
I can't imagine them doing anything else but making a deal. I would prefer a deal to the other alternative, which I think everybody in this plane knows what that is. And that's not going to be pretty, and I do not prefer that.
البته اگر شرارتی انجام بگیره ما خیلی اطمینان نداریم، احتمال زیاد نمیدیم که از بیرون شرارتی انجام بگیره، اما اگر شرارتی انجام بگیره قطعاً ضربه متقابل محکم خواهند خورد.
However, now it looks that Iran is inclined to continue indirect negotiations with the US over its nuclear program mediated by Oman, aiming to assess whether the US genuinely intends to reach a political solution.
Reports of North Korean troops assisting Russia in Ukraine war came up. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has announced that Ukrainian military has captured 2 Chinese men fighting with the Russian army in the eastern Donetsk region. This significant development has happened when US President Trump is pushing for a ceasefire between the warring parties. Here's more.
Ukraine's President Zelensky announced on Tuesday that the Ukrainian military has captured 2 Chinese men fighting with the Russian army in the eastern Donetsk region. He alleged that China military supports what he calls Russian invasion of Ukraine and US should pay attention to it.
Ми взяли в полон китайських військових на території України. В бой вступили українці на Донеччині, Тарасівка і Білогорівка. 6 китайськими військовими, 2 в полоні. Відповідно, є документи, є їх паспорти, є навіть кредитні картки. Це громадяни Китаю. Я думаю, що це важливий дуже елемент. Я думаю, Сполученим Штатам Америки треба.
This development comes after reports emerged of North Korea that it has sent troops to assist Russia. President Zelensky referred to the matter and said North Korea troops are fighting from Russia while the Chinese are in Ukrainian territory.
Але є різниці. Північнокорейці на Курському напрямку воювали проти нас. Китайці воюють на території України. І я думаю, що це важливий момент, який нам треба обговорювати з партнерами. Думаю, терміново.
China has always maintained that it respects Ukraine's sovereignty but at the same time refrained from criticizing Moscow over the Ukraine war. Beijing also condemned Western sanctions on Russia over the war. However, China presents itself as a neutral party in the war and denies sending lethal assistance to either side. West nevertheless has accused China of assisting Russia with supply of dual-use goods for Moscow's war in Ukraine.
Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity. Dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness, and you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and President Draupadi Murmu has given her assent to the Waqf Amendment Act. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. The Waqf Amendment Act 2025 has come into effect from Tuesday. The government has issued a notification to this effect following the assent given by President Draupadi Murmu to the legislation. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad on Tuesday as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent. BJP slams Mamata government, alleging a deliberate inaction aimed at safeguarding its vote bank. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for the UPSC exams, while one was a visitor to the area. As the tariff war between the US and China intensifies, Beijing is extending a strategic olive branch to New Delhi, urging India to stand together with China. US President Donald Trump's administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico to combat trafficking across the southern border. Viewers' stones were hurled at the police and other vehicles were set on fire during a protest over the Waqf Amendment Act in Murshidabad district of West Bengal on Tuesday. The incident happened after a large number of people gathered in the area demanding the withdrawal of the act. Watch this report that gets you all the details.
Cars set ablaze, stones hurled, clashes erupting, cops injured, Palestinian flags waved. These scenes are from Murshidabad, West Bengal, where a protest concerning the Waqf has turned violent. In addition to unrest in Murshidabad, protest in West Bengal's Nadia's district has also turned violent, with reports of trucks being attacked. The BJP has accused the West Bengal government and its administration of failing to uphold law and order, alleging a deliberate inaction aimed at safeguarding the ruling party's vote bank.
It is snowballing due to the passive help or passive inspiration from the Mamata Banerjee and her government. And this kind of incident also happened during the CA demonstration, when the CA was passed by both the houses of our country and then became an act. So Mamata Banerjee is trying to divert the concentration of the media as well as the public towards these incidents, and they want to divert the concentration of the public from the 26,000 jobs scam.
On one side, a law has come into effect today following a democratic process. While on the other, the ground reality in Murshidabad paints a starkly different picture, raising serious concerns about the enforcement of law and order in the region.
National Conference MLAs have demanded a discussion on the Waqf Amendment Act, but the Speaker rejected the adjournment motion, sparking loud protests from the opposition. With the showdown over Waqf Amendment Act continuing, Omar Abdullah government has also called for an urgent meeting with Alliance to discuss on Waqf today. Watch this report that gets you all the details into that.
The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly saw another day of chaos on Tuesday over the Waqf Amendment Act. The protests intensified after PDP submitted a fresh resolution opposing the legislation. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti even urged the Chief Minister to act with political will and reconsider the Waqf changes. Leaders from NC and PDP demanded a detailed discussion on the amendment. However, the Speaker rejected the adjournment motion raised by NC legislators. Later, NC MLAs also held an urgent meeting post the Assembly session. Amid the chaos, BJP MLAs also staged a protest accusing NC of continuous disruptions. In a dramatic turn, opposition MLAs moved a no-confidence motion against Speaker Abdul Rahim Rathod. With the Waqf at showdown escalating, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has called an urgent meeting with alliances today as well. With NC legislators pressing for a comprehensive debate on the Waqf Amendment Bill inside the Assembly, NC is likely to also demand 2-day extension of the current session to allow for more thorough discussions.
Viewers Centre, including Union Minister Ravneet Bittu, launched a scathing attack at Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann after a grenade blast was reported outside of BJP leader Manoranjan Kalia's house in Jalandhar yesterday. Bittu said that the Punjab government has lost all control of the law and order situation in Punjab and further urged the AAP-led state government to take responsibility for lawlessness in the state instead of being in complete denial. Also being joined by my colleague Lalit to get us more updates into the matter. Lalit, speak to us about this cohesiveness when it comes to standing against Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, especially after the recent incident of the low-intensity blast.
Now the opposition parties had got a chance to hit the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. The way yesterday this whole incident happened outside the residence of former cabinet minister Manoranjan Kalia's house, when a grenade was hurled and a blast took place in which the window glasses and the car glasses were completely shattered. Now after that, BJP has attacked the Aam Aadmi Party. Not only BJP but the other other opposition parties also, which includes the Shiromani Akali Dal and the Congress party, have attacked the Bhagwant Mann government, saying that from the past 3 years, the law and order situation has become bad to worse in Punjab. Law and order situation has been deteriorating every day, and it seems that the Aam Aadmi Party government is not able to run the government. They even alleged that the government is being run by the Delhi people, which includes the national convener of Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, as majority of the leaders, after losing the elections in Delhi, are now seen in Punjab. These are the people who are giving instructions to the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. So the BJP has alleged that the law and order situation has been deteriorating under the Mann government in Punjab. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Thanks very much for joining in with those details. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a quick check of news that we're tracking from across the country. 5 UPSC aspirants and 1 visitor were injured when a speeding car hit them on Bada Bazaar Road in Old Rajendra Nagar in Delhi around 6:15 p.m. on Monday. The injured were rushed to Ganga Ram Hospital, where 2 were admitted and others received treatment. Fortunately, their conditions are stable, with 5 likely to be discharged soon and 1 requiring further treatment. A court in Madhya Pradesh's Damo remanded alleged fake cardiologist Narendra John Cam, linked to the death of at least 7 patients, to police custody for 5 days. A day earlier, he was arrested in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. The police had registered a first information report against Cam, and allegations were made that he possesses a bogus medical degree.
हम लोग तो सच्चाई के साथ हैं। हमने तो इस तरह का कोई मतलब हम लोग के द्वारा मतलब दुर्भावनापूर्ण रवैये से कोई काम नहीं किया गया। हम लोग के साथ तो खुद ही धोखाधड़ी हो गई सर। हमारे साथ तो डॉक्टर भी चला गया, हमारी 30 साल की जो प्रेस्टीज थी वो खराब हो गई, पैसे भी गए, हमारा नाम भी खराब हुआ और हम इतने अधिक प्रताड़ित किए जा रहे हैं।
A 19-year-old class 12 student from Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh has alleged that she was kidnapped and gang raped by 23 men over a span of 1 week. The victim went missing on the 29th of March after visiting a hookah bar with a friend and was reportedly drugged and taken to various locations, including hotels and a warehouse, where she was subjected to horrific abuse.
9 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया, रिमांड मिल गई। बाकी लोगों के लिए भी जल्दी अरेस्टिंग हो जाएगी।
कितने 9 लोग गिरफ्तार हैं? मेन एक्यूज गिरफ्तार हुआ है?
हाँ हो गया।
मेन एक्यूज गिरफ्तार हुआ है? हो गया है?
हाँ
छोड़िए।
The centre on file a caveat in the Supreme Court and sought a hearing before any orders were passed on the pleas challenging the constitutional validity of the Waqf Amendment Act 2025. Caveat is filed by a party in the High Courts and the Apex Court to ensure that no orders are passed without hearing it. Over 10 petitions, including those by politicians and the All India Muslim Personal Law Board and Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind, were filed in the top court challenging the validity of the newly enacted law. The Thane police arrested a 20-year-old man identified as Asif Mansoori, for allegedly kidnapping and raping a minor girl before killing her by slitting her throat. The girl's body was discarded through the bathroom window of the house located on the 6th floor of a residential building at Samrat Nagar in the Mumra area of Thane. Her body was discovered lying in a vertical duct running through the structure. Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited have announced that commencement of operations at the Colombo West International Terminal, which is located at the port of Colombo. This is the first fully automated terminal which significantly enhances Colombo Port's capacity and eases congestion, boosting overall efficiency. The US government is planning to launch drone strikes against Mexican drug cartels as President Donald Trump vows to combat the trafficking of narcotics from the Latin American nation. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
The US government is planning to launch drone strikes on Mexican drug cartels and reduce drug trafficking at the southern border. According to reports, the White House is considering initial plans with the Defense Department to attack cartels and their networks in the country with drones in collaboration with the Mexican government. However, the US administration is yet to make a final decision or reach concrete agreement on how to address the cartels. Sources indicate that unilateral covert actions carried out without Mexico's approval remain a possibility and could be considered as a last resort. Although this is not the first time the US and Mexican government would be working together for a possible joint operation against drug cartels. The US military and CIA have significantly increased surveillance flights over Mexico to gather intelligence in preparation against the cartels.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has expressed concerns over the growing military prowess of China. While visiting Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force on Tuesday, he said NATO is worried about China's military exercise, especially around Taiwan. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte raised concerns about China's arms buildup and military drills near Taiwan. He said NATO cannot remain naive to the fact that China is building up its armed forces, including its navy, at a rapid pace.
Let's not be naive about it. China is supporting the Russian war effort. China is building up its armed forces, including its navy, at a rapid pace. So we cannot be naive, and we really have to work together, assess what is happening, and therefore I think developing the defense industrial base is so important. That is one of the focal points in my visit here. Thank you.
The NATO chief is visiting Japan. On Tuesday, he boarded the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces FFM Mogami vessel during his visit to Yokosuka Naval Base. Referring to Indo-Pacific, Rutte said NATO is worried about Chinese military exercises around Taiwan. The Indo-Pacific Four is a group of 4 NATO Asia-Pacific partners, including Australia, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea.
If you know the policies of all allies in NATO, but also when it comes to the IP4 concerning Taiwan, so that you know. And of course we are worried about all these drills and all these military exercises. So we follow them very closely and are a worrying sign, clearly.
The Chinese People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command conducted military exercises around Taiwan last week to send a clear warning to Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party and external forces. Rutte dispelled any concerns over US security guarantees, saying that the US requested NATO to be more involved in the Indo-Pacific region.
Viewers, Iran has said that it will hold indirect talks with the US over its nuclear program. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said that he will meet US envoy Steve Witkoff in Oman for negotiations. Now, Iran is reeling under Western economic sanctions over its nuclear program and wants the sanctions lifted. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Iran has said that it will hold indirect talks with the US over nuclear program. Iranian Foreign Minister informed on Tuesday that he will meet US envoy Steve Witkoff in Oman for the first negotiations.
اصلی ما در مذاکره طبیعی هستش که احقاق حقوق مردم ایران و رفع تحریم ها هست و اگر اراده واقعی در طرف مقابل وجود داشته باشه.
He said that Iran's main goals in talks will be to get this.
In a fresh breaking news, Tahawur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India today. Now, this comes after multiple pleas that he submitted at different US courts, which were rejected over his extradition to India. And in a big win for the Indian authorities, the National Investigation Authorities are bringing back Thakur Rana to India today after his extradition plea against his extradition was rejected in the US top court. And now the National Investigating Agency members will bring Thakur Rana back to India. Also being joined by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor to get us more details into the matter. Abhishek, Thakur Rana all set to return to India today. Talk to us about it.
Well, yes, it's a big major boost in terms of getting justice for the victims of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack, and things have moved very swiftly. I'm getting to hear some sources that an Indian team of security officials led by the NIA was already there in United States to finish off the process and to let Rana exhaust the last of his legal options available, which he exhausted yesterday with the US top court, refusing to stop his extradition. And in fact, immediately the authorities have put him on board. And he's in fact on the way to India and most likely would be landing later in the day, either in Mumbai or Delhi. That we are trying to find out in a bit. We will know, and we will let the viewers also know. Most likely he would be put up in Arthur Road jail. Remember, the United States had sought certain specifications of in what conditions and how the entire judicial process, including the kind of cell and the jail he would be put in given the security requirements. All those have been taken into account, and the United States was fully satisfied. Only after that the extradition process reached this stage and went through the process that it did, and ultimately leading to his extradition, which has happened. In fact, as we speak, Thakur Rana is already on board a flight to India, and he would be in the custody of the National Investigation Agency. The entire operation is, of course, being supervised by the National Security Council and the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, and immediately on his arrival, the processes of bringing him to justice and for his judicial custody and subsequent, for his police custody, as it is called, remand and his interrogation would kick in. Big development there on the Thakur Rana front. He's on board a flight and he's on way to India and should be landing sometime later in the day. And most likely he would be landing in Mumbai, and then the whole process of justice for 26/11 terror victims would begin, Gesu.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, Abhishek, I also want to understand what are the next steps that the government will be eyeing once he's here. I know that we know that the NIA will keep him in custody for about a few weeks after which he will be shifted to a jail. But what next, Abhishek?
Well, you see, the NIA is the nodal anti-terror agency so far as India is concerned, and NIA is involved in the process of extradition and has been the key interlocuting agency with the U.S. counterparts. So that's why Thakur Rana is going to remain in the NIA custody. Also, the fact that the 26/11 attack was initially investigated by the Mumbai ATS and then subsequently transferred to the NIA. So all those agencies now would be getting in. But as of now, of course, he remains in NIA custody. And remember, in the entire episode, Ajmal Kasab was caught alive. And there is a lot of material by way of his confession, which has formed the documentary evidence against Pakistan. But Thakur Rana is a Pakistani origin Canadian. He is someone who served in the Pakistani army. He was providing the front to David Coleman Headley to carry out all the surveillance, recce of targets, and provided the cover for David Coleman Headley's entry, exit into India. He knows a lot. He knows a lot about who in the Pakistani establishment and Pakistani ISI were doing all this. So obviously, things are moving fast is what we are getting to understand.
Right, Abhishek. Thanks very much for joining in and getting us those details. Viewers now also remember Thakur Rana is the same person, the key perpetrator of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Not just that, he had also said that the people responsible, the terrorists responsible for the attack, should be given Pakistan's highest posthumous military honours. Thakur Rana being extradited to India will land in India today. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Republic TV. The Ukrainian president has said that there are about 2 Chinese troops that Ukraine has taken under its command who were found fighting from the side of the Russian army. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness, and you can work with me here on this campus.
NIA teams to bring 2611 mastermind Tawur Rana in India today. The Waqf Amendment Act 2025 has come into effect from Tuesday. The government has issued a notification to this effect following the assent given by President Draupadi Murmu to the legislation. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad on Tuesday as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent. BJP slams Mamata government, alleging a deliberate inaction aimed at safeguarding its vote bank. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for the UPSC examination, while 1 was a visitor to the area. As the tariff war between US and China intensifies, Beijing is extending a strategic olive branch to New Delhi, urging India to stand together with China. US President Donald Trump's administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico to combat trafficking across the southern borders. The tensions between the US and Canada have escalated once again as Prime Minister Mark Carney announced that Canada will now impose 25% of tariff on certain US-made vehicles. This move comes in response to President Donald Trump's recent tariffs on Canadian imports. Take a look at this.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney announced retaliatory tariffs against the US. The tariff will be in effect from today. Carney said that the new 25% tariffs will target US vehicles that do not comply with the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement or CUSMA. These tariffs will affect vehicles that are made with less than 75% of North American parts, meaning roughly 67,000 vehicles or about 10% of all US vehicle exports to Canada. Canada's Finance Minister Francois Philippe emphasized that Canada's response is meant to protect Canadian workers and businesses. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has repeatedly criticized Canada's trade practices, accusing the country of taking advantage of unfair deals.
The trade war between the United States and China has intensified as tariffs continue to rise. Tensions between the two global powers have reached a boiling point, with US President Donald Trump's administration confirming that tariffs on China will be effective from today. US has imposed an additional tariff on Chinese exports, bringing the total tariff rate to a staggering 104%. Take a look at what's unfolding.
The United States said that 104% duties on imports from China will take effect from today, further straining the already tense relationship between the two countries.
Well, President Trump is finally answering her call 27 years later. Nancy Pelosi can thank President Trump today for the 104% retaliatory tariff that will be going into effect on China. In 2007, Chuck Schumer spoke of our nation's crippling trade deficit, saying these are the kinds of records the American people don't want us to be breaking. The administration needs to move beyond words, take action now to reverse a trend that threatens our prospects for future economic growth.
Earlier, Trump had demanded China to remove its retaliatory countermeasures, but the Chinese government said that it is not going to back down. Trump had also claimed that China is robbing and ripping off the US economy by imposing higher tariffs on US goods.
The president's message has been simple and consistent from the beginning. To countries around the world, bring us your best offers, and he will listen. Deals will only be made if they benefit American workers and address our
Viewers, getting you a fresh breaking that we're getting at this hour. Tahavur Rana, the key perpetrator in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, is supposed to arrive in India today. The National Investigation Agency is bringing Tahavur Rana to India. Now, this comes after multiple plethora of his pleas against the extradition orders were rejected by the US top court. And now today, for a big win for India, Tahavur Rana, the key player in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, is being extradited to India. While the National Investigation Agency is looking at the transfer, the extradition process of Rana from the US to India, the entire operation was overlooked closely by National Security Advisor A.K. Doval. In fact, it is expected that Tahavur Rana will be kept in the NIA's close watch for a few weeks before being shifted to a jail in either the national capital, Delhi, or Mumbai. Also being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, a big win for India. Tahavur Rana's extradition is finally happening. He's supposed to arrive in India today. Talk to us about it.
Well, yes, the preparations were in place, are in place insofar as his arrival and subsequent kickstart of processes to bring him to justice is concerned. And we're getting to hear that immediately on rejection of his last of the appeal in the U.S. top court, he has gone through the motions of coming out, being handed over by the U.S. agencies to an Indian team, and should be arriving anytime later in the day in India. And we are still confirming whether he is going to be brought up and put up in the Arthur Road jail in Mumbai, or to be brought to Delhi and put up in Tihar. But I can tell viewers that the process has started to bring him in as soon as possible time, possibly tonight itself.
Abhishek, in fact, if you could also quickly touch upon what was the entire back and forth about when it came to Tahavur Rana's extradition, the fact that it took so much time, and even though the process was made speedy in the past few years, what took so much time for the extradition to even happen?
So, it has happened at the topmost levels, both in the Biden administration and the Trump government now. And remember when Prime Minister Modi was in the United States in the month of February, and the question was asked directly from President Trump, and he said that yes, it's happening, it's going to happen soon, which means there is a bipartisan consensus even in the US that the accused or the mastermind of the 26/11 terror attack should go through the process of justice in India where the crime took place. Now, insofar as this long period is concerned, obviously there are legal processes from the lowest courts to the highest or the topmost court of the country, which Tahavur Rana was entitled to, and he has exhausted them, and that took a couple of years. The U.S. agencies also wanted that whatever happens to Tahavur Rana by way of judicial process, legal process in India, also passes the test of their own systems. So that took a lot of back and forth in terms of convincing them that yes, we have our facilities at par with what the world standards demand. His interrogation is expected to give India a lot of evidence on the Pakistani role. Remember, he is originally a Pakistani citizen, now of course migrated after migration, settled in Canada, and hence a Canadian citizen. But He's someone who's worked with the Pakistani army. He trained in Hassan Abdul training facility of the Pakistan army. He worked with them for years.
Right.
And now, of course, it is expected that his questioning is going to unravel the deep state of the role of the Pakistani deep state, particularly the ISI in coordinating and executing this Mumbai terror attack with Lashkar-e-Taiba as its terror front, providing manpower while the entire operation was masterminded and planned right there in Appara and in the ISI headquarters. So I think it's an important development. I'm told General A.K. Sewach is joining us over the phone. General Sewach, a big development there. Tahawur Rana likely to be landing in India perhaps tonight itself.
Absolutely, very important news. And he is the one who was one of the mastermind of 26/11 Mumbai attack. And he is the one who has provided complete logistic and shelter to all these terrorists. And he was also cooperating with David Hadley. So his coming will make a lot of difference because those dot lines which need to be connected will be also connected by India. And India will be able to expose how ISI was involved in this incident and how Lashkar-e-Taiba has planned, coordinated all these actions in Pakistan and how this complete operation was executed by them. That would be now easily made out once he comes, once he will be interrogated by the intelligence. But this is a very good move. It took us time and he has tried his best. He has gone to the various courts. But all the courts has taken into consideration one issue, that he is directly involved in this heinous crime and he is the mastermind. He is the one who provided them complete logistics in Mumbai. I suppose this is a very good news for India, and once he comes there, many other things will also become clear. So two messages goes in the world. That one thing is that the Pakistan is totally involved in terrorism, and the terrorism is prepared there in Pakistan. And in case if there is someone who is involved in that, if he hide himself anywhere in the world, India will get it back. And this is one message very loud and clear to the Pakistan, that India will expose Pakistan, its involvement in 26/11 Mumbai attack, and also show that they were reluctant to take action against Lashkar-e-Taiba, like Hafiz Saeed, who have totally involved in this operation, giving excuse that they were not directly involved. Once Tahur Rana will come, he will expose them completely and he will able to unreveal certain other issues which are not known to our intelligence, and we will make our case very strong and show to the world the complete involvement of Pakistan ISI and Pakistan Army authorities.
Right. Major General Sewach, also, I want to understand, how, like you spoke about connecting the dots, how is India looking to do that first? And second, what will be the plan of action next? How will this entire case be dealt with moving forward in your experience?
Once he comes there, then he will get to all the places where the logistics were provided to all this and also to David Hadley. So how has he framed all the systems? How has he carried out the recce? Whom did he meet? So you will be able to know the complete sequence of action. But there are certain gaps as on today also, because the Kasab, when he has been interrogated, he has given certain information which was only known to him. But there are certain intelligence which is known to Tahur Rana, because he was working in an agency which was operating in India, and he has helped David Hadley from beginning till the end. So once he will be taken by Indian agencies to various places, then the dots will be connected. He will be able to tell as to how he has made use of those places. So that is very important thing. The second very important thing is, though India can't get a David Hadley because he has been given sort of immunity by the American authorities, but then certainly he will be able to reveal that as to how David Hadley was involved, how did he meet David Hadley, and how they planned it, who funded them, how they were being monitored by ISI and Pakistan Army from Karachi. So all these things will become very clear. Once he comes, he will also know that if we recruit, maybe that he will get a lesser punishment. Possibly you will find it once his coming will make a tremendous difference, and you will find it that the complete story will be unrevealed and the sequence of action will be clear. We will be able to then expose Pakistan. Pakistan is always on a deadline. Pakistan is saying that they were known state actors. Pakistan ISI was not involved. Pakistan Army was not involved. He himself was a doctor in Pakistan Army, and he then became a citizen. I think it's a very good move. You will find to the scope, and everything will become crystal clear once Tahur.
Major General A.K. Sewaj, we're also being joined by retired Major General G.D. Bakshi on the broadcast, and my colleague Shivangi. Of course, Shivangi, take it ahead.
Right. Major General, I also want to highlight what President Trump has said. President Trump has said that the administration had approved the extradition of Rana, saying that he's very evil, wanted by Indian law enforcement agencies, and its time has come to face justice. This is a very, very big development coming in, and that finally Rana will be facing justice. Your first reaction on that?
Poetic justice, in fact. There is one of the masterminds of the 9/11 massacre, and it has taken so long to get him back here to face justice. But at long last, that day has arrived. He is back, and like I said, we had said to all these perpetrators, we will get you dead or alive. Even if we have to dig your grave and get you out, we will get you out. And make you face justice, make you answer for your heinous crimes. Tahur Rana is the worst of them all. He is the main planner of this entire episode, sordid episode. We could not get David Headley. We had to settle for his, testimony on the video. But because he had turned an approver and he was supposed to be a mole of the American security agencies. But this man, he had to face justice and he had been evading it, taking advantage of loopholes in the law. At long last, he is going to come to India. It is a welcome day. It will provide relief to the relatives of those who were massacred mercilessly on that particular day. And it's just thanks to the heroism of Constable Omle that we were able to get one of the killers, and sort of bring him to justice here. He's already been sent to his maker, And with this, there will be a sense of completion, a sense of finality, a sense of closure on that horrific mass murder. That's all that it can be called. Mass murder of unarmed, innocent citizens by a bunch of Pakistani goons let loose on the Mumbai city. Mumbai city needed a closure. That will happen only with this final return of Rana and him facing justice, him being brought to justice.
Right, sir. In fact, we're also, Major General G.D. Bakshi, we're also being joined by Deepak Vora, who is a former ambassador. And Deepak, coming to you, thank you so much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand, now that the extradition is happening, it's a huge win for India. What are the nitty-gritties of something so complex taking place?
Of course, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you in the morning. I'm preparing for his return. As you can see, I'm wearing a T-shirt. I was working out. I lost family in 26/11, ma'am, in Mumbai. For me, it will be personal closure. Now, two things which I'd like to mention. You have said that President Donald Trump described him as a very evil man. The Americans don't care about this clown, whether he lives or dies or is quartered and whatever, they don't care. They were hanging on to him for various reasons by the previous administration. We talked about their justice system and so on. That he was in America is a good thing for us. Had he been in a country called the Disunited Kingdom or Little Britain or something like that, they would have found reasons to delay till he died a natural death his extradition. They are well known for this. They no longer rule the world except in their mind. You know how many of our chaps they are harboring. So I am very pleased that the President of the United States publicly mentioned, and he can't retract on that, that this fellow is coming. Now, the Pakistanis have spent a lot of money trying to defend him because the American lawyers, ma'am, I've served there and I've been involved in certain court cases. It's millions of dollars. Who's paid it? This joker doesn't have the money, so the Pakistanis have been paying it. Why? They want to prevent him from coming to India and talking about various people. Of course, the Pakistanis will deny it. They'll even deny, if it suits them, they'll even deny that Allah exists. These are the kind of characters we are dealing with. They'll say, no, there's no such officer. In any case, they never use their proper names when they deal with him. But bringing him here will help us to connect the dots about what happened, if there are any missing gaps, and there aren't too many. We just need this guy to come and confess before the world, that yes, I was involved and I was paid by the Pakistanis, I was paid by the LET. The LET is the damad, the son-in-law of the Pakistani army, and that Pakistan is the epicenter of global terrorism. I believe that will be the message. And the third message, is that India will not rest. We will dig you out of your graves, as General Saab said. Wherever you are, we'll reach out to you and we'll hit you. This is not India. This is Bharat. As Prime Minister said, marenge ghar mein ghus ke.
Well, Ambassador Vora, I also want to ask you one question. And since you've had a very long career and a very successful career in diplomacy, this is being seen, the extradition of Rana and him facing justice in India is being seen as a big diplomatic victory for India as well. Would you like to comment on that further?
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. It's not easy. We've been working on this. I've done this. I brought back people from there when I was posted there. It's not easy. It needs a lot of effort. You have to make friends with fellows in the Justice Department, the Foreign Office, and the White House, etc. You work with all of them, but you work consistently. It's when the NIA took National Investigation Agency of India, the best in the universe, when they took over the case and the additional evidence was provided that this guy was convicted and sent to jail. Earlier, he had been discharged because we were not able to present things as the Americans wanted them. We've understood their system. Also, the message, ma'am, that I'm very pleased will go out to whoever the wannabe Tahavur Ranas, that America is no longer a safe place to hide. You will pay for your crime. The Americans, remember, ma'am, they used to make a chap called Guzman El Chapo, that Mexican joker. They went in, brought him out, and have now put him in a jail 180 years. They don't have concurrent sentences. They have consecutive. So it's 20 years, 40 years, 60, 180 years. I don't know what will be left of him at the end of 180 years. The Americans have done it, and if they are sending this guy back to us, they are only being true to the policies that they have been following. As far as people who hurt America are concerned, they now concede that people who hurt India or other countries are concerned, we have no business keeping them. That they don't want to keep crooks and criminals and scoundrels on their territory. So it is a diplomatic victory, but we worked very hard for it.
Sir, in fact, we're so sorry. First of all, you also mentioned that you lost family to the horrific 26/11 terror attacks. But I also want to understand, what does this say about the diplomatic relationships between India and the US? The fact that the extradition is happening after so many years, that the Indian government was behind this move to actually, sort of be implemented. First that, and second, do you think somewhere or the other these two countries are also coming face to face and shoulder to shoulder on what terrorism actually looks like?
You're so right, ma'am. You put it brilliantly that it's taken a long time and it's basically the two countries getting together to deal with terrorism. Let me make it very clear. Ma'am, there are many irritants in the bilateral relationship, but the foundation is very, very strong. I mean, we can't do without each other. The Americans know this. We know this. We know the Americans know it. The Americans know that we know this. So bringing this fellow back is what was a minor issue as far as the overall gambit of our bilateral relations is concerned. We could easily have forgotten about it. Say, yeah, chalo, chala gaya jail mein, theek hai, wahan mar jayega. But we kept at it because we wanted to send a message, not just to the people of India, but also to the people of Pakistan, that terror hosting country, our neighbor. We also wanted to send a message to the world that India means business. Bharat means business now. And I believe that we brought back people, we brought back wanted fellows from some African countries. We brought them back from some Asian countries. Now that we've reached out to the United States and we're bringing back this scoundrel from there, it's also a message to the Europeans that forget about it, buddy, stop. You don't own the world anymore. Now there are other countries that are rising, and if required, you are ruining your own reputation, particularly the disunited kingdom or Little Britain, by harboring these people. The French, by the way, there's somebody we want. I will not go into the details. I've said, yes, we'll send him back. Let's complete this, that, and the other, and they will. And so the way things are moving at the moment, I believe it's a very loud message for those who think that they can flee their mother country and take shelter somewhere else after having committed the kind of crimes that we saw in 26/11. And ma'am, thank you for your comment on 26/11. It still hurts, ma'am. It still hurts very much.
I'm sure, sir. We're very, very sorry for your loss, and we are, like everybody else, very happy with the news that he's being extradited and that he will be brought to justice very soon. Our prayers and our hearts go out to all the victims of 26/11. For now, sir, requesting you to continue being with us on the broadcast. We're cutting across into a short break, but viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll get you all the details on the crucial extradition of the 26/11 perpetrator, Tahawur Rana, who is all set. Tahawur Rana, the key perpetrator of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, is all set to arrive in India today under the watch of the National Investigative Agency. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. I am Yesu Bharadwaj. We have exclusively spoken to Devika Rotwani, who is a victim of the 26/11 terror attacks. And this comes in connection with the key extradition of the 26/11 key accused, Tahawur Rana, who is all set to arrive in India by tonight under the close watch of the National Investigative Agency. Listen in to this conversation with Devika Rotwani, a victim from the same 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहूर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो। उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी रहा। जो मंजर था कहीं न कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी। शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे,
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई, तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना, वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी हो।
Viewers, the key perpetrator of the 26/11 terror attacks on Mumbai, Tawur Rana, is all set to be extradited to India today. He will possibly land in India by tonight under the close watch of the NIA officials. This and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and our top story is that the 26/11 mastermind Tawur Rana will finally be facing justice in India, and we have a lot lined up for you. We're trying to understand what will happen next. Remember that this is a story which we have been highlighting on Republic. It's a big diplomatic win for India as well. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the top headlines we are tracking. Let's get started. NIA team to bring 26/11 mastermind Tawur Rana in India today. The Waqf Amendment Act 2025 has come into effect from Tuesday. The government has issued a notification to this effect following the assent given by President Draupadi Murmu to the legislation. The tensions are flaring up in West Bengal's Murshidabad as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent. BJP slams Mamata government, alleging a deliberate inaction aimed at safeguarding its vote bank. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to the injuries. The 6 of them, 5 of them are students preparing for UPSC examinations, while one was a visitor to the area. As the tariff war between US and China intensifies, Beijing is extending a strategic olive branch to New Delhi, urging India to stand together with China. US President Donald Trump's administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico to combat trafficking across the southern border. So viewers, a top story, breaking news that we're tracking the entire day today. The biggest story is multi-agency teams from India have gone to the US and the LA Metropolitan Authority is coordinating with the team. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities. Rana to be extradited today to India. And this is the biggest update that we're getting for you. Rana will be extradited and this is coming in as finally Tahavu Rana will be facing justice as he deserves back here in India. And back-to-back updates coming in here right now on Republic TV. And the story has been going on for quite a long time because the US had recently rejected the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack, accused Tahavu Rana's plea seeking stay on his extradition to India. He's been appealing against his extradition for the longest time. But we saw very, very recently how there was a diplomatic win for India, and finally he will now be extradited back to India today. And in the meanwhile, there has been a lot of preparations going on where multi-agency teams from India have gone to the US and the LA Metropolitan Authority is coordinating with the team. All paperwork and legalities are being completed. So the process is on to go ahead and complete all the paperwork before Tahavu Rana will be extradited back to India today. Remember that this is coming in as we're getting you back-to-back updates on this story. Remember that just a few months ago, during a press conference with Prime Minister Modi in the White House in February this year, President Trump announced that his administration has approved the extradition of Rana, who's wanted by Indian law enforcement agencies for his role in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. And President Trump had said that he will now finally face justice in India. So viewers, we're trying to, of course, go ahead and try to understand what else we can understand as per the developments coming in. But paperwork is underway. Paperwork is underway as we speak. We're also coming to know that Tahavu Rana was convicted, remember, in 2011 and later sentenced to 13 years in prison. He's currently lodged in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, and that is where we will see the paperwork and legalities being completed. Rana is associated with Pakistani-American terrorist David Coleman Headley, one of the main conspirators of the 26/11 attacks. Headley has conducted a recce of Mumbai before attacks by posing as an employee of Rana's immigration consultancy. We're getting some reactions coming in as well, viewers. Let's go ahead and play them out.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है, हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहु राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी रहा। जो मंजर था कहीं कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी, शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे,
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उससे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना, वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी हो।
All right, viewers, so we just spoke to one of the victims. You just heard one of the victims, and she's saying that she's very happy that justice will be served. That was Devika Rotwani, a victim of the 26/11 attack. And we'll be joined by guests also very, very shortly to help us decode, what can we expect next. We have with us our guest joining us. Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us live. And Mr. Deepak Vora, former ambassador, joining us live as well. Thank you for joining us, both our guests. And I just want to go first across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who's joining us in this broadcast. Major General, this is something very, very important because India has been pursuing this case. And Rana has been trying to evade his extradition also for the longest time. He has gone to pretty much every court from the lowest level all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. But that didn't stop. That didn't stop what he wanted, that is to not get extradited. He is being extradited today. What is your first reaction? And of course, the justice is being served. He will face justice right here in India.
Good morning to you. I think this is the wonderful news right in the morning, which your channel is covering. And it's a great day to see this man coming back to India, being extradited, because it has taken quite some time to get him here. A lot of efforts had gone in to ensure that he gets extradited here. We have an extradition treaty with the United States, and I think the US government and the US courts especially have responded in a very positive manner. Now the implications of this is very, very clear, because you have to understand this. Tahafful Rana was an officer of the Pakistan Army. He was a doctor in the Pakistan Army. The links of terrorism will now be exposed right from the Pakistan Army organization, the ISI, as well as those terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Toiba, whom he was a part of, and the details of these organizations, because once he comes to us, there would be a series of interrogations. We will be able to join a number of dots now, and not only that, to bring it to the notice of the world that what kind of terrorism Pakistan is spreading in the entire world, because his offenses are not only related to India, it is also to other countries also. And another important aspect was that he was a Canadian citizen. So a nexus between Canada and Pakistan, a terror route, had already been established. But now with him coming here, this nexus is going to be exposed further. And I must commend the efforts of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, which has gone and got him from the US to India now. So this actually opens a door now for many more extraditions to take place. And I'm sure that the people who are being harbored in Pakistan, Hafiz Sayed is one man in question which I would like to name here. it is a time now for his extradition also. So I think we'll have to work closely with the United States now, because having succeeded in the first step in getting Tafur Rana here, we would also require concerted efforts now to get the others also here. And justice has to be delivered. You see, this entire world, there is no good terrorism and there is no bad terrorism, because often we hear this word emanating from Pakistan, good and bad terrorism. Terrorism is only one, and it has to be condemned in the harshest and the language, and it has to be ruthlessly curbed, and it can only be curbed ruthlessly if we have such extraditions taking place, the nexus and the way these people have been operating to be exposed, and ensure that no such incident ever happens, not only on the Indian soil, anywhere in the world.
Right. Okay. I also want to go to our ambassador, Deepak Vora. Thank you for joining us once again. And, like Major General Rajan Kochar was telling us and talking about Pakistan, with the Pakistan's role once again coming in prominently. India has been speaking about this time and again on international fora, that Pakistan is busy exporting terror. One more strong case, because we see that Rana is a Pakistani Canadian national, with his role being closely associated with terror elements in Pakistan. This is a very big win for India, even on that front, Mr. Vora.
Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. I just heard my distinguished colleague, Major General Kochar, and his knowledge is much greater than mine. So thank you, General Saif, for being with us on the show. Ma'am, for the first time, at least as far as I remember, the American establishment has actually directly linked the Pakistani military to terror plots. This is very, very significant, and this is going to have repercussions. Not for a moment should those jokers in Islamabad or Karachi or wherever they are think that they are going to get away scot-free. No, now the connection has been established. Of course, at the moment we have this retaliatory tariff competition going on between the United States and other countries, so maybe it will not garner great media attention, but I have seen on some American channels, there has been mention that a terrorist, and they don't care what his name is, a terrorist wanted by India for the Mumbai attacks in which 6 Americans were killed, is being sent back to India to face justice. That itself is significant. People will find out. At the moment, of course, their attention is diverted elsewhere, but we are bringing him back. He will slip below the radar. And then you, channels like yours, you are brilliant, should continue to tell the people of India that justice is now being served. The man is being interrogated. Whatever he says, not everything will be in the public domain, but nevertheless, we need to find out how this was planned, who was responsible. And I believe, as we have done in previous cases, we will share this information with our friends, particularly the United States. Right. I want to go back to our other guest joining us. Thank you for putting a point forward, Ambassador Deepak Vora. Major General Rajan Kochar, I do want to ask a little bit more about Pakistan to you. But before I ask you, I also want to help our viewers understand how this has been a collaborative effort between India and the US. It is a big diplomatic win for India for sure, but it also shows how international borders are not going to protect terror suspects who are trying to hide in other nations. Yes, Major General.
You're absolutely right. You see, what is now actually emerging is there is a tolerance level for everything, and once you breach that tolerance level, across nations, this movement is actually gaining strength. Today we see, you take the example of Israel also, what is actually happening, how these Hezbollah leaders were eliminated. We see in Pakistan the unknown gunmen. We see so many killings of these operatives of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, of the other the resistance front, the other terrorist organizations are getting eliminated. You know why this is happening. And And especially, this phase is very important to understand. In the last about 3-4 years, we have seen the elimination of key people. There are now two alternatives available to nation. One alternative is that you take the court of law and you take the court of justice, you get them extradited and you pursue these cases. The second things which we are actually seeing now is the elimination of these people in various areas. It is not only restricted to Pakistan, it is restricted to the other areas of the world. So now this kind of tolerance level, I would say, is going beyond the threshold, and that is why I feel that the nations have to unite together. Countries like United States, countries like Great Britain, countries like even Canada, I would say, they would need to take a step forward instead of trying to be defensive and trying to secure their vote base. Because unfortunately, what happens is what we are also seeing in world geopolitics is that the countries, in order to secure their vote base, are trying to shield the terrorists. Now, an interesting example is of France today. Today, France has decided that enough is enough, and they have made stringent laws, especially the immigration laws. I would like to bring in this aspect also into the discussion, because unless these countries are able to stop people from coming and settling down, you see, a person commits an offense and he takes shelter in a country because the laws of the country do not permit prosecution on its land. So these kind of laws need also a review, because see, terrorism is a menace which has to be controlled worldwide. It cannot be that only India is making the efforts and the other countries are not able to contribute to this effort. A time has come now when all these nations, including the United States, including the other superpowers, I like to say, should get together. We have mechanisms available. We have exchange of information taking place. Interpol, CIA, NIA, RAW, all these agencies are working together to piece information together and get these people here. And that is why I say Tahful Rana extradition is a monumental decision, and it's a day where we as a nation feel vindicated that whatever efforts India was taking for the last number of years, these efforts are bearing fructification today. And I would also like to go a step further in saying that after Tahful Rana, there has to be many more such extraditions coming through, because there are at least 10 to 12 fugitives where the case is actually going on, but they have not been extradited in spite of demand of the Indian government. So I think this has opened up a channel now, a possibility that the others will also get extradited. And especially I would again say that it is a strong message for involvement of Pakistan, involvement of ISI. What Pakistan is doing in Jammu and Kashmir today is an open secret. Everybody knows what kind of activities Pakistan is trying to undertake to destabilize the region. So we need to bring this in a larger forum. After this extradition, I think many more skeletons will fall out of the cupboard.
Right. Okay. And speaking of extradition, you did mention that why extradition is very important, and there are many more people on the list who need to be extradited. And Mr. Deepak Vora, Ambassador Deepak Vora, is also joining us once again. And I want to ask you about this. A US-India extradition treaty was signed, came into force in 1999, and Rana's extradition has happened under this particular treaty, and you have also been involved in such processes in the past. If you'd like to continue with what Major General Rajan Kochar is saying about the extradition and how many more people need to be extradited and why it's important to set an example. And this is a big example of other terrorists who need to be extradited back to India.
That's the best term you've used, setting an example. What General Arnab Goswami said is 100% correct. This character, if I recall correctly, ma'am, I'm open to correction. There was an attack on a Danish newspaper, something Posten, because they many years ago had published cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, and the Islamic world erupted in a frenzy. This character was involved a year after Mumbai. In fact, he was so thrilled with the attack in Mumbai that he decided that now he was invincible as a jihadi. So he went off to Denmark, and along with that, Dawood Jilani, also known as whatever his name is, Headley, they planned an attack there. So I think the Danes would also be very interested, although they in the past have not shared information with us and have acted against our interests. They would be wanting to know what this fellow is all about. But I don't know what happened to him after that. He ran back and then he was arrested in America and he was sentenced, etc. So this was not the only terrorism case in which he was involved. He's a hardcore terrorist. And the sooner the world is rid of people like him, the safer we will all be. Now, the extradition procedure is as follows, ma'am. We make a request, then the courts get in touch, and the Department of Justice is involved. We are involved, our investigating agencies, and it goes back and forth. Ye theek nahi, isko theek karo, acha ye bolo, ye batao, ye evidence do. Ultimately, then, as I have done it in my career, we have a person who will escort one or more people. He will be restrained in whichever aircraft he's being brought back in, commercial or special, I don't know. He will be brought back and immediately taken into custody. That is the normal procedure. The paperwork doesn't last long. It's all done, just a few signatures, photographs, it's videographed, and then Shri Tahawur Rana, welcome to Bharat. You will see what it costs to hurt us.
All right. On that note, I want to thank Mr. Deepak Vora. I am being joined right now by Major General P.K. Sehgal, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Thank you for joining us. And we have been discussing for the longest time, how this is a very strong message to Pakistan. I just want you to go ahead and take it forward from there, Major General P.K. Sehgal, because it is time that the world knows that Pakistan is exporting terror, even though it was removed from the FATF list. But still, India has said again and again on the international fora that Pakistan is still encouraging terror on its soil. Please go ahead and take over, Mr. Major General P.K. Sehgal.
India has been telling the world not once but time and over again that Pakistan has become the epicenter of global terrorism. Wherever terrorist activity takes place, Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved. But Pakistan has been in a denial mode throughout. Extradition of Rana after 17 years will expose Pakistan in totality. The role played by the Pakistani army, the Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani Navy would be crystal clear, and they will be embarrassed beyond an iota of doubt. We've given them any number of dossiers. Those dossiers notwithstanding, Pakistan said that the evidence that India's forwarding is not good enough, and the courts had been rejecting. They had not taken any action whatsoever against the perpetrators. Now all the perpetrators will be fully exposed, and Rana will definitely, without an iota of doubt, as to what was the role being played by the Pakistani army and the ISI, as well as the Pakistani Navy. It couldn't have been possible without the direct involvement of the Pakistani establishment. The government was involved, the army was involved, the ISI was involved, and the Navy was involved. All this notwithstanding, they continue to deny the same. Hence, the extradition of Rana will be a huge embarrassment for Pakistan and a major success story as far as India is concerned. It's taken us full 17 years to get him extradited. Every possible means that he could adopt, he adopted. Eventually, the Supreme Court has finally rejected his appeal in totality, and I'm sure he'll be here with us in the next few days. And the world will get to know the reality of what happened in 2008, the attack on Mumbai. Till date, India's version has not been accepted by the Pakistanis and the Pakistani establishment, and they keep saying that what India is saying is absolutely waffling. We have had no role to play whatsoever. It is beyond an iota of doubt that Pakistan was the principal perpetrator. The establishment was involved, the Pakistani army, the ISI, everybody was involved. That notwithstanding, there were 166 people killed, including 6 Americans. and there was a huge amount of loss of life and loss of property. The entire operation lasted for a full 3 days, and it was something which was almost akin to 9/11 of America. Of course, 9/11 did not last that long. This lasted for a full 3 days. It was a huge embarrassment to our security forces, to our intelligence agencies. So Rana had come time and again to India, and time and again he was carrying out reconnaissance. He carried out all reconnaissance on behest of the Pakistani ISI. He was the one who gave them the locations, who gave them the photographs, who told them everything about what is the security arrangement, etc. All targets were selected by him, including the hotels, the malls, the shops, etc., and the other places, including the Jewish. Everything was. And
yes.
Unfortunately, despite the fact that he kept visiting India time and again, security forces did not show any concern whatsoever. So it was a huge failure on our part of our intelligence agency, which was taken advantage of by Rana as well as David Headley, besides the Pakistani army and the ISI.
Right. Right. I'm going to go back to Major General Kochar as well, and I want to talk a little bit more about what we can expect next. We know that once Rana is back in India, he will spend some time in the custody of the NIA. Ajit Doval, the NSA, is also monitoring situation very, very closely, and even representatives from the Ministry of Home Affairs. If you could take our viewers through what we can expect next and what is the legal process here on forward.
Very interesting, because now there is already a charge sheet. A charge sheet has already been made. There is already a case against him. So it will be presented into the court. There will be a team of lawyers who would be operating on this case, and accordingly he would be remanded to judicial custody, and then the process of integration will start, and it will carry on. A lot of there is a dossier already there. A lot of evidences are already available. A lot of hard work has already been done. It's not that the investigation will start now. The investigation is already there. There is on the file. Everything is available. So all these evidences will be pieced together, presented in the court, and a strong case made for punishment. It could be even he can be sentenced to death, because that would be the ultimate justice which is expected of the judicial system in India. And in this process, whatever additional information is going to come, I foresee that there will be a number of more arrests also, because there may be some people at large. There may be some people who have yet not been identified, whom we have only suspicions about, and we have not been able to arrest these people. So we expect a number of other arrests also coming about after he is interrogated. And one important aspect is David Headley. See, he was one person whom Kaful Rana was working very, very closely with. Now, David Headley has been sentenced to 35 years of prison in United States, in Chicago. So I think there is a case in point here, which I think government should also consider an extradition of David Headley, because he is one critical link in this entire episode. His presence in India is vital, and if we have to expose this nexus of terrorism with Pakistan, because see, David Headley, he has confessed that he was trained in camps of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Pakistan. He has confessed the involvement of ISI, which was involved in the terrorism attack of 2008. He has confessed that what kind of camps are existing in Pakistan and what kind of training is being given in these camps, how the youths are brought here, how they are indoctrinated to carry out these attacks. So it is very essential that a person of his prominence in this entire episode, in this entire attacks, is also brought to India, because I don't see anybody talking about it. It is time now also to bring this gentleman here, because it will expose a lot of things. It will expose this nexus, what we keep on talking about. We are only able to talk about it, but we have to prove it to the world that Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism. So this kind of movement, I would actually say, it has to be like a movement. It has to be concerted effort. It has to involve diplomatic channels. Now the government will have to put all its bags into the basket as far as the USA is concerned, and we have a very strong relation with the US, the kind of friendship we have. We'll have to bring this guy also to India, because if we have to exploit, then you just spoke about the grey list, you talk about the FATF grey list. It is now a high time that this also gets activated and Pakistan is brought back again into the FATF grey list. Because Pakistan very smartly was able to maneuver itself out of the FATF grey list about a year and a half back. So it is time now, with this evidences also coming up, and Taful Rana also coming up into India, and David Headley's extradition also should be actually given impetus now. We have to get back Pakistan back into the FATF grey list. We have to stop all the funding to Pakistan. We here the IMF has cleared the loans and all these. How can a state which is abetting terrorism, which is sponsoring terrorism, be allowed to be given all kinds of facilities like IMF, World Bank and all? There has to be deterrence in place. This deterrence must come about. All the IMF funding, World Bank funding must stop to Pakistan, because Pakistan has to be made to realize the implications of sponsoring terrorism on its soil, and it is high time. I think we have to bring it to a notch higher now, as far as the diplomatic levels are concerned.
Right. I also want to go back to our guest, and you were saying that there should be reconsideration. FATF had removed Pakistan, but given the fact there's a lot of material in terms of Pakistan exporting terror, there's a possibility that FATF should reconsider putting Pakistan back there. But I want to go back to Major General P.K. Sehgal once more. And my question to you is that we of course, Mr. Tahavur Rana is going to be back in India very soon. Paperwork is being done in the US to get him back. Legalities, whatever legalities have to be completed, that is being completed. But my question is that why was Rana fighting extradition to India for such a long time? He was obviously very, very sure that he would be dealt with a strong hand. India has very, very strong anti-terror laws. Yes, Major General P.K. Sehgal.
Rana was fighting the extradition for the simple reason he knew that he'll be taken to task by India. And India will very strongly and very sternly act against him, because he inflicted a huge amount of loss of property and loss of lives. Besides an embarrassment to the Indian nation, because the entire operation lasted 3 days. And not many people who were absolutely not concerned with it at all in the hotels, the Uray Hotel and the Taj Hotel, got unnecessarily killed because of his activities. We've got to be very careful from the time he's handed over to the time that he's lodged in jails, etc. Pakistan will go flat out to ensure that he's eliminated. So we've got to be very, very careful that we provide him a foolproof security, even in the jails, etc., because there will be huge concerted efforts by Pakistan as well as elements which are pro-Pakistan to ensure that he doesn't blurt out and he's eliminated and silenced before he can even say anything worthwhile. Hence, that's a huge challenge, and I'm very certain India is absolutely up to it. As far as the judicial system is concerned, there's going to be a huge amount of transparency. If you remember, even Qasam's case took almost 7 to 8 years or even a little more. for him eventually to be executed. Whether he get the death sentence or he does not get the death sentence, beside the point. Important thing is that Pakistan must stand fully exposed. As far as the FATF, the Pakistan being removed, it was because of the double standard being played by the deep state in America. America has a very major influence on the FATF, and it was the American influence on the FATF which actually got Pakistan out of it. And even if you notice, despite all this, the Americans kept giving aid to Pakistan, military aid or otherwise. Even unfortunately, even Donald Trump has given them $700 million to refurbish the F-16. So Americans are always up to double standards. But that notwithstanding, today there are very many people in the American administration, Mike Waltz, Mike Rubio, then Kashak Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, who are absolutely and totally pro-India. And I'm very certain that at long last, India will get the benefit of what it always stood for. We've always been saying that Pakistan is the only global epicenter. Wherever a major activity takes place, terrorist activity, whether it is in America, whether it is in the Middle East, whether it's in Europe, or even in Russia for that matter, Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved. But unfortunately, nobody's been able to pin them down to the extent that India has been doing so. But Pakistan has continuously denied their involvement. And it is now that when Rana comes here, Pakistan will stand exposed to such an extent that the World Bank and IMF, as well as FATF, will be possibly forced to have a relook at what they've done. But we've got to be very careful that diplomatically we continue to emphasize on the nations that are there, 37 nations that constitute the FATF, as well as the World Bank and IMF, etc., that he must not be allowed to, Pakistan must not be allowed to get away with it. Pakistan has got very strong friends in form of China, etc., who also have gained a phenomenal amount of influence. They can buy countries, and they've been doing so. We've got to make sure that diplomatically we can fend this off, politically we can fend this off, and as far as America is concerned, we need America's assistance in a very, very major way. Without American assistance, it will not be possible for us to expose Rana to the extent that we ought to expose him. Particularly the Pakistanis' role, besides our ability to influence, to get across to World Bank, IMF, as well. If you notice, World Bank and IMF is now giving billions worth of doles to Pakistan to help them come out of the situation that they have landed themselves in, both politically, economically, and militarily. Pakistan is totally insecure today. As far as the Middle Eastern countries are concerned, those countries who always bailed out Pakistan today have got absolutely outstanding relations and equations with India. And they will not act against India under any circumstances. The GCC no longer supports Pakistan. OIC no longer supports Pakistan. The only country in the world which supports Pakistan in a very major way, besides China, is Turkey. And I'm very certain that with Erdogan also in trouble, India can effectively neutralize that aspect. And I'm very certain that given the fact that Jaishankar is very influential, calls a spade, we'll be able to possibly even circumvent the Turkish threat. Malaysia, to an extent, Malaysia was also supporting Pakistan in a very major way. But Malaysia, the new Prime Minister realizes that India is a growing power and a growing influential power, and they cannot have strained relations with India beyond a point of time. So the new government of Malaysia, I would not say is pro-India, but certainly is not pro-Pakistan to the extent that the previous Prime Minister was. And hence, to that extent, that threat of Malaysia and Turkey supporting Pakistan has reduced by order of magnitude. Back to you.
Yes, I'm also being joined right now by Major General Julie Bakshi, joining us once again. Thank you for joining us, Major General Julie Bakshi here. And, we're trying to cover all the angles as the extradition process is being completed in the US. Paperwork is being done, legalities are being completed. But one question I would like to ask you is that once the extradition is complete, Rana is back in India, this will really help India cover all the loose ends to try to understand more about the Pakistan deep terrorist, the kind of terror network that Pakistan has been running in its country, exporting terror, understanding what is the funding channels, how are these terrorists being funded. This is a very, very important move which will be made. What do you think we can understand once Rana is extradited? What do you think we can get out of the interrogations which will be taking place soon? Yes, Major General G.D. Bakshi.
You know, Major Tahabur Rana of the Pakistan Army is one of the key perpetrators of that mass murder of 26/11. He is one of the key conspirators. He is the man who facilitated the reconnaissance of David Headley, right? The reconnaissance that was done in Mumbai to identify the targets, to recce the targets, and to get those Mauli, the sacred thread, you know, which the entire lot was wearing. The entire lot of these mass murderers was wearing, so that the entire episode could be blamed on Hindu radicals, Hindu terrorists, if you please. They had come all set, all prepared, right? And this, I think it is a great victory for us that we have gotten this heinous criminal back to face justice. We had said then, and we repeat now, we will not forget, we will not forgive, we will dig you out of your grave to come back and stand trial in this country to answer to the victims of that horrific mass murder. And I'm happy that he is being brought back. He will be subjected to very detailed interrogation, which will reveal possibly some of the hidden angles and links that have not come to light so far. Because so far he was evading arrest because the Pakistani ISI was pumping in millions of dollars to see that this man was not extradited from the United States. You can hire, good lawyers there, and you can keep dangling your cases in the courts for years, for decades. And the previous regime in Washington, the previous government in Washington of President Joe Biden and the Democrats had turned implacably hostile towards India. Take a look at that other Khalistani cartoon terrorist network and its perpetrator. They were even going to the extent of threatening to arrest our NSA. No less. So there has been a paradigm shift in Washington. And it is only because of that, because of the coming of President Donald Trump and his very hardline attitude towards terrorists, that this man is coming back. He's at long last coming to face justice. He is coming to face the true deserts of that mass murder of innocent, unarmed women and children and the old and the infirm. It's a ghastly crime that has seared itself into our consciousness. And we had to have closure. Now that closure is coming. Like I said, don't call him Tahabur Rana. He is Major Tahabur Rana of the Pakistan Army, and he will establish clearly the links of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and these terrorist organizations with the ISI, with the Pakistan government per se, something which they have been persistently trying to deny, persistently trying to, obfuscate. Even when that Ajmal Amir Kasab was caught by Constable Omble, who laid down his life. He was armed only with a lathi, but he grappled with a man with an AK-47. He took bullets in his belly and his chest, but he caught hold of him in a vice-like grip, and thank God we had some proof, positive. Otherwise, Pakistan and some of their collaborators in India were trying to pass it off as a handwork of Hindu zealots. For God's sake. And that sacred thread, that Mauli, that is what they had all come armed with. The hope was that they would all die and not only get away scot-free, Pakistan would get away scot-free, but it would be blamed on Hindu radicals and some right-wing organization people would be hung for something they had not even dreamed of. It is a very foul plot. It is an amazing, murder plot of a mass murder plot. A large-scale massacre, perpetrated by the technique of terrorism. And it held Mumbai to ransom for a couple of days, brought that Millennium City to a standstill. We needed closure. India demands closure. And this is proof positive, and this is a clear signal to any other cartoon networks that want to try their luck in India. We will get you. We will dig you from the grave if required. And when these people are in custody, they sing like canaries. I'm very sure that this Major Tahavvur Rana will be singing very soon. Singing very soon and establishing the linkages of the Pakistani state with these terror groups, with the perpetrators of 26/11. Thank God we are going to get closure. The victims and their families are going to get closure.
Yes, Major General G.D. Bakshi, absolutely right, And this is coming in as I also want to show our viewers what exactly is happening as we speak. Justice will be served. That's what our guests are saying. I want our guests to hold on for a second and tell our viewers what is happening. So Rana will be extradited soon. The agencies are already in the US. Multi-agency teams from India has left for the US and they are very, very busy there. They're trying to get the last paperwork done. LA Metropolitan Authority is coordinating with the team, and this is where the main work is happening. They are trying to finish all the legalities, all the paperwork and legalities are being completed with the US authorities. And this is coming in as the US has cleared the way for Rana's extradition. All legal paperwork will be completed in the US, and very soon Tahavvur Rana will be back here in India to face justice. That is what we see right now. Rana will be arriving in India today. Much awaited moment and a big diplomatic win for India. Another feather in India's cap. And even President Trump had said that the very evil Rana will go back to India and face justice. I'm going to go back to our guests as well. We have a guest joining us back with again once more. And speaking of India's diplomatic win and the US also going ahead and helping India finish all the paperwork, I just want to give our viewers a small look into what could be happening in the US as we speak. Okay, we have with us Major General P.K. Sehgal once more, and we also have Major General Rajan Kochar and Major General G.D. Bakshi. I want to take this question to Major General Rajan Kochar. This is happening as we speak. The paperwork legalities are being done in the US by the multi-agency team. How long will this process take? What are the legalities and the other paperwork which is being completed right now before Rana will be extradited? Do you think there could be any kind of roadblock there, or everything will be pretty smooth, given the fact that India has been working so hard for so many years to get Rana extradited? And even President Trump was all on board, and he says, you know what, evil Rana should go back to India and face justice for what he has done.
I don't presume that there would be any kind of a roadblock or any kind of a hindrance now, because this team which has gone there has a team of legal experts already with them. They have this assistance of our own US ambassador there, our embassy is there, our staff is there, and the NIA is equally equipped, because this is not the first time an extradition takes place. There have been other instances also. So the people who carry out these kind of extraditions are quite well trained. well rehearsed. And not only that, before any extradition is to take place, the entire paperwork is completed. It's only certain formalities, because once they go there, there's certain clearances which have to be obtained, certain documents have to be submitted. So all those things would be in order, because all these things are worked out well in advance. So I don't foresee that there would be any obstacle or any kind of delay, because if we are expecting Tahfur Rana to come to India today, he is going to come. The second aspect is that details of his movement will not be made public. Even if we discuss at this point of time, we will not be able to exactly know the whereabouts of Rana right now in the United States, in what process he is going to move, and when is he going to come to India, what exact time he's going to land, what flight will actually bring him. So all these details will not be divulged because of security and confidential reasons. So we should expect, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind, that we should expect him in India today, because you see, an event like that is going to be followed very closely by the media. But I don't think this information would be made available to the media. He would land in India, possibly it would be on an Indian Air Force troop. It may not be in a civil sort of an airport for security reasons, and he would be whisked away to be interrogated by our agencies and subsequently produced in the court, and the judicial process of the country would actually follow suit. So I think that should be the sequence of events which would take place, and it's only a matter of time. Once the integration starts, and Jan Bakshi also said that he would be singing like a canary. I have absolutely no doubt about it, because whatever information, whatever gaps, whatever dots have to be connected, they will be connected now. And especially when we talk about the involvement of the Pakistan Army, because right now we have no concrete evidence to suggest involvement of Pakistan Army. Here is a case in point. Now we have a gentleman here who is going to tell us the nexus, the involvement, the names of the Pakistani handlers, the name of...
Right. Okay. Yes, Major General Rajan Kochar, Major General G.D. Bakshi, and we also have Major General P.K. Sehgal, all defense experts. But I'm running out of time, and you had touched upon that, about the big message that has been sent to Pakistan. But I have to take a very short break right now. We'll be right back. Tahfur Rana will be arriving today. His extradition paperwork is the last phase is being completed in the US. This is the biggest story we're tracking today. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We are live this morning.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough. One of the big
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has.
Viewers, much more coming up. The biggest story, Thavu Rana to arrive today. This is the biggest story coming in. All legal paperwork being completed in the United States as we speak. Stay tuned as we're live this morning.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and India's one of the most wanted, one of the most pursued terrorists, Thaver Rana, is all set to be extradited to India tonight in under the close watch of the National Investigating Agency. Tracking that very closely for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. NIA team to bring 2611 mastermind Thaver Rana in India today. The Waqf Amendment Act 2025 has come into effect from Tuesday. The government has issued a notification to this effect following the assent given by President Draupadi Murmu to the legislation. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad on Tuesday as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent. The BJP slams the Mamata government, alleging a deliberate inaction aimed at safeguarding its vote bank. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for the UPSC examination, while 1 was a visitor to the area. As the tariff war between US and China intensifies, Beijing is extending a strategic olive branch to New Delhi, urging India to stand together with China. Starting up with the most important news that we're getting from today, the 2611 key plotter Thaver Rana will be extradited to India today. The National Investigating Agency teams are bringing back the 2611 mastermind, and finally the victims of the horrific 2611 Mumbai attacks will get some closure. The multi-agency team from India has arrived in the US, and meanwhile all paperwork and legalities have been completed with the US authorities to bring back the 2611 key conspirator Thaver Rana to India. Now this comes after multiple pleas that Thaver Rana had requested in the US court were rejected over his extradition orders, and finally India is now eyeing a comeback of Thaver Rana, which India has been eyeing for a very long time. One of the most wanted terrorists that India has pursued, Thaver Rana is finally close to being brought to justice. He's a Canadian national of Pakistani origin, and he was arrested in Chicago in 2009 for his deep links with Pakistan-based terror networks, including Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, he is no ordinary operative, viewers. He has worked very closely with the ISIS, served as a key liaison for top Pakistani army generals, and notably, he was the most critical facilitator of the horrific 2611 Mumbai terror attacks that claimed 160 innocent lives and left about 300 people gravely injured. In fact, 18 security personnel were also killed in action during the horrific 2611 attacks, which went on for about 4 days as security personnel scrambled to get the situation under control. We're also being joined by retired Major General G.D. Bakshi to speak to us about the matter, and also Major General Rajan Kochar, who will bring us more information into the matter. Major General G.D. Bakshi, coming to you first. A huge moment for India. The extradition is completely through. He's expected to be here by tonight. A big closure for the victims of the 2611 attacks. Your first reaction? Major General G.D. Bakshi, I think there is some problem. Sir, can you hear me? Major General G.D. Bakshi?
Closure, it would go a long way in implicating the Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani military establishment. Hello. I can hear you well.
implicating the Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani establishment.
Major General Rajan Kocha, I think we're experiencing some problems with the connection with Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General Rajan Kocha, coming to you, your first reaction on this huge development. The extradition is through and the Indian victims are finally now eyeing a closure. Your reaction to this?
First of all, I would like to congratulate the nation today because it's a great day for the nation, for the cause of ensuring these people are brought back to India, because we have been trying for a number of years, but we really had not succeeded. So this is a great day for justice, I would say, because for the justice of the nation, we have been awaiting this thing to happen. And we would also like the perpetrators of this entire conspiracy which happened in 2008, where we lost so many of our people of the country, including the security forces, valiantly. They have actually fought against these terrorists. So it is a vindication of the cause for justice, I would say. And we are, I think today would mark a great day for the nation, where all the efforts, and these efforts have been in various directions, on the diplomatic front, on the political front, and on the security areas as well as the legal areas. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that Taful Rana, a major in the Pakistan Army, see, you have to understand the importance of this gentleman who is being brought here to India, because he has been part of the Pakistan Army. He has been a part of the Pakistan establishment, and this brings us to a very important step to suggest that Pakistan Army, how actively Pakistan Army is involved in spreading terrorism in the neighborhood. When we talk about these terror attacks, we have to see this track record of the Pakistan Army, and we have to ensure now. See, here we have an opportunity now to bring to the world this entire nexus which is operating right on our next door, the Pakistan deep state, the Pakistan establishment, how it is functioning, what kind of terrorist camps are operating in Pakistan, because Tahful Rana will give us very intricate details. He is going to sing like a canary in front of the intelligence agencies. He is going to bring about a lot of information to us. A lot of dots are going to get connected. A lot of other things, involvement of the other people who possibly have not been named in the charge sheet so far will also be brought to light. So I think this is a great day for the nation, a great day for our own efforts of the government, I would say, because a number of years have gone by trying to get this guy extradited, and I think it will open doors for further extradition also. We have a treaty of 1999, but hardly any extradition had taken place earlier. So I think this is a very, very positive step, and it will follow up with other people who are still in the United States, yet to be extradited. I think it will open the doors for them also to come to India. And most importantly, justice has to be delivered. Because so far I feel even by sentencing them to jail, David Hadley is one person who was associated with them in a very, very great way. He has been given 35 years of jail. But that is not sufficient. We must get David Hadley also into India, because that will open up a lot of doors of information, a lot of intricate details, because David Hadley was responsible in carrying out reconnaissance in all those entire areas, building up contacts. The sleeper cells were active at that point of time. So we would like to know who all are the people who were abetting this crime, who were a part of this entire operation, I would like to call it, because it was done in a very large and a well-coordinated manner. And hats off, I think, to our agencies. We have been able to nab this guy. We have been able to bring him here into India, and I think it's a great day for the nation.
Right, sir. In fact, we're continuously being joined by retired Major General G.D. Bakshi, retired Major General Rajan Kochar, who just spoke to us, retired Major General P.K. Basu, P.K. Sehgal, and Kaswar, who is reporting for us from Pakistan, and Dinesh Chotwani, advocate Dinesh Chotwani, requesting everybody to continue being with us on the broadcast. During Prime Minister Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Thakur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, Prime Minister also thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Rana's extradition. Let's quickly listen into that conversation as well.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
वाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है, और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है।
Major General G.D. Bakshi, coming to you, India is now eyeing justice, for Thakur Rana, and in fact, this is a huge closure, not just for the entire nation, but also especially for the victims of the gruesome 26/11 terror attacks. Your first reaction on this?
We personally saw that attack with our own eyes. How the Millennium City of Mumbai was held to ransom by 10 thugs, armed, trained, infiltrated by Pakistan, who had taken over, captured one of our boats, fishing boats, and landed on the coast of Mumbai. The recce had been done by David Don Headley on the instructions of Major Thakur Rana of the Pakistan Army. Please, I think we should not miss out his rank and his direct connection with the Pakistan Army, because that is what Pakistan is so strenuously trying to deny. This Major Thakur Rana was one of the instruments of the ISI operating in the United States. He was collaborating with David Headley, helping him to organize his reconnaissance of the targets in Mumbai and the purchase, as I keep saying, of the Mauli threads as a deception plan, not only to carry out a horrific mass murder, mass casualty terrorist attack, but also to obfuscate the trail and blame it onto local Hindu radicals. And in this, they had the cooperation of some of our own local people here who had come out, and Digvijay Singh was releasing books about the true story of 26/11, days after the mass murder. So, what we really have, we were able to capture Ajmal Amir Kasab, one of the perpetrators of this mass murder. Thank God. Because it was with this we were able to tell the world of the direct links of the Pakistan state, in which are using this as an instrument of state policy against India. Amazing fact is that the then government did nothing to retaliate against Pakistan. They just sent them kilotons of dossiers, So in the fond hope that the Pakistani courts will take action against these people. They laughed it off. They called it all fiction. That is why now to tell them the truth, the hard truth to the whole world, we need this man, Major Tahammur Rana of the Pakistan Army, to establish the direct linkages of the Pakistani state, the Pakistani military, and the Pakistan Army with this mass casualty strike in India. We need to tell the world that Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism so that the international lending agencies like the IMF can take a correct stand when it comes to doling out this beggar nation, which is the epicenter of all terror in the world. And we need this man to bring closure. Closure for the victims, closure for the relatives, the grieving relatives of the victims who will, I'm very sure, they will get justice. They will get justice because these people, when they are in Indian custody, they sing like canaries. So he will spill all the beans on the Pakistani state, on the Pakistani ISI's direct involvement, which they have tried to shrug off, laugh off. It is so insulting. You kill 165 of our people and then you want to shrug it off like some kind of a bizarre joke. The joke will be on you, on Pakistan, because we've got your major. The major is now in our custody. And you see the way we will make him sing.
Yes, sir.
Sing like a canary, yellow canary that he is. Dastardly mass murderer, killer of innocent women and children, you will have to pay. So that the message goes out to the world that whether you are in your grave, we will dig you out and make you stand justice. We will not forget, we will not forgive.
Right, sir. In fact, sir, that's the key point that we take this conversation on, that India will not forgive and India will never forget what happened on the 26/11. In fact, requesting everybody to continue being with us, we will quickly take our viewers through the criminal charges that have been bestowed on Tahammur Rana. My colleague Madhurima joins us with more details on that. Madhurima, talk to us about it.
Well, Gesu, it's going to be a very crucial day today wherein Tahammur Rana will be brought back, and it's going to be a major step towards bringing back and implicating Pakistan, like Major General G.D. Bakshi had very amicably pointed out. Now, remember, viewers, the criminal conspiracy behind it. Tahammur Rana is accused of conspiring with David Headley. Remember, they both were schoolmates back in Pakistan. He's a Pakistan-origin Canadian over here, but the basis is that origin country. Then provided logistical support to Lashkar-e-Taiba. It was a detailed plan, viewers, where he had put in years of work and provided that kind of material that Lashkar-e-Taiba needed to carry out these attacks. Now then, helped them carry out the 2008 attacks in Mumbai. We know the entire city of Mumbai, the state of Maharashtra, including the country, was rattled. He helped him carry out the 2008 attack, provided him with all the material and of course a plan that how to navigate around the entire city of Mumbai. 166 people were killed, viewers, in 26/11 attack, and Tahammur Rana was the one who stitched the entire conspiracy. He helped David Headley. He augmented the entire process that was meant to carry out those attacks. 6 Americans also were killed in that, particularly in that attack as well. Remember, viewers, that including American citizens, there were many more people of different nationalities that were also affected there. But yes, 6 of them were killed. He helped David Headley attain Indian visa that was for over 4 years, where he went and worked in that immigration office and navigated throughout Mumbai to collect data and give it to him, which he used to forward to Lashkar-e-Taiba. After that, he also used fraudulent documents for the visa. So it was him who helped David Headley get that fraudulent visa. Remember, 4-year visa given to him. He was here for 4 years, and for that all documents were provided by Tahavur Rana. He helped David Headley recce the Taj Hotel as well. It was him who helped David Headley go inside the entire Taj Hotel and how to take pictures, how to collect data, and all the other evidence that would help in orchestrating that attack in 2008. He identified hot spots for the blast. Remember, the attacks took place in multiple locations. In Mumbai, Shivaji Terminal was one. Then you had Taj Hotel. Also, there was a hospital is involved in the entire attack. So there were multiple locations that were under the scanner by these terrorists, and it was him, Tahavur Rana, who identified these hotspots for blast. He gave that navigation to David Headley, and he did the recce. And he was in touch with the terror group leaders in Pak. So he was the mastermind, viewers, as far as the ISI is also concerned. So it was him who was in touch with the Lashkar-e people. Now, key conspirator Headley testified against Rana, viewers. So remember that these two were very close together. They had childhood connection as well, and he went on. Headley, who's also known as Daud Gilani as well, Rana helped Headley obtain all the Indian passport for recce before the attacks. Like I said, that these two had bond and they worked together, wherein Rana brought in Headley in India, helped him work in that fake immigration office that was established in Mumbai, and he gave the instructions to how to go about it in the entire city, how to recce, how to bring in all the evidence. Now, Rana helped Headley to forge his identity as well in India. So he was the mastermind who used to chalk out the strategy for David Headley and others as well as to how these attacks are supposed to be carried out. Remember, viewers, he would be the second person who will be also prosecuted, and strict actions will be taken against him. Now, he provided the blueprints for 26/11 attacks to LAT. So like we said, that he's the mastermind, viewers, and he has been convicted for providing material support to the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So this was one of the main bases, viewers, using which the US court had rejected his plea time and again, keeping in mind, viewers, that he had close links with the Pakistani spy agency ISI, and him coming in India is going to help us implicate Pakistan, which has been shirking from the responsibility and has been brushing aside the entire matter, saying that they had no involvement in it. Over to you, Gesu.
Right, Madhurima, thanks for putting everything in perspective and for explaining these two crucial points for us. For now, viewers, we're continuously also being joined by expert voices on the matter, and we will get you some of the most detailed understanding into what has been unfolding. In fact, quickly cutting across to also Advocate Dinesh Jotwani. Thank you for speaking to Republic. I want to understand what are the legal procedures that will be taken ahead after he is brought back to India. We know that for about a week or two he will be kept under the close watch of the NIA, but what next?
So, as rightly said earlier, this is a day of justice for us. We waited more than 16 years for this moment of justice to happen in this country. The procedures next, legally speaking, the procedures next remain that, first of all, he will be subjected to medical examination. That usually happens in these kind of cases. And then he will also be produced before a magistrate. He has to be produced. And then, of course, the process here is to have a NIA remand or a police remand, as they say. And then the NIA will do its own investigations. That may be 14 days, that may be even extended further. So that period is extremely crucial legally, as well as from investigation perspective. Legally, because then there may be chances that Tahawur Rana may apply for a bail, may apply for international asylum, may apply for, he's being subjected to torture. All those applications at international level may happen on his behalf. We saw what happened. So the moment President Trump announced that Tahawur Rana would be extradited to India and brought to justice, it was a very good announcement when our Prime Minister visited President Trump. So when that was announced, he again went to the Supreme Court of United States, seeking a stay on his extradition. That process also took, thankfully, it took not that long, but yes, there were interim apprehensions. He approached the international court. He approached, and by the way, we can see that though Pakistan is not coming in front defending him legally, but we can make out that how legally, how Pakistan would like to defend him to whatever extent they can. Maybe, in India, we may see that in India, the constitution provides, and you saw in Ajmal Kasab case also, he was provided with a state lawyer.
Yeah.
So it may happen when he comes here, he may be given an option of having a lawyer in India, but also the state itself may appoint a lawyer defending him, which is the constitutional right of every accused in India. So that process also may take place, but at the same time, Pakistan would provide all its logistic, financial, legal strategies to be safe in India. And of course, they would try to see what is the medical condition. They would like to play on that because the medical examination of Tahawur Rana was also done in US. It should corroborate with whatever is being done in India. So all that logistic support that he was getting in United States from the Pakistani government would perhaps continue here. But yes, as the earlier speaker said, that he is likely to speak like a canary. He is likely to spell out everything, the involvement of Pakistani government,
right,
the involvement of Pakistani army into that operation that took place 16 years back. He was completely in charge of it. He, along with David Headley, had orchestrated this this war on India, I would say. And ultimately, I think with his testimony now, India would see justice, would see the international authorities also coming out and clearly saying that Pakistan's involvement into India's affairs is now proven. There has to be international repercussion based on it. The legal repercussions in United Nations, this should come out, that how Pakistan has been creating an atmosphere of terror in India, an atmosphere of hatred in India, and it continues till date.
Right,
and so we will definitely see that the wheels of justice, take place in India, and that various legal authorities from Magistrates Court to the Supreme Court of India, we would see that the justice is brought to the victims, around 166 victims that were there, is brought to the justice, and we will see much more involvement of Pakistani government there.
Right, sir. In fact, also quickly cutting across to Kaswar, who joins us live from Pakistan. Kaswar, big questions being raised on the Pakistani administration, even the Pakistani army. What is the mood like? What can you get for us?
Well, Pakistan, from Islamabad, I can tell you at the moment is even nobody in Pakistan is talking about Tahawur Rana or any controversy revolving around his extradition from United States to India. I have tried to speak to some of the Pakistani officials, but they claim that when a person is not a Pakistani, he is a Canadian, then there is no point to discuss, no point to talk about what he has been doing or what are his circumstances at the moment. And Pakistan is nothing to do with if he is going to be extradited by United States to India. This is the reaction. It is not official reaction. Rather, it is off the record my conversation with the Pakistani officials as well. And nobody is in Pakistan, nobody is actually trying to take this question because they have legitimate reason to snub that when a person is not a Pakistani, then why Pakistan is supposed to talk about him? And this is the only reaction what I have so far gotten from Pakistani officials. But no, it's not a official reaction. And we will have to see if Pakistan Minister of Foreign Affairs wants to speak on the issue. But I don't see them giving any statement regarding Rana.
Right, Kasper, thanks for getting in those details for us. And like you've said, of course, we'd be eyeing any official statement that comes in from the side of the Pakistani state. Also, quickly moving to retired Major General P.K. Sehgal, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you think that this extradition will help bring the entire case to justice? We know that there will be questioning also, but what can be expected? Key links to be sort of key dots that will come up and that India will join them to get justice for 26/11. Is it so?
Your question is of extreme relevance. First of all, his extradition would not have taken place had there not been an outstanding commitment or understanding between our Prime Minister and the American President. And had we not had a friendly dispensation in America, had the Democrats won the election and a deep state would have been in place, there is no way that he would have been extradited. Now that the fact that he's been extradited, he will under no circumstances be allowed not to expose Pakistan. Pakistan will stand totally exposed. The role played by the Pakistani dispensation, the Pakistani army, the Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani Navy, all of them are critically involved, would be brought out absolutely crystal clear. Pakistan's reaction as seen by the person who spoke from Pakistan is clearly already in a denial mode. They're already saying that he's a Canadian and we have nothing to do with him. They're forgetting the fact that he was a major deployed as a doctor, army major in Pakistan, and he was instrumental in helping Headley in entire way. He was also instrumental in supporting LET. He was instrumental in carrying out all reconnaissance, etc. Faking documents to get him a visa, faking documents to get him a passport, also getting him a job as a businessman in India for 5 years. All this will stand absolutely and totally exposed. Pakistan will be exposed beyond an iota of doubt. Nationally, internationally, diplomatically, politically, and geostrategically. I'm very certain that all the organizations, whether it be IMF or whether it be FATF or be the World Bank, etc., would be forced to take note of what's been happening. India has been consistently, not from today, right from the day that Prime Minister took over, he's been consistent in each and every fora has been saying that Pakistan is the epicenter of global terrorism and is being the mastermind of everything that is happening as far as terrorism is concerned the world over. Irrespective whether it's happening in India or is happening in Europe or is happening in Middle East or even in Russia, etc., or even in Southeast Asia, Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved. And this has been brought to bear not once but number of times over. But Pakistan has continued to remain in a denial mode. Even when we handed over several dossiers, the Pakistani courts laughed it off. And they said that the dossiers contain nothing of relevance. Thereby, we can take action against the perpetrators. Now, Pakistan will be exposed to such an extent that they will possibly find it very, very difficult not to proceed against the perpetrators. The next step would be to make sure that the LET chief is also extradited to India, or Pakistan is forced to take such a grievous action against him, consider him as a liability, and the next person who will be eliminated in Pakistan is going to be the LET mastermind, Hafiz Saeed. I'm very, very certain that Pakistan ISI itself will knock him off because he's become a liability for them and an embarrassment for them. And his continuing existence in Pakistan, which they continuously being denied, at times they've denied that he's not well, he's not in India, not in Pakistan, will embarrass them to such an extent that possibly he'll be bumped off by the ISI or the Pakistani army, like 24 to 25 terrorists have already been taken care of. And nobody knows despite the fact that ISI is one of the top agencies in the world, still they've not been able to point a finger at India, and nobody's been able to be whatever. Is clearly indicative that Pakistan is going to be on a denial mode. The administration in America is absolutely and totally pro-India and is a friendly administration. The relationship between the Prime Minister of ours and President of America is outstanding, and it is because of this relationship that the President of America made a statement when Modi went and met him within the first 30 days that this evil man will be extradited to India. And our Prime Minister thanked him for the same. And once again, because of the friendly administration on the other side, there have been no roadblocks whatsoever. Otherwise, had the deep state still been in existence, had the Democrats been in existence, there is absolutely, I'm 100% certain that under no circumstances would have been extradited, and he would have never been brought to justice. Now, those people who suffered as a consequence of Rana and David Headley, 166 people dying, 18 of our brave security personnel dying, and over 300 people critically wounded. At least at long last, they will feel a sense of justice having been done to them if this man is taken care of. And I'm very, very certain that he will be taken care of in the manner that he ought to be taken care of. Pakka, har prakar se, he will speak out and blurt out because he knows that there is absolutely no option. And if he wants appropriate treatment in the Indian jail, which will be given to him, India is very transparent. If you notice, even kasab was being provided by chicken, etc., on a daily basis, and he was being given all sorts of everything that he wanted. India does not behave like the Pakistanis do. There will be total transparency. The world press would be watching very closely. The international organization will be watching very closely. Pakistan will definitely try and do everything under the sun to silence him.
Right,
and
sir.
we've got to be very careful that under no circumstances do any Pakistani organizations or any international organizations get close to him and eliminate him.
Absolutely. Very right, sir. On that thought, we're also being joined by retired Major General A.K. Sivach, and my colleague Madhurima will take the conversation forward. Sir, welcome to the show and thank you for speaking to Republic.
Thank you.
Major General A.K. Sivach, now, like we've been discussing since morning as to how it would be easier for us to pin the responsibility on Pakistan now. Remember that time when Tahavur Rana, after that 2008 attack, 166 people were killed, and he gloated and said that it is high time that the Pakistani military should award him with the highest military honor. No matter how much Pakistan keeps on saying that they were not involved and ISI had nothing to do with it, but there is a man now who will be brought back, but there was a time when he said that Pakistan should award him with the highest military honor.
Absolutely correct. See, as far as Tahur Rana is concerned, he is one of the main culprit. In fact, he is a Canadian citizen of a Pakistan origin. He was in Pakistan Army as a doctor for about 7 years. So he is a ISI man. He is the one who has been trained by them. He was running an immigration law center in Chicago. And it's basically a satellite office was in Mumbai. Now, he is the one who has helped David Headley in carrying out the recce and also provided logistics support to the terrorists which have come from Pakistan. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have been denying this. They have been telling that this action has been done by non-state actors and Pakistan, ISI and army had nothing to do with it. But once Tahur Rana comes to India, he will be then interrogated. I'm sure he is going to confess, and then all dots will be connected. It will become crystal clear as to how this operation was planned in Pakistan and thereafter executed in India by the ISI agents and the Lashkar-e-Toba terrorists. So the point today is that Tahur Rana was a very important, you can say a person in the whole gambit. Though, of course, India wanted a David Headley, but then he has become a approver and US is unlikely to sign him. But the question is, Tahur Rana is a main a source which will expose the complete involvement of Pakistan ISI. We have sent 35 times the dossier to Pakistan regarding Lashkar-e-Toba involvement and Pakistani ISI army officer involved in Mumbai attack, but the Pakistan had never taken action. Now it become very difficult for them to deny that, because once Tahir Rana comes, who was once upon a time in Pakistan army, he will then spill the whole beans, and then the truth will prevail, and then there'll be international pressure also. Financial Action Task Force, I rightly agree on that. He will put them on a blacklist and in fact even grey list immediately. The point is the involvement of Pakistan Army and Pakistan ISI will become crystal clear. Now, India has, with this extradition of Tahir Rana, 3 points have been proved by Indians. One is that anyone who commit a crime in India, let him hide anywhere in the world, India will get it back. And the second thing is, we are now exposing the Pakistan, its total involvement in a heinous crime where more than 160 people were killed, and out of them about 10 to 12 were also foreign citizens. Now, this is a very important point, that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. Pakistan abet terrorism, and therefore Pakistan must be put on a grey list of Financial Action Task Force. And third thing is, we have now sent a message to within our fellow Indians that India does not take terrorism very softly. We will go after it. And if we have to go and coordinate and cooperate with US, we will. And this is a great victory for, you can say, Indian intelligence, that is NIA, to get him back. And now he will face law and justice in the court of India.
Major General Rajan Kochar, I would like to ask you one question as to how, like General Siwat Major General Siwat just very amicably explained it to us. But remember that Pakistan has been trying to brush it aside as to they do not have any links, but time and again it has come to fore as to how David Headley, Tahir Rana, they both had strong links with ISI, to the extent that David Headley knew Rana since his childhood days. They knew each other since their school days, and they were linked since then.
See, it's very difficult to deny now, because see, once hard evidence is in front of you, hard facts are available to you, and the very fact that the United States has considered it a fit case for extradition, and the statements what we heard on your channel, what Trump made, it becomes very difficult for a country like Pakistan to deny now. Our friend from Pakistan is also on the channel from Islamabad. He was mentioning that nobody's talking about this in Pakistan. Obviously, they'll not talk about this in Pakistan because it's a huge embarrassment to Pakistan. What will they talk about? That he was part of the Pakistan army for 7 years. He was part of the ISI network. He was part of the deep state. He was a part of the entire planning. Even Musharraf, in his book, which he has written, he has admitted to Pakistan's involvement in the 2008 Mumbai attack. So I don't think this deniability factor for Pakistan will last long for them, because when complete evidence is there, when dossiers are available, when a statement of witnesses are there, and even David Headley, he has confessed and he has become a prover to the very fact that he was part of the conspiracy, and Tahir Rana was part of the conspiracy, and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist camps are being organized in Pakistan. Even today, they are there. I am actually surprised to note that how Pakistan got out of the FATF grey list. There has to be a larger conspiracy to understand this, because it is the time now to get back Pakistan. I think the first step which the government should initiate now is to get back Pakistan into the FATF grey list. And why am I saying that is because it is directly linked to the funding which Pakistan is receiving. Today, Pakistan is getting the loan from the IMF and the World Bank. Where this money is being used for? it is important to understand that a part of this money is also being used to perpetuate terrorist activities in India. So I think the world has to get united now. And here is an example of a superpower like the United States, which has taken the initiative, which has extradited him. And now I think governments like Canada, Great Britain should also follow suit, because we have people who are there in Canada, who are there in Great Britain, who we want in India, who are wanted in this various conspiracies and cases. So I think this question of deniability has lived its time. Now is the time for action, and you just have to wait and watch now what all will unfold as soon as Tahir Rana comes here. His integration starts, and of course, our learned lawyer has spent out the process. So once this process gets underway, you will find a lot of information coming into the hands of the NIA, the RAW, and they will be in a position to further investigate, connect the dots, and link the Pakistan army to this episode. Because this deniability of the Pakistan army, I think, must end now. It is high time we have to expose Pakistan army as an organization which is abetting terrorism in the neighborhood. Even today, we are seeing they are pushing in infiltrationers inside Rajouri and Poonch areas. So it is, I think, this concerted effort has to be brought at the world stage now. United Nations as an organization, I don't think can do much about it. It is now the other multilateral organizations, when we talk about BRICS, when we talk about SCO, these are the kind of summits where we have to highlight the role of Pakistan in terrorism and these kind of terrorist attacks. It is time now, I will even go a step further to say it is the time to isolate Pakistan from the rest of the world. We have to bring this message loud and clear to the world that Pakistan is this epicenter of terrorism, and we must highlight the complexities and implicities of Pakistan carrying out these kind of activities on its soil, in spite of Pakistan denying it. But I think now the writing is on the wall, and it's a matter of time which I'm sure Pakistan is going to get exposed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for those insights. I'll request all our guests to stay. Joining us live on this broadcast is also my colleague Kaswar, live from Islamabad. Kaswar, what's the buzz there on ground? Because we know that Pakistan has been trying to keep themselves away from the controversy. They have said that they have nothing to do with it, but we all know the involvement of the ISI. What's the buzz on the ground now that Tahir Rana will be brought back tonight to India?
Well, you're rightly pointed out. Pakistan has not given any official response regarding Tahir Rana's extradition. But we talk about off the record conversation with Pakistani officials. As I told you earlier, Pakistan has no legitimate reason to ask about what a foreign nation has done on a foreign land. So Pakistan is not concerned at all. And
there seems to be an issue with Kaswar's audio. We'll get back to him, viewers. But big day today. Big day today. It's a big win for India as Tahir Rana, the mastermind behind the 2008 terror attacks in Mumbai, will be extradited and brought to India to face the Indian trial. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up.
Alma Vista is all set to transform modern Indian interior with its innovative range of slim aluminium profiles. The brand's commitment to high-quality aluminium solutions ensures that each product is crafted with perfection using the electroforces method, ensuring durability for a lifetime.
We are very happy to announce the launch of a brand called Elm Vista. Elm is aluminium and Vista is view. Everyone in their homes, they want to reflect their personalities. How beautiful they want to reflect their personalities is the reason for Elm Vista. We are bringing the slimmest aluminium profiles which you can use to make your doors, your windows, your wardrobes, your sliders, your partitions. And the best part is we are having a unique solution called electrophoresis, which enhances its life, almost lifetime, with the guarantee of durability, and also enhances the aesthetics in terms of polish to be long lasting. We have our manufacturing unit in Nazafgarh, Delhi, and we are going to start our distribution pan-India.
Big diplomatic win for India as 2008 terror attack mastermind Tahavur Rana will be extradited today back in New Delhi to face the Indian law. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I...
Was a big win for India as Tahavur Rana will be brought back. Now, Republic Media Network has exclusively spoken to Devika Rotwani, a victim of 26/11 terror attack. Listen in to what Ms. Rotwani had to say.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहूर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी। शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है।
Tahavur Rana will be brought back to India. Big win, big diplomatic win for Indian authorities. He will be facing the Indian law after he is brought back later in the night today. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust.
Much more coming up, viewers. We'll put our focus on the biggest story coming in today. Tahavur Rana to be extradited to India today. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, hello viewers, well, I'm breaking. I'm Shubhangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. 2611 mastermind Tahavu Rana to be extradited to India today. That is right. This is the biggest story coming in right now where justice will finally be served. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. NIA team to bring 2611 mastermind Tahavu Rana to India today. 26% reciprocal tariffs imposed by Trump government to come into effect from today. Speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for UPSC examinations, while one was a visitor to the area. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad and Nadia as a protest against the Waqf Amendment Act. Waqf Act now has turned violent. Data Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh released yet again, this time on 21-day furlough.
Proud of. In this challenging global environment, the Monetary Policy Committee met on the 7th, 8th and 9th of April today to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. The global economic outlook is fast changing. The recent trade tariff-related measures have exacerbated uncertainties, clouding the economic outlook across regions, posing new headwinds for global growth and inflation. Amidst this turbulence, the US dollar has weakened appreciably, bond yields have softened significantly, equity markets are correcting, and crude oil prices have fallen to their lowest in over 3 years. In fact, as we speak, it is about $60 to a barrel. Under these circumstances, central banks are navigating cautiously with signs of policy divergence across jurisdictions, each reflecting their own domestic priorities. The Indian economy has made steady progress towards the goals of price stability and sustained growth. On the inflation front, while the sharper than expected decline in food inflation has given us comfort and confidence, we remain vigilant to the possible risks from global uncertainties and weather disruptions. Growth is improving after a weak performance in the first half of the last financial year, 24-25, although it still remains lower than what we aspire for. And now I come to the decisions of the Monetary Policy Committee. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial conditions and outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 6% with immediate effect. I repeat, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 6% with immediate effect.
All right, we'll get you all the details on the RBI's monetary policy update and much more. But before that, focus is back on our top story for today. Let's talk about the big breaking update and the biggest story we're tracking right now, that is the extradition of Tahavu Rana. The Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, a federal holding facility, is equipped with an underground passage designed for the secure transport of federal prisoners. Sources familiar with the facility confirmed that this passage is used to move inmates discreetly, bypassing the main areas of the detention center. 2611 attack plotter Tahavu Rana will be extradited to India today. NIA team to bring back the 2611 mastermind. A multi-agency team from India has arrived in the United States. Meanwhile, all paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities. So these are the biggest updates we're getting for you right now on Republic TV, and also be trying to decode what exactly is happening in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, which is a federal holding facilities equipped with underground passage designed for secure transport of federal prisoners. And according to sources that we have, we've understood that this facility is where passage is being used to move inmates discreetly bypassing the main areas of the detention center. We'll try to connect to our colleague as well, Madhurima, who will be joining us for more. But this is the biggest story we're tracking right now. Tahavu Rana, the Mumbai terror attack mastermind, is being brought to India. And after he has exhausted all his legal options that he has been trying for the longest time. Now, not just that, this is coming in as the US Supreme Court rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. Special flight expected to land tomorrow. Okay, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in now on Republic TV. So he is being brought to India in a special plane. But according to what we have learned so far, very, very soon he will be here, but he will be here tomorrow. Special flight will be landing tomorrow, according to the latest updates that we're getting for our viewers right now. And this is coming in as the Supreme Court the US rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. There's a multi-agency team already in the United States really working behind the scenes to make sure that all the paperwork and legalities are completed. I want to go back to my colleague who's joining us from our newsroom. Madhurima is joining us live. A very good morning to you, Madhurima. You know, we were telling our viewers that the extradition could be happening today, but we have got a new update for our viewers. There's a special plane which will bring back Rana, but we're getting a new date. It could happen tomorrow. Yes, Madhurima, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, that's what we are learning at the moment, that a special flight carrying Tahavu Rana along with our crucial multi-agency officials who've landed in the United States of America and are finalizing the details of extradition. Now, what we are learning that initially it was that he might land today at around 8 in the night in the national capital, but there has been an update where Tahavu Rana will be in New Delhi tomorrow morning sometime in tomorrow morning. We'll be getting more updates on this as to what time would this special flight be touching down the national capital. But yes, for the moment, Shivangi, we're learning that there has been a slight change in time. Instead of 8 p.m. today, Tahavu Rana will be landing here in India tomorrow morning.
Right, back-to-back updates coming in right now, Madhurima. And I also want to take our viewers through what happened during PM Modi's visit in February when US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Tahavu Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with PM Modi. PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Tahavu Rana's extradition.
Announced that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें
Yes. All right, being joined right now by Major General Sanjay Mistan is joining us on Republic. Thank you for joining us, defense expert. My first question to you is that obviously what we are tracking is how Pakistan once again has been exposed and Pakistan has been exporting terror. This is one more big message being sent to Pakistan that terror will not be tolerated. But before I go to that, what is your first reaction to the procedures being followed to bring back Tahabur Rana. Now we know a special plane will bring him back by tomorrow morning, according to the latest coming in.
Shivangi, good morning. I think it is the greatest news for our country. 26/11, one of the greatest masterminds, Tahabur Rana, is being extradited, and tomorrow by 8 o'clock he should touch the Indian soil. It's a great victory for India. The National Investigation Agency and the Mumbai Police, who were the start point for these investigations. Initially, they were the ones who had to bear this brunt, and they had arrested Ajmal Kasab, and so they did a fine job. And thereafter, the nation in one voice, the National Investigative Agency and all possible agencies across the country have done wonderfully well in the last 10 to 12 years to seek this extradition. It was a long process. Finally, we have won the victory. And as you had just shown some of the press clippings, firstly of President Trump, he has clearly stated one of the most evil persons of this world. And obviously that world is Pakistan. And also the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, was very, very clear that India and United States face joint terrorism, and therefore we cannot accept terrorism, and also in case of India, we cannot accept cross-border terrorism. So it's a good victory for India, and I think also for all the martyrs, more than 160 people who unfortunately were martyred by these terrorists. I think it's a good message also for their families that India shall win always and every time. It has taken time, and now I think whatever extradition we have achieved, we will go to the bottom of the case. There are so many loopholes to be found out exactly as to how it happened, why it happened, who was funding him, everything. I think those are the issues which will come out, and we must give him the strictest punishment, and I think the punishment is very, very clear. He has to go to the gallows. There is nothing short of that, Shivangi.
Oh, yes. Major General Sanjay Meston continues to be with us. And if you could talk a little bit more about Pakistan's role here. Now, a lot of loose ends will be tied up, because we know a lot of unanswered questions still remain about Pakistan's deep terror network and how this particular person, this mastermind, has connections with the LET and the ISI. That can't be denied. And now more information will tumble out during interrogations. How do you really read the following days in terms of India understanding how these terror networks really work?
Yeah, Shivangi, absolutely right. Firstly, India has to connect all the possible dots, starting from how it started happening. The first point is, of course, Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism. There is no denial of this fact. Pakistan can keep denying. We are not worried about their denial mode. We have proved it not only this time. We will keep proving it a number of times, but they will always be in a denial mode. They have also denied Bin Laden being present, despite the Americans killing him in their territory and close to the military academy, that is the Kabul military academy. So they will continue to be denied, but nevertheless, for India, we have to connect dots. Now, logically, if we go, Shivangi, the first point is how this person managed to come to India. Obviously, he was given visa by the Indian embassy, I think in the United States or Canada, wherever it is. Those dots will be connected. Firstly, let's be very clear. This man was a Pakistan Army officer who served in the medical corps. He was there for 7 years. After that, the ISI has recruited him, sent him to Canada, and there he was, he got the citizenship, and thereafter he was working from United States. So these three places are involved. So from whichever embassy, whether it is Canadian embassy or whether it is the US embassy, the Indian embassy, how did he get this visa? After all, our procedures have faltered somewhere. That has to also be found out by the NIA. This person, he has got visa. And I am aware, because since I was also in the Embassy of India in Kabul, I am aware about the procedures, that the visa procedures are very, very strict. Detailed checks are done. So knowing very well that this man was a Pakistani Army officer, he has now acquired the citizenship of Canada, all these detailed checks should have been done. So how has he managed to hoodwink the Indian system, the embassy over there, got a visa to come to India not once, but so many times? He had come to India, he had gone to Bombay. He had also done the detailed recce of the National Defence College of the Indian Military Academy. So that means our intelligence agencies, that is one. But more important than that, that is the visa consulate from where he got the visa. That is something to be probed by the NIA. Maybe that there was some racket behind it, some money or something would have been given to any official there. That is how he got the visa, not once, so many times. So that is the first point. Second point is when he was in India, and despite some agencies knowing about his credentials, how he was allowed to travel to all parts of India, to military installation, National Defence College, doing recce, etc., the Mumbai Taj Hotel and so many other places. How and where was he staying? Who are in connivance with him? I feel definitely some Indian hand has to be uncovered because Pakistani is involved, there is no doubt. But once he is in our territory, the Pakistanis are not here. Pakistani sympathizers are here. So they need to be tracked. Whoever in any capacity assisted this person, Tawar Rana, to travel to various parts of India, to even travel to various hotels, stay there. Even the hotel process has to be checked in. How was he allowed? Despite, okay, he may be having a genuine visa, he may be having a genuine passport. But somehow, our agencies or maybe even the hotel staff, they should have found out about his whereabouts. So this is a lesson learned for India, that whenever we have foreigners in our soil with a foreign passport, I think the whereabouts very discreetly need to be monitored, including by the hotel staff. Where is he going? What time is he coming? What is his pattern?
Right.
Who all are coming to him? So all these are, intelligence is a game where every minutest input counts. And sometimes these minutest inputs help an organization to find out the ulterior motive of a person. So
Absolutely.
all these dots have to be found out, Shivangi.
Yes, I would request a guest to stay on with us. And like you're saying, Major General, more information will tumble out. We have exclusively spoken to Devika Rotwani, a victim of the 26/11 terror attack. Let's listen to that reaction coming in as well.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहूर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं न कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी, शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे।
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी हो।
All right, also being joined right now by R.V.S. Mani, former Home Under Secretary, Internal Security, and Mr. Mani was the one who manned the Home Ministry control room on 26/11 night. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mani, as well. I want to ask... Yes, and this is very, very important that you're joining us, because we know that this entire operation is being monitored very, very closely by the NSA, Ajit Doval, and the Ministry of Home Affairs officials are also keeping a close eye on this extradition. I would just like you to give us an insight on what we can expect next, and what are the key points in terms of the monitoring situation on this case. What is being looked at minutely by the Ministry of Home Affairs?
Better late than never. Kudos to the present government, they brought him here. Otherwise, we should have brought him in 2010. My point is, why did we miss the gate? Because the papers were not okay? The rigor was not properly followed, or whatever it is? Or was the intent of the government not there in 2010? These are all questions that begs an answer. The nation should ask the then people who are ruling the government, the ruling dispensation, the ruling party then, these questions. Now, Tahir Rana comes out, India, he will also go through a procedure of trial. See, David Hadley was only allowed to be interviewed because the government had not been in the right earnest. In 2010 February, he was interviewed, not even interrogated, because the then government did not take the investigating agency, the Mumbai Crime Branch, along with the interview team. So it could not have been a sustainable interrogation. The statement would have held no legal backing. Having said that, now Tahir Rana is coming. Whether he will be, first thing is, what are the conditions? Because the conditions will be there that he cannot be given death penalties and all that. We do not know what the conditions are. Notwithstanding that, my simple point is, will he now spill the beans on the other people who have been assisting him, who allowed them to conduct recce in the Taj Hotel, in other locations where later terror attacks were held, the recce in other places like the National Defence Academy in Pune, Kadakavasla and all that. Of course, the attack happened only here. Is there any linkages that his linkages with NDA recce had anything, or Pune recce had anything to do with the German bakery blast, which happened 1.5 years later in February 2010? So there are, because February 2010 holds a very, very important period in that matter, because the David Hadley interview was to be held around that time. All things fructified around that time. So these are all matters which needs to be answered. The nation should ask the then ruling party. The nation should ask the ruling. See, but for a foreign journal having exposed the particular major Bollywood personality's son's involvement in conducting the recce, the nation would not have known about it. Now it has come out, but it was hushed up. Why did they not pursue the lead? There is an answer to the parliament question answered on 2nd March 2010. Question number 78, in which it says the Ajmal Kasab had confessed to receiving Indian help, but it was not pursued further. Something like that. You can collect the questions response from the Lok Sabha website. The question is, why was it not pursued? And all other things were very clearly indicating that there are Indians were involved. Now Tahir Rana can spill the beans on who are all the Indians involved, whether it was Bollywood groups, whether it was some other groups, we do not know. So it is a very significant achievement to get to the root of the problem. That is what is most important. Kudos to the present government, kudos to the National Security Advisor. He has been following this up relentlessly since 2014 when the government came into power. But you know, the extradition processes are very elaborate.
Yes.
Lot of procedure, de-rigor, paperwork, all those things. And lot of paperwork might have been lost in the previous government's tenure. Reconstruct them. So many things are there. So that is the reason after 11 years we have seen success. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mani, hold on. Mr. Mani, you know, you're giving us very, very important insights. And I just want our colleague to come in. Madhurima is joining us. And she also wants to ask you a couple of questions. Yes, Madhurima.
Mr. Mani, like we know that you were manning the control room when the entire 2008 terror attack took place. Can you explain to our viewers as to what all did you do that day? How were you taking those decisions as to the combat was concerned? Multiple agencies, all hands on deck were there combating the entire situation. What was the atmosphere like? How were the decisions being taken that day?
See, the entire leadership of the Internal Security Division was in Pakistan. I was the senior most person there. Of course, I was helped after a particular request by the Joint Secretary Northeast then, Mr. Verma. Apart from that, there was nobody to give a leadership, and the Home Minister's personal office in the residence would not respond to any of our proposals. These are all realities which have been captured in my book, myth of Hindu terror. Having said that, we asked the Home Minister that let there be a local resource like the CISF manning the airport, one company of 30 people could be sent there, or maybe the CRPF group center at Navi Mumbai could be temporarily as a first aid measure deployed there, but the approval did not come. And as a sequel to that, we lost a lot of people. The first 30 people or 40 people of the NSG, when they went into that, including Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan and all, many of them were killed. These could have been saved had we taken the first aid measures. Number two, these are operational issues. Number two, the Honorable then Mr. Home Minister Shivaraj Patil wanted to accompany the NSG team. As a sequel to that, there was a 2-hour delay, 1.5 to 2 hour delay in arrival of the NSG team in Bombay. That could have been avoided. And as soon as they arrived in Delhi airport technical area, they could have been flown into Bombay. That also could have stopped the damage. Thirdly, about the involvement of a particular officer who was present in the place, is where is most salient. That officer was there in Taj and she escaped scathingly. My commandant, assistant commandant manning the control room said, "Lagta hai, madam," he told in a very chaste Hindi that, "Lagta hai, madam, terror attack inaugurate karne ke liye." That is the type of jokes we were sharing, because it was so tense that it was sleepless, and we were directionless because no leadership was coming. At the same time, we were my mentor, joint secretary, whom I named, Mr. Verma, he was taking calls. He was busy responding to all external affairs, ministers of his PM of everybody was calling up, saying that what is the update, because foreign neighbors, diplomats were calling the external affairs. So it was a mess out there with very few people to handle. This could have been handled better. More importantly, very, very important point I want to say, the Indian delegation to Pakistan was originally for 1 day only. It was deliberately extended by the Pakistani team, leaving the agenda unfinished. They spilled it over to the next. And see the timelines. 3 o'clock, the Indian delegation meets Rahman Malik, the Home Minister of Pakistan, as a courtesy matter, which was planned by the Pakistan. It was designed by the Pakistan with some Indian insiders on this side of the border. Our own, maybe from the government, maybe from somewhere external sources. Having said that, once we reached there, 4 o'clock they were taken to a place called Muri, which is 1.5 hours. That is around 6:30 or 7 in the Pakistani time, which is around 7:45 in India. The terrorists landed into India through Badwar Park, Kolaba area, and they came to Badwar Park. So there are so many issues which needs an answer, which has not been answered after 15 years, 18 years. I'm sure these answers will also come. Indian help being received, Indians who have been helping the terrorists coming into Pakistan, on arrival giving them currency notes, on arrival giving them transport. See, from Badwar Park to travel to Leopold Cave or Taj Hotel or Trident or CST, whatever it is, it requires some transportation when people are coming with arms and communication equipment and what all. And they came with a huge... Final point is, outside Taj there was a chai ki tapri that went missing after the attack. And this attack went on for almost 60 hours. So where did they get the armaments to continue the attack for? It was like a war. They were fighting like a 4 or 5 who were inside the Taj, including everybody was fighting a war. Where did they get the arms to fight, to sustain, engage the national security, one of the elitist forces? They engaged them for almost 50 hours. How did they get the money? How did they get the resources? How did they get the arms? These are all questions which needs to be asked. I'm sure Taur Rana's interrogation will take it to further light in the entire matter. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm out of station. I'm doing it from a hotel. So I think and I have a flight to catch.
All right.
So I would prefer...
Yes, we got your perspective and very, very strong questions you have asked. I want to thank all our guests right now. Thank you, Madhurima. We have to take a very short break, but we will keep our focus on the biggest story that is coming in. Tahabur Rana extradition will be happening very, very soon. Special plane to bring him back by tomorrow morning. Stay tuned.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill.
NIA team to bring 2611 mastermind Tahavvur Rana in India today. $26% reciprocal tariffs imposed by Donald Trump government to come in effect from today. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for UPSC exams, while one was a visitor in the area. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad and Nadia district as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent. Dera Sacha saw that Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh released again, this time on a 21-day furlough. Central Bank cuts repo rate by 25 BPS to 6%, home loans likely to get cheaper. Viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra, and today's biggest story is the extradition of 2611 mastermind Tahavvur Rana, who's expected to be extradited to India today. Authorities have heightened their security and proper arrangements are currently underway in the process. Now, these arrangements are being made following guidelines from the US judiciary for handling extradited individuals. Now, the extradition of Rana, viewers, marks a significant diplomatic victory for India, because to this date, the only key operative held accountable in India for the November 26 attacks, which claimed over 170 lives, has been Ajmal Kasab, the sole gunman captured alive, who was subsequently tried and executed. And that is the biggest story that we are tracking for you this morning and all day today. The mastermind of the 2611 terror attacks, Tahavvur Rana, who has several charges against him, is set to be extradited, and we learned a while back that he will land in India likely tomorrow morning via a special flight. And the US jury had acquitted Rana of the charge of providing material support for the attacks, but he was also found guilty of several other charges and sentenced to more than 10 years in prison on US soil. And yes, viewers, so Tahavvur Rana has several charges against him. He's been charged of criminal conspiracy, committing terror acts, murder, and providing several fake documents and facilitating reconnaissance. And there are several Pakistan links to him that has emerged over time, even though Pakistan continues to steer away from the controversy. even though he continues to steer away from the controversy. And he had acquired Canadian citizenship and become an ISI asset. And now he's been extradited to India. All right, and joining me this morning on this biggest story is Major General Shashi Asthana, who's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV this morning. And also joining me is Ambassador Deepak Vora. Sir, thank you very much for joining me on this broadcast this morning. So what we want to understand from you, this man, he worked with the Pakistani army as a doctor for years, and then he acquired Canadian citizenship and became an ISI asset. What, through Tahavur Rana's extradition, what role of Pakistan can possibly emerge as far as the 26/11 terror attacks are concerned? Major General Asthana.
See, Pakistan, when they develop a terrorist and a terrorist of a kind like Tahavur Rana, they invest a lot in a manner that they pick up an officer from the military and then who has the potential to become a agent and an agent of a credibility who can launch an attack like 26/11. So it's a well-planned strategic management of the terrorists and the linchpins of such major attacks. We all know that this is a Pakistani mastermind, and taking him to Canada, getting him citizenship, and thereafter the planning an attack. Because when he moves from Canada to India to recce the site, it doesn't sound that kind of alarm than a Pakistani moving from Pakistan to India. So that's one part of it. Secondly, as far as this incident is concerned, Supreme Court of USA has played up. President Trump has lived up to his promise, and the India's soft power has made a big statement all over the world. The biggest statement which we have is that if you are a terrorist or a potential terrorist trying to target India, irrespective of where you hide, you will be brought back to justice in India. That's one part of it. The second part is, I think Indians have the determination, and long back we have been talking about the covert operations. Without getting into details, the fact is we are exploiting all the options, and there are three more masterminds of 26/11, whether it is Hafiz Saeed or it is or others. Now I am only waiting that some unknown man knocks them off at some point of time very soon. So as far as Rana is concerned, once having brought back to India, I am sure he will be tried as per the international norms, because we have to not only be fair, but we seem to be fair for a simple reason, because if we are expecting others to extradite their terrorists to us, we have to prove the credentials of India that there will be a fair trial. So I'm sure there will be a fair trial and a fast one, because the last one of Kasab, it took 6 years. We would like to see this trial ending much earlier than what the trial of Kasab took place. Back to you.
Right. All right, I'd also like to go across to Ambassador Deepak Vora. Sir, you know, with Tahavur Rana's extradition is definitely a big diplomatic win for India. But do you think that with this move, there is now renewed pressure on Pakistan to address how it, facilitates terrorism on its soil? And do you think that Pakistan will be forced to act against terror operatives now?
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you on your channel. I've just heard what Major General Asthana had to say. I respect him a great deal. Give me a couple of minutes. I want to quote for you from a U.S. Department of Justice press release of 9th June 2011, when I was there. They talked about this fellow's plot against a Danish newspaper and then said that we have concrete evidence, etc., etc. And he was sentenced to 14 years in jail in the United. I'm talking about this Tahavur fellow, 14 years in jail in a U.S. prison. He was to be released, I think, in 2027. Now, ma'am, how was he fingered? Who got him in this? And I'll tell you again, please forgive me, it's a remark that I don't subscribe to, but this is from a French novel by Alexandre Dumas. It says, "Cherchez la femme," look for the woman involved. Now, his buddy, David Coleman Headley, was fingered by his wife. Headley's wife, who protested against his 17 or 18 other marriages in Pakistan and said, "You lied to me," when she informed the FBI that this guy was involved in terror planning. But they did nothing. They said, well, his wife is against him because of his other marriages. So he is the fellow, Headley, who fingered Rana, and then Rana was convicted, and now they hate each other. They were buddies once upon a time. The message going out is, internationally now, there is no place for these terrorists to hide. Having said that, let me also tell you, ma'am, this is the United States, which has been at the receiving end of terror. You remember 9/11. I lost family in 26/11. Still hurts, ma'am, although a distant relative, still hurts. I couldn't face his wife. Now, let me just tell you something more. Had this joker been somewhere in that country, I think they call it Little Britain or this United Kingdom, they would have quoted, "Oh, our rules, this, that, and the other." What a nightmare they created to bring back that diamond smuggler or whatever that fellow's name is. Now, this, if he had been there or in that dustbin in Trudeau's country called Canada, we would never have been able to bring him back. But the United States is sending a message to the world that, look, buddy, and particularly under Donald Trump, who had said openly that this is a very evil man. So they are telling the world, look, if you are involved in terrorism, don't come to the United States because we will not shelter you. And the message we are giving, this is not India, this is Bharat, ma'am. ये घर में जाएगा आपके, या मारेगा, या वापस लाएगा जिन लोगों ने भारत को सताया. This message, and today I'm 6 feet 2 inches. I stand 6 feet 8 inches, man, because I'm so proud of the way our NIA handled it. This guy Rana was acquitted earlier because they said, you haven't produced evidence. Then the NIA took over. We gave strong evidence. In the extradition treaty, there's a clause, ma'am, which you should read. It talks about double jeopardy. If this guy has been jailed in America for a particular crime, he can't be jailed anywhere else for that crime. But we said we want him not for what he wanted to do to the Danish paper. We want him for what he did in Mumbai. So even that excuse didn't work. And his lawyer's fees, listen to this, General Asana, his lawyer's fees, I'm told by my lawyer friends, was in excess of $20 million US. ये कहाँ से इस आदमी को ये पैसे मिले हैं? वही जो इसके जो चाचा ताए हैं ना सब जो बैठे हुए हैं across the border, they are giving it to him. Now, if I were Pakistani today, what would I do? I would come clean and say, look, I'm sorry that this happened. Some rogue elements in my military were involved. We'll sack them, but hereafter we are going to cooperate. Whatever you want, we'll tell you. You think they'll do it? Is the moon made of blue cheese?
Right. All right, I'd request both our guests to kindly stay on with us because right now I'm being joined by my colleague Madhurima, who's going to take us through the details of how this man, Tahabur Rana, has links to Pakistan. Madhurima, over to you. Thank you, Oyona. Let us take our viewers as to how Rana had links with ISI and Pakistan. Now, we've seen how in the past years, Pakistan has denied any links with Tahabur Rana or 2611 whatsoever. But we know that Pakistan was behind the nefarious act, that terrorist act that took place on 26/11/2008. So Rana worked with Pakistan's army as a doctor, where Pakistan continues to deny the fact. He worked with the Pakistani army as a doctor. He was one midst them, Oyuna. Now, moving on, the next link is he acquired Canadian citizenship and he became an ISI asset. This is the second link between Tahabur Rana and Pakistan and ISI. Now, executed Pakistan ISI's plan by facilitating Headley as well. We know the link between Headley and Tahabur Rana. They knew each other since they were very young, and he was the person who helped him attain the Indian visa as well. He was in touch with terror group leaders in Pakistan. He was the main person who was directing Headley on the directions of Pakistan and ISI. So he was in touch with the terror groups in Pakistan as well, viewers. Moving on, there were several other links defining his role towards the entire attack that took place on that fateful night of 26/11. So these are the links that we bring for you, viewers, as to how Tahabur Rana was linked with Pakistan. He was in touch with the terror groups. He worked as a doctor over there. He facilitated Headley, and he was the key conspirator Headley's testified. He also testified against Rana. Remember when Headley in length spoke about Rana's participation in stitching this entire plan of the terror attacks. Rana helped Headley obtain Indian passport for recce before attacks. Remember that it was Rana who helped Headley attain that office in Mumbai and chalked out the entire plan for Headley. He helped Headley forge his identity in India as well, so that he can move freely around in India and gather intel to carry out that attack. Viewers, Rana was at the forefront of the decision making. He was the bridge between Headley and ISI, and he has been working since the beginning to stitch the plan of this heinous attack that claimed 166 lives. He provided the blueprint as well for 27 attacks to the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So it was Rana who chalked out the entire plan. It was him who gave the information to LET, and on the directions of LET, there were more information given to Headley to carry out the plan and gain intel. Now, he was convicted for providing material support to the Lashkar-e-Taiba as well. So, no matter how much Pakistan continues to deny the link between two, there is enough evidence, and now with Tahawwur Rana coming into India, it will come out. Tahawwur Rana has links with Pakistan, ISI, and that has been made abundantly clear with his history that lies within the country, within the boundaries of Pakistan. Viewers.
Right. All right, many thanks, Madhurima. Viewers, taking a very quick break now, but on the other side. But we have more breaking news coming up on the other side. There's major showdown currently underway in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the Waqf Act. Stay tuned as we get you all the latest on that.
महराज मलिक और दूसरी जानिब से बीजेपी को यहाँ पे आपस में भिड़ गए हैं। देखिए तस्वीरें इस वक्त।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
All right, viewers, getting in more breaking news now. Those are the visuals on your screens from the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, where there are major brawls that have taken place over the Waqf Act. And we're learning that glasses have been broken inside the Assembly as BJP and AAP MLAs clashed. And AAP MLAs, as we are learning at the moment, have been marshalled out in the aftermath of the showdown. And these are the dramatic shots that are coming in at the moment. And this is for a third day in a row, viewers, that we are seeing clashes inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the Waqf Act. In fact, just yesterday, we saw NC MLAs voice their protest against the act, and Gursimran, my colleague, joins me on this broadcast with more information. Gursimran, very, very dramatic visuals on our screens. There are verbal duels that are happening inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. The marshals have now physically intervened. What is exactly happening and what led to this? Please take us through the details.
See, it's the Aam Aadmi Party, Mehraj Malik, who was making some remarks on the BJP MLAs, and after that the BJP MLAs, they got onto a verbal spat, and then it turned out to be a physical spat inside the assembly. Right now I'll request Gaurav to show you a view of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly that has been closed, and all the BJP MLAs, they have been moved out of the assembly. The Aam Aadmi Party MLA who was pushed by the BJP MLA and he fell down, he has been sent inside the assembly because the marshals, they got into the action, and they were well aware that if left alone, the BJP MLAs, they are agitated. And now we are outside, that you will see all the BJP MLAs, they have come outside, and now they are saying that what the Aam Aadmi Party MLA has done, this has been done just to ensure that this is wrong.
देखिए, आज तो मैं वैसे भी 15 मिनट लेट पहुंचा क्योंकि मैं जामिंग में फंस गया था, हीरानगर से आ रहा था। जब जहां पर पहुंचा तो वहाँ पर खड़े थे कुछ लोग आए, मेरे ख्याल से वो पीडीपी से बिलोंग करते थे, बड़े गुस्से में, आक्रोश में थे। और कल भी हमने थोड़ा सा आपके इसमें मीडिया के माध्यम से देखा कि जिस प्रकार की उसकी टिप्पणियाँ हर धर्म पर, हमारे हिंदू धर्म पर जिस प्रकार से टिप्पणी किया, एमएलए पर व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जिसने इस प्रकार के आरोप लगाए हैं, मैं समझता हूँ ऐसा आदमी जिसको अपने आप की होश नहीं है, जिसकी उसकी ड्रेस सेंस एक एमएलए क्या होनी चाहिए, उसकी वाणी किस प्रकार से सहमत होनी चाहिए, उसका व्यवहार असेंबली के अंदर कैसा होना चाहिए। मैं तो आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहूँगा, पूरी एनसी जो कांग्रेस की सरकार है, जिसको महराज मलिक ने सपोर्ट दिया है, जब भी वो प्रोसीडिंग डिस्टर्ब करता था, उसको ये शायद
ये सरकार के समर्थन में है आम आदमी पार्टी यहाँ पे।
बिल्कुल, हाँ, ये तो उसने कहा है, वो सरकार के समर्थन में है, मगर उसका एक बात होगा, उसका किसी अपनी वाणी पर किसी भी किस्म का कंट्रोल नहीं है। और जिस प्रकार से उसने हमारे धर्म पर वो टिप्पणियाँ की हैं, धर्म को डिफेम करने की कोशिश की है, हमारे एमएलएस को डिफेम करने की कोशिश की है। कल हमने देखा कि पीडीपी के साथ उसका कोई स्कफल हुई थी। आज भी मैं जब पहुँचा, उसकी पीडीपी के लोग थे शायद, वो भी बड़े गुस्से में, जहाँ से मैंने उसको देखा वो जरूर हमारी तरफ उंगली करके बोल रहा था। और जब हम अंदर गए तो अंदर तो 200-250 के ज़्यादा लोग थे, और कौन लोग थे मैं नहीं जानता, और उन लोगों ने इसका स्वाभाविक अपना रिएक्शन दिया।
So we have seen that the glasses have also broken, the MLAs were pushed, we have seen that the BJP MLAs have been thrown out of the assembly, and now the gates have been closed for you people. How do you see this conduct by the marshals and the assembly?
Because the conduct of the marshals is very, I think it should be condemned. They are not supposed to just restrain our entry when we are going inside the assembly. And the way they have done, I will definitely condemn it. And though I tried, along with my 2 or 3 colleagues who entered into the house, but I didn't see the person.
We also saw that you were also heckled, your shirt.
Seeing that my pocket is also just torn out. So this is not proper. I think ruling party members, the persons belonging to the ruling party and speaker, all there, they are responsible. I've seen so many times provoking the person. Whenever he starts disrupting the proceedings, whenever our leader, party of the leader speaks, he interrupts the proceedings.
Now that he has been taken inside the assembly, what will be the next course of action from your people's side?
I will say one thing, that we being a member of a very disciplined party, we are in favor of this scuffle. Whatsoever it is, we are not in favor. At least the persons belonging to ruling party, speaker, they should just overcome. They should try to prevail upon the person that he should not use this vulgar language against.
So very clear from the Bharatiya Janata Party that they say that the person should not be allowed to use this kind of a vulgar language, the remarks that he had made on the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's why this all scuffle broke out. And right now you will see that the entire area, the entries points, they all have been barred. I'll request Gaurav to come this way to show you that the security has been deployed and no one is allowed to enter. Even the BJP MLAs, they have also been moved out as we speak, and this is important because we have seen that time and again there have been verbal spats, but now it is the physical assault that has been reported. Yes.
All right. Okay, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those updates. We will keep coming back to you because clearly this isn't the end of the showdown in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, as it's the 3rd consecutive day that this has happened. Now, viewers, on the other side, do not go anywhere because we will continue to get you the latest developments on the biggest story of the day. Tahavur Rana, 2611 mastermind, expected to be extradited to India very, very soon. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on that.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
one of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and India's most wanted terrorist, Tavur Rana, is all set to be extradited to India and will reach India tomorrow under the strict supervision of the National Investigating Agency. We're tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. India registers biggest victory in the fight against terror. 2611 masterminds extradition underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tavur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have the custody of terrorist Tavur Rana. MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of the assembly. Trump administration's 27% tariffs on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Viewers, while we track the Tavur Rana case for you, we're getting in a fresh breaking update on the story. As per the NIA sources, the team which will extradite Tavur Rana is a 6 to 7 member team. The team is in fact led by a Deputy Inspector General who the National Investigating Agency will also first seek a police remand for 2 weeks before seeking judicial custody of Tavur Rana under full security. Terrorist Tavur Rana is being brought back to India and his flight lands tomorrow in the morning. In fact, the latest coming in tells us that the National Investigation Agency, their sources have revealed that the team which is helping the extradition of Tavur Rana to India is a 6 to 7 member team being led by Deputy Inspector General rank officer, which is a DIG. And in fact, the National Investigating Agency will first seek the police remand for 2 weeks before seeking judicial custody for terrorist Tavur Rana. In fact, under full security, the terrorist is being brought back to India. His flight lands tomorrow in the morning. Also being joined by our senior editor Shravan from the newsroom to get us more updates, and also joining us is my colleague Akhil. Shravan, speak to us about this crucial moment. 6 to 7 people on the team. The flight lands tomorrow morning.
Well, in fact, on those details, we'll just get in my colleague Akhil. But before that, Gesu, some more important details coming in as far as the current situation at the Metropolitan Detention Center, where Tahawur Rana is currently in custody. We're being told that the NIA team, along with the NIA team, you have a few of the raw officers who are also part of the multi-agency team which is carrying out the extradition formalities. We're being told that the team hasn't really left from Los Angeles as yet. The extradition formalities are basically underway. As far as the team coming back is concerned, we are being told that there is a possibility that they are going to be back by sometime tomorrow morning. A special aircraft has basically been sent. This aircraft is of the Indian Air Force, which has been sent to Los Angeles to bring back Tahawur Rana. As far as the composition of the team is concerned, my colleague Akhil has been reporting that a DIG rank officer is basically leading this entire case. Apart from that, there are a few other members who are also present in the team. Akhil, if you can just walk us through the details you're picking up. You're joining us from outside the NIA headquarters. Any more details that the NIA is putting out right now?
Well, Shavan, that's right. Right now, I'm just standing outside the NIA headquarters over here in the national capital. And what we have got the information from our sources in the NIA that it's a 6 to 7 members team that is leading this entire operation. And if you see what we have seen, that this team is being led by a DIG rank official. And from our sources, what we have learned that tomorrow morning, it is very likely that Tahawur Rana will be brought back to the national capital. And initially, what will happen that the NIA will seek 2 weeks of police custody, and then the judicial custody will be demanded in connection with the case. Back to you.
Right, Akhil. Thanks for getting us that information. Shravan, in fact, like Akhil also just expanded, saying that the NIA is yet to give an official statement and is yet to reveal more details into the matter. From what we learn as of now, 6 to 7 people being led by a DIG rank officer. In fact, Shravan, speak to us about the importance of this extradition.
Undoubtedly, this is a big blow to Pakistan. The reason being is that here is a man who was backed by Pakistan's military as well as the ISI. Dr. Tahawur Rana was the co-conspirator as far as the 26/11 attacks are concerned. The fact that he was working closely in tandem with David Coleman Headley. In fact, he was running a travel agency which essentially helped David Coleman Headley to secure a multi-visit visa to India. In fact, using that particular visa, David Coleman Headley, during the period of about 4 years, carried out recce in various cities, particularly in Mumbai. In fact, he was the one who was looking into the landing spots in Mumbai so that Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists could land through sea. In fact, we're being told that Tahawur Rana, in the investigation that was found out, that he was closely in touch with David Coleman Headley as far as his movements are concerned in Mumbai. And the cover that was actually provided to David Coleman Headley was by Tahawur Rana. In fact, it is just not the 26/11 attacks, but remember, David Coleman Headley and Tahawur Rana also conspired as far as the Denmark attacks are concerned. They were planning to carry out an attack in a newspaper in Denmark. In fact, that attack was actually foiled. In fact, also, the details that are also coming in is with regards to both the attacks where they have been convicted. In fact, in the US court also, the order that has been passed by the US court, which basically looks into not only the 26/11 attack, but they have basically been convicted in 9 charges, but also in the Denmark attack too.
Right. In fact, Shravan, also the statement that he made, he said that they should be given the highest military honor posthumously in Pakistan. In fact, you're right. Many Pakistan links completely out to be uncovered. We're also being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana, and also former Ambassador Suresh Kumar Goyal on the broadcast to get us more information. Major General Asthana, cutting to you first. Your first reaction, such a big security diplomatic win for India.
It's a big statement as far as the soft power of India is concerned.
Yeah.
This is a statement which is perhaps which indicates to rest of the world and especially to Pakistan that if you create a terrorist attack in India, you will be tracked and all efforts will be made to bring the terrorists to justice. So his extradition and also the Indo-US relations, it also speaks a lot about the Indo-US relations and the diplomatic win because President Trump has lived up to his promise. The Supreme Court has not got biased by the kind of excuses which he was making to delay his extradition. So that's one part of it. The second thing is that his subsequent investigation will be very valuable to us in terms of getting more information, in terms of modus operandi, in terms of the further linkages to the various terrorists, in terms of nailing the roles of ISI and Pakistan Army and flagging it to the FATF because over a period the Pakistan Army has been able to get rid of the problems which they had with the FATF by making all kinds of excuses and making all the terrorists who were on the FATF list vanish from Pakistan. But the question is, we all know that they all exist there, and Pakistan continues to be a mastermind. So nailing Pakistan is important from the global point of view because these 170 people who were killed in 26/11, they were not only from India, there were a lot of foreigners, and there were few attacks which were targeted specifically to Jews and foreigners. So therefore, it's not only an Indian issue, it is a global issue as well. And that is why perhaps the kind of coordination and cooperation which has been exhibited is quite, I would say, commendable in many terms. So I look forward for a speedy trial because the trial of Kasab took very long. In this particular case, we have to ensure that it is a fair trial and fair not only in execution, but it should be seen to be fair for the simple reason because if we are expecting other countries to extradite terrorists to us, one of the main excuses which they say is that whether I will get fair trial or not. So we will have to make sure that he gets a fair trial. It is a fast trial. It happens fast and the justice is delivered as fast as possible. Back to you.
Yes, right, sir. In fact, thanks very much for getting us your insights. Quickly also cutting across to Suresh Kumar Goyal, former ambassador who continues to join us. Sir, two questions I have for you. This, in a way, sort of also aligns India's and US's view towards terrorism, global terrorism, like Major General Shashi Asthana also mentioned. What is your take on that, first? And second, the extradition took so long. It's finally happening. The moment is here. We're very happy. But the extradition took very long. Could you fill in the gaps in diplomacy in these two fronts?
Your second question first, yeah. The delay in extradition clearly illustrates that it is not just a political process.
Yeah.
It is also a legal process. And in any country like India or in the USA or in any other country where certain legal processes need to be followed, those do create delays. And in the case of the USA, I do remember that the promise of extradition had been made by Biden also when he was the president. And President Trump continued to adhere to that commitment made by the former president. And we are very happy that finally, as a result of that political commitment and as a result of completion of the legal process, judicial process, we are finally getting Tahabur Rana back to India. This will also illustrate one more thing. It may be easy for us to demand a speedy trial for Tahabur Rana. Kasab's trial and this fact of the delays in extradition of Tahabur Rana would illustrate that no such trial is going to be speedy, but it has to be transparent, to be seen as fair, so that no one can claim that we have been either concealing facts or we have been unfair. So transparency and fairness is very important, and I'm sure that we will ensure that. As far as the other thing about, sorry, your first question was, if I may ask you to repeat.
Of course. Also, the fact that do you think that India and US somewhere are looking eye to eye when it comes to defining what global terrorism sort of looks like? Because before this, he was not convicted in the US for the Mumbai terror attacks, but Donald Trump made a statement. So do you think diplomacy-wise, the two countries are now eyeing, they are shoulder to shoulder when it comes to global terrorism?
In a sense, India and the US, there is a convergence of interest between the two countries on the issues relating to international terrorism. One of the most important factors is that neither country really insists on asking what the international terrorism is. Simply the act would really indicate whether such an international terrorism act has been committed, and that is enough to proceed on the basis of available facts. However, I think there is a lot more that we can do. Your reporter earlier mentioned David Coleman, Headley. We still don't have him.
Yes.
We still don't have him, despite all the evidence that we have. So that clearly indicates that while there is a huge convergence between the two countries, there are still issues which need to be addressed, and those will depend upon the political factors, really. I'm going to just leave it there. But I'm very happy that finally India and the USA are beginning to be closer on the issues relating to international terrorism. And that simply is because USA now gets affected by what is happening in their own country, and therefore this identity of views, if I could say.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you so much for
Yes.
bringing in those insights, Mr. Ambassador. In fact, also quickly being joined by my colleague Akhil, who continues to be outside the National Investigation Agency's headquarters here in the national capital. Akhil, what are you gathering? We got the recent information about 6 to 7 people being on the team that's involved in the extradition, being led by a DIG rank officer. What else do we have? Akhil.
Well, Geshu, that's right. If you see at this point in time, the senior officers in the NIA is tight-lipped about this issue because it's a very, very controversial issue, and it has been going for a very long time. And if you see at this point in time, Mr. Rana is going to be brought back. He is going to be extradited after 17 years. So it's a very long battle which has been fought by our soil. So at this point in time, if you see 6 to 7 members team of the NIA and other central agencies have basically got to know from the NIA forces that the of leading this, and it is very likely that tomorrow morning Tahur Rana will be successfully back to India.
Thanks very much for getting that information for us. In fact, there are also certain reactions on the big story we're tracking, Tahur Rana to India. Listen to this.
I am pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world. 20 Mumbai terrorist attack just in India, so he's going to go back to India.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ा भारत और अमेरिका है इस सीमा पार आतंकवाद को कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और भारत उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया उस मुद्दे को अब भारत के हवाले करने का भारत उचित कार्य
joined by retired General Chargesheet speaking to Republic. And also, I want to understand what the mean for India. We lost more than 160 people to that gruesome attack, 300 others gravely injured, 16 to 80 security personnel were killed.
That was it was one of the most heinous attacks wherein the kind of people from our country is stated. So it was to tarnish the image of India as well, and create the security of India. Certainly, but having dealt with it in a very professional manner, and everybody either tried and failed, like the case of now people who are in the background, so we are asking for extradition from of all these people, but Pakistan will not oblige. You say that the operation President Trump has lived up to his reputation. The courts in USA very objective, and the extradition is coming. Now, this is extremely important for us because getting a terrorist makes a lot of difference as the investigation and the loopholes are concerned. What was of subsequent cases, where we can plug the gaps to ensure that these things are not repeated. At the same time, we will be able to flag the deeds of the Pakistan military, ISI and their establishment to FATF, where they seem to be let off the hook by a fair amount of, shall I say, making their terrorist extinguished from there and saying that, okay, we don't
Major
have anybody
General
here,
Asthana
and we have
also-
taken actions and all that.
Yes. Also, I want to understand, key Pakistani players are also uncovered with the extradition, that we're eyeing and we've been waiting for so long. In fact, the Pakistani state itself is under the blame for carrying out these terrorist activities. How do you think that sort of situation is playing out right now?
See, Pakistanis have a fear of being exposed because this particular person has tremendous amount of information. He has been in Pakistan military. He has been a doctor in Pakistan military, and thereafter I am sure he would have been selected as an agent to be sent to some third country and run a travel agency so that he can send the agents to India as tourists for whatever recce has to be carried out. Now, this is the kind of plot and this is the kind of long-term thinking which Pakistani does to perhaps nourish their terrorist strategic assets. So they are in the fear of being exposed, and the way they have reacted sharply that we have nothing to do with it, even if we don't ask, they have started giving explanations, clearly shows that there is a fair amount of nervousness in Pakistan by potential investigation of Tahir Rana. Back to you.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for getting in those insights for us. In fact, viewers will also get you a quick check of the exclusive conversation that Republic has had with one of the victims, survivors, in fact, of the 26/11 terror attack. In fact, she was the youngest person to identify Ajmal Kasab in a courtroom after the proceedings were carried on. Take a listen.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है, हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहूर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी, शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे,
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहते हैं कि इसको जल्द जल्द फांसी हो?
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना, वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी हो।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to
India registers biggest victory in the fight against terror. 26/11 mastermind extradition underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawur Rana.
भाई बाहर देखो कितने लोग हैं, कौन है वो, इनको लगता है अरेस्ट करेगा, अरे एक को भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा।
MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of the assembly. Trump administration's tariff on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Biggest story that we are tracking for you viewers, a 26/11 attack plotter Tahavvur Rana's extradition is underway right now. From what we are picking from our sources is that the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. Tahavvur Rana's extradition is underway. And what our sources are telling us that he will reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's National Investigative Agency is already in the United States, and we are being told that the formalities for extradition of Tahavvur Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with the US authorities. Upon reaching India, the National Investigation Agency will have the custody of the terrorist Tahavvur Rana and continue the further interrogation. We get you minute by minute details of this entire procedure from the US and what's going to happen in India. Okay, joining us live on this broadcast is Major General retired KK Sinha. So thank you for speaking with us. It's a big win for India, and we are now closer to proving to the world that it was Pakistan behind the entire terror attack that took place on 26/11/2008. So,
good morning and Jai Hind. Yeah, you said that is a great win for the India. It is a great diplomatic win for the India. After 16 years of 26/11, it happened in 2008. You also said that, we are, now going to, prove it to the whole world that, Pakistan and Pakistan deep state was involved. It was proven even that time, 26/11, when it happened 2008. But we failed to take actions. We failed to immediately retaliate. We failed thereafter diplomatically, and we failed it, for a very long period. And now the things are actually coming a diplomatic win for India. See, as far Tahavvur Rana is concerned, see there, he was in the United States of America in Los Angeles, and now I believe that NIA is doing the last formality when we will get him back by tomorrow. We have to understand, when the deep states plays in, there was a deep state in the United States of America. Now it is now getting marginalized, and that's why he is getting tradition and is coming back to India. What are the linkages? In 26/11, Americans, I think 6 or 7 American citizens were also killed. So you see the duality part of it, The citizens of the United States of America was also killed, and in spite of the fact that the deep state was so much involved in it that they were able to block it, the extradition for 16 long years. What is going to happen? He will come, he will get the same fate what the Qassab got, or the people who actually perpetuated it from Lashkar-e-Toiba getting eliminated in Pakistan itself. By I do not know who is getting done, and I feel that the deep state of Pakistan is eliminated. The point is that, when he comes back, we will be able to prove it once, that who were the main culprit as far the ISI is concerned, by name, because he knows the complete, the lineup in ISI and Pakistan military. And it will be, he was the main man who was actually funding it financially. So that you will fix it with the FATF also on this particular. So it is a great win. He will come, he will go through the process. I don't know how much process will take, and he will meet the same fate what the Qassab and others got it.
So I would also like to... Okay, sir, just wait with us. I'll request my guest to just wait with us. Joining us live from Islamabad is my colleague Kaswar. Kaswar, it's been quite some time now, and now we know that Tahavvur Rana will be landing in the national capital tomorrow. Have the Pakistani authorities come out and given any statement so far?
Well, no statement from either Pakistani official or Pakistan military. No statement, not a single statement have come from Pakistan's military or the Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs so far. But yesterday, I spoke to some of the higher Pakistani officials, and they did not speak on the record, but off the record they said that it is a matter involving a foreign national, and Pakistan is not concerned what the foreign national has done in a foreign land. If he has done something, either good or bad, so Pakistan is not concerned. So I believe that this is a very calculated, statement from any official, but on the that too off the record. So Pakistan is not giving any statement regarding the Tahawoor Rana, and this is what I can tell you from Islamabad at the moment.
Well, thank you, Kaswar, for those details. Joining us live from Los Angeles. Kaswar, you also stay with us. All of you, all the guests with us, Akhil, also stay with us. Now, we are now joined from LA, outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Shayan Krishnan. Shayan, speak to us as to what's happening there at the moment and how soon can we expect a movement there at the detention center?
Sure. So currently I'm outside the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, and soon the Rana will be coming from these stairs. The team of NIA is already inside. And they will soon be taking him back to India very soon. And let me be very clear here. This is a victory of America and India, and this is a slap to the Pakistani terrorism. And this is actually an historic moment, what I'm witnessing right now. And we are looking forward, like any time it could happen that Rana could come from these stairs with the team of NIA.
Well, Shayan, show us around. Show us around as to if there are any preparations happening over there. Show us around. Show our viewers as to what's happening there in LA.
Because of the high security, there is no preparation or anything. The doors are locked. Behind me, these are doors. So the doors are currently locked because of the high security, of course. And I don't know if you can see it. So everything is currently locked. And this is the whole thing. It says U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Prisons. And this is the notice for that. But yeah, there is no one here right now, and because of the security measures. Because of course, Rana is a declared terrorist. And this is, as I said, it's a victory of America and India both. And this is a slap to the Pakistani terrorism. And this is a very big day for the whole world, I believe.
Shayan, talk to us about as to how soon can we expect movement there, and also the fact that from where you're standing, it is the place from where Tahawoor Rana will be taken by the Indian authorities?
Yes, so there are two exits. Because of the security measures, they haven't told us which exit they will be taking. There's one exit here, and one is on the back side, which is the parking lot. So it could be anywhere, either this one or that one. But since there is too much security, so they're not informing anyone of what the route they will be taking.
Shayan, also tell us as to, like you there right at the movement, do you see any of the Indian authorities over there or do you see any movement happening? Like you said that there are two exits, so has the security been beefed up there as well?
Well, for sure, they would have been briefed. I asked one of the security guards. They said they are not allowed to tell anything. But what I'm hearing from my sources and all, that there are some NIA people inside, of course, who are planning how to take Rana outside and to have like a safe trip back to India so that he can be treated well in India, you know? Like, and when I say treated well, it means like, of course, like treated well. And he's a declared terrorist, of course. So I think India, the government of India, will take care of him very well.
Shayan, tell us how long has it been that the NIA officials and other Indian officials have been inside that detention center?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, Shayan, I was asking you as to if you can tell us how long has it been since the NIA officials and other Indian officials have been there inside that particular detention center?
Well, the security here hasn't briefed me about that, but what they're saying is that there are some officials inside. They don't know how long they are there for, but for sure it could be any time that they can come with the Rana. That's all they said because of the security concerns.
Okay, so also tell our viewers as to how soon can we expect. You said that any moment from now, so we can expect action in like another half an hour, an hour over there at the detention center.
Well, hopefully, what I'm hearing is that since it's like around 12 a.m. in the morning, so it could be any time between 1 to 2 a.m. that it could happen anytime, but probably not for another hour at least.
Okay, so like in an hour, Shayan, we'll have Tahavur Rana on our screens. You'll be bringing those exclusive visuals of the NIA officials taking Tahavur Rana in their custody and bringing him back to India. So just show us once again, for viewers who are joining us right now, just show us around as to how the detention center there has been beefed up with the security. Like you said that there's nobody, it's 12 a.m. over there in the midnight. But show us around as
you can see it here.
From where these are the stairs from where Tahavur Rana will be brought outside from this specific detention center.
Yes, and this says U.S. Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Prisons. So this is the prison inside, and because of the strict security measures, there are doors which are locked. And this is the whole building, which starts from here, and it goes all the way here, and you can also see the police car here as well. So this is the whole building of the Metropolitan Detention Center where Tahavur Rana is inside.
Yes, Shan, you were also telling that you've spoken to your sources there and they have told you as to NIA officials are there inside from where you're reporting at the moment. So can you please also share as to if they said that how many officials are there in the lot that is inside?
Well, they hasn't told us yet, but what they said is that there are some Indian officials. I don't know whether they're NIA or something else, but there are some Indian officials who are already inside. That's all they told us yet.
Okay, so have you gathered any information about as to are there multi-agency people over there like NIA and other officials as well? Are the people from embassy also present at the moment?
I cannot see any cars here, but what security has told us is that there are some people. Even security doesn't know who these people are. But what I can see here, there are no Indian officials' cars yet. So I don't think there are any embassy persons here yet.
Shan,
otherwise, the cars will come.
Yeah, you were also talking about that there are multiple exits as well. So what our sources are telling us, Shan, that there is a special way, passage through which Tahavur Rana will be brought back. So if you could move around and show us this detention center as to what are the dimensions.
Let me show you the other. Let me show you the other exit as well.
Yes.
Which could. So this is the other exit, which has a very big security thing here. So this is the other exit.
Yes, and
I don't know if I can record it here. So these are the two exits which is in the Metropolitan.
So those are the exclusive visuals that you're bringing for viewers at 12 a.m. over there in Los Angeles, where the preparations are done. Viewers, you can see on your screens as to this. These are the two exits that we've just shown you from where Tahavur Rana will be brought outside from this particular detention center. We're live and it is 12 a.m. there at Los Angeles, and Shan is bringing us more information as to what is going to happen and how soon. So Shan, just talk to us about as to what will happen once Tahavur Rana is brought outside. Where will they be moving from here on there in the US?
Okay, from here, from Los Angeles, the team of NIA will be directly taking him back to India. He will not stay anymore in USA, and as promised by the President Donald Trump, that we are giving back the terrorists back to India because I think India deserves it, and this terrorist attack that he did was in India. So I think India is the country that needs to punish him, and I think this is the greatest step. So yes, he will not be staying anymore in America or Los Angeles. He will be directly going to India.
Yes, Shan. Shan, moving on, I would, like you said, that it is just about an hour or so that Tahavur Rana will be brought outside from this particular detention center, and you got us those exclusive visuals from the second exit as well, where the security has been beefed up. So tell me, what are your sources telling us as to what kind of formalities are left? Because what our sources have informed us that the procedure is almost complete and they're signing off the last few documents left. What are your sources telling you?
The procedure, I think, was completed yesterday only. And what they're doing right now, I think they might be just preparing some last moment stuff. And it could be like any time after 1 hour between, so I can tell about LA time, between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be any time that we'll see Rana coming out. It might be, he might be in a car, inside the car, but we are not exactly sure. But because of the security reasons, what we think is that he might not be coming from these stairs. He might be coming in a very isolated thing, like in a car or something, but I don't think he would be coming like that.
Thank you, Shan, for those details. But for the benefit of our viewers, if you can just show us around once again as to the kind of security detail that has been put in place at the time when the NIA officials and other Indian agency officials are also there at the detention center. So viewers, this is the detention center from where we are reporting only Republic Media Network live from Los Angeles over there. So Shan, stay with us. I am also joined by my colleague Kaswar, who's reporting live from Islamabad. So viewers, we are getting you live coverage, both live from Islamabad, from where Tahavur Rana had links, and there from the LA center as well, from where he will be brought out. He's there at the detention center along with the NIA officials. Final details being worked out. So Kaswar, tell us about the fact that now it is quite out in the open that Tahavur Rana will be in India by tomorrow morning. We have the exclusive visuals over there. Is there any buzz? Is there any commotion there in the political quarters of Pakistan at this moment?
Well, no, not at all. Absolutely not. Pakistan is not even going to touch this story as well. And whether from the we did not hear whether from Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whether it is the Pakistan's military or even the Pakistan political class. Everybody is distanced from this story, because as I have been tracking this story since yesterday, but so far what I have got to know is that the Pakistani claim that he's a foreign national, and what he did at a foreign land, Pakistan is not concerned. Okay, he born and bred in Pakistan, but now he had left years ago. So now he's a Canadian national. We are not supposed to comment on what the Canadian or American nationals have been doing. Pakistan is not concerned. This is a typical, statement which Pakistani officials are giving off the record. But on the record, there's no statement. All Pakistan is actually busy in Islamabad. Multinational companies and the delegations of the Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Americans, and then the Chinese are here. Pakistan is holding 2 days. Today is the last day of an international conference on minerals. So everybody in Pakistan, Islamabad, is busy in completing this multi-billion US dollars mineral investment as well. And nobody in Pakistan is talking about Tahawoor Rana, because as I told you that official belief this
I'm
is
sure
a
all
case that
things
involves
said
a
and
foreign
done,
nation. Pakistan is not
Kaswar,
concerned.
all things said and done, Pakistan must be closely monitoring this entire movement that will be taking place from the United States to India. All said and done, they might not speak but they must be watching this entire thing very closely. What your sources are telling us, Kaswar?
Well, my sources believe that this is a case that is involving a foreign nation, and Pakistan is not concerned. This is a complete, full stop on the Tahawoor Rana story. Even my sources are, not speaking on this particular case as well. Yes, this involves Tahawoor Rana, who the man who born and bred in Pakistan, but then they claim that he has left Pakistan. Even the man who had left Pakistan's nationality only to acquire another nationality, I mean the Canadian nationality. What to talk about that man who is not even a Pakistani, who has no roots in Pakistan? So I tried to speak to some of the people here, and also my sources as well. But everybody here in Islamabad, in Pakistan, they are not even willing to speak about a former Pakistani. And even one of my sources, and a high official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stood up to me that, Mr. Klasa, why are you speaking about a foreign national who, and we are not concerned as a Pakistani that what a foreign national has done at a foreign land. So we are not concerned. And even I was snubbed by one of the higher officials. So the reality is that he was born in Pakistan, no doubt about that, but the man who had shunned, who had abandoned Pakistan nationality to acquire Canadian nationality, even Pakistani officials are not going to speak about this former Pakistani, and this is what I can tell you from Islamabad. The thing is, in a one-liner, Pakistan is not tracking this story. Pakistan is not interested, and Pakistani officials have distanced themselves from Tahawoor Rana's story, and they claim that he is a Canadian national. It's a matter involving Canadian nationals who has been arrested at a U.S. plant and now being extradited to India. That is another foreign land. So Pakistan is not concerned what India is going to do.
Kaswar, Pakistan parroting the same thing is not going to change the facts whether there was that there's a definite link between Pakistan's ISI and Tahawoor Rana in 26/11 when 166 people were brutally killed there in Mumbai. Pakistan can continue to parrot the same thing, but the silence from Islamabad speaks a lot and speaks aloud as to how nobody is saying a word. Otherwise, there's always an opinion. We'll come back to you, Kaswar, but let's go again to Los Angeles, from where Shan is reporting for us exclusively. It's 12 a.m. over there. NIA officials there inside the detention center. Shan, you just showed us those exclusive visuals over there. Talk to us about, like you said, that your sources and the security officials over there have confirmed that, yes, the NIA officials and other Indian officials are inside the detention center at the moment, and the final work is being done. Shan.
Yes, absolutely, that is true. And but another thing is, this is a very security measure, and it's a very what do you call? It's a very important thing as well. So which is why they are, for the security reasons, they're not telling us anything like when he's gonna leave, when they're gonna depart from here to India, or where they're gonna go, or which car they're gonna leave with, or whether they will use the car or these stairs. They're not telling us anything like that. So we are not expecting what is gonna happen, but. What we are thinking and what they have said is it could be any time between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be 3 a.m. It could be 1 a.m. It could be 6 a.m. So because of the security measures they are taking, they are not telling anyone, not even a security guard, what time they'll be leaving.
Thank you, Shan. Thank you for the moment. We'll come back to you shortly. KK Sinha, sir, please stay with us. We'll just slip into a very short break and come to you after this.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Viewers, Tahavur Rana's extradition and being brought back to India is a major diplomatic win for the country. During PM Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump had announced that US administration has approved the extradition of Tahavur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world. During the address of the joint statement with Prime Minister Modi, PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration approval of Tahavur Rana's extradition. Listen in.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom in India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India registers the biggest victory in the fight against terror. 2611 masterminds. Extradition is underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahavur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahavur Rana. MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of Assembly. Trump administration's 27% tariffs on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Biggest story that we're tracking for you viewers, 2611 attacker plotter Tahavu Rana's extradition is underway right now, and from what we are picking up from our sources is that the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's National Investigation Agency is already in the US, and we are being told that the formalities for the extradition of Tahavu Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities, and upon reaching India, the NIA, National Investigation Agency, will have the custody of terrorist Tahavu Rana and continue to the further interrogation. Now, we get you minute-by-minute details of this story. We are trying to cover all the angles here for you to understand exactly what we can expect next. Tahavu Rana, accused in the Mumbai terror attacks of 2008, is being brought to India in a special plane after he has exhausted all of his legal options that were available to him. And after this, viewers, this is coming in just after the US Supreme Court rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. And we're getting you some more reactions coming in. We have exclusively spoken to Ankur Chawla. Ankur Chawla is a 2611 survivor and writer of 14 Hours, an insider's account of the 2611 Taj attack.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. A lot of friends left, a lot of colleagues were no more after this, and of course a lot of guests also lost their lives, which was very, very sad overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary, but as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it sort of resurfaces, of course it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time, but obviously it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think, India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
All right, let's go straight across to our guests who are joining us right now as we speak. I'm being joined by our two of our guests, Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar and Major General K.K. Sinha. Both are joining us, one former diplomat and one defense expert, to give us a good sense of, this story as we cover all the angles. And the message is very strong to Pakistan that whatever Pakistan might try, India firmly stands with what India has been saying in the international fora, and that is that Pakistan should stop exporting terror. I want to go first across to our Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar for joining us and ask you if you could help our viewers understand how big of a diplomatic win has this been for India. It's definitely a feather in India's cap after those negotiations which have been taking place between the US and India on the extradition of Rana.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show. You're very right. I think it's a very big deal. Symbolically, it sends out a very strong message, a very clear message, number one, in terms of the partnership that exists on the issue of counterterrorism between India and the United States. You would remember that when Prime Minister Modi was in the United States on 13th February, then in the presence, while addressing the press, President Trump had said that he had authorized the extradition of Tahabur Hussain Rana to India. You would also recall that in 2017, when Prime Minister Modi had gone during Trump's first term, and it was his first visit during Trump's term in June of 2017. At that time also, Mr. Trump had announced the extradition of Sayyid Salahuddin, another Pakistani terrorist. So one message is that the partnership and the collaboration between India and the US on the issue of countering terror is very strong. Second message is to Pakistan, that whatever they might do and
Yes.
Whatever might be the the attempts that might be made by Pakistan to shield their terrorists, India is going to pursue. India is going to go after them, and the terrorists will not be able to get out of our hands. The third message, if you permit, I will mention, and that is a substantive outcome of this extradition, which is that we of course know that there were 10 terrorists who had come to India. 9 of them died during 26th to 28th, and Ajmal Kasab was put under trial, and then he was executed also because of the crime that he had committed. But who were the actual handlers of this whole operation in Pakistan in 2008?
Yes.
We still are not very clear. And I think that is the information that we that NIA, through its interrogations, will be able to get from Tahabur Rana. And that will be a very important information.
We will be looking forward, like you're saying, to the information coming in during this interrogation. But I want to go across to Shayan Krishna, who is at the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center, and he's reporting live for us from Los Angeles. Yes, I'm coming to you right now. What is happening inside? We know that paperwork and legalities are being sorted out. There's a multi-agency team from India in Los Angeles trying to extradite Rana with all the paperwork intact. What is happening there, Krishna?
Right now, there is because Rana is a very big terrorist. He's not like a common man, which is why they're not allowing anyone to go inside. I can show you the visuals as well. The door is pure locked, and they're not allowing anyone to go inside. This is the first entrance, and the other entrance, which I showed before as well, that is also closed. So because of the security concerns, they are not letting anyone go inside. Also, they're not even telling us at what time exactly they will be leaving, whether they'll be leaving in a car or they will be leaving through these stairs. So these are the only two exits. Either this is the car entrance or the exit, and these are the stairs exits. So both the exits are fully closed with the pure security measures.
Right. And I want to tell our viewers that we are the only ones. We are only ones. The Republic is the only one outside that Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center where the teams from India are trying to get the last paperwork done. So Shayan is right over there. Before I go to my guest, Shayan, just once more take our viewers through how many officials have you seen? Have you also got any glimpse of Tahavur Rana? And how many officials are there at the spot?
So I have not seen any officials here. What the security is saying that they have, that there are some Indian officials. They don't know whether they are NIA, from embassy or anyone else. But there are some pupils who are inside. They cannot tell for security reasons what are their names or anything. But yeah, for sure there are some officials from India, whether they're from embassy or government, but they are inside, yes. And it could be any time from between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. California time that the Rana could come with the Indian officials anytime. And of course, we wouldn't even know because of the security measures they have. Right. Okay. So, Shayan, we have our viewers watching this right now, and you're saying that anytime soon the officials will be coming out. But the big question would also be that how is the U.S. Treating Tahavur Rana? Now, what Trump called Tahavur Rana, said he's a very, very evil person. That's the words that he had used. Okay, we're getting some breaking news coming in right now. NIA team with Rana to land in New Delhi on Thursday. So getting back-to-back updates coming in right now. And remember, we had told you that a special plane is going to be bringing him back. NIA team with Rana to land in New Delhi on Thursday. So we can expect this to happen tomorrow. And now we also have that location for you. We have the time, which will be around morning from what we understand. And we also know where it will happen. Usually that location of his landing was not open in terms of the location. But New Delhi is a place where the landing of the plane will happen. I want to go back to our reporter Shayan Krishna who's joining us. And Shayan, we just understood that New Delhi is where the special plane with Rana and officials will be landing. Where will they be taking off? Do we know from where in the US they will be taking off and then landing in India? Yes, from here, Rana will no longer stay in America. That's very clear from the Trump administration side. Rana will directly go from here. So after here, the Rana will be in the custody of NIA. So it will be the responsibility of NIA and the Indian government to take him wherever they want. But I want to mention one more thing. Trump administration is very clear. This is a terrorist, which he did the terrorist activities in India. So India should be the one punishing this terrorist, which is a great step, I believe. But as you see in the Biden administration, this step was not taken. So I think this is an achievement for Donald Trump and Narendra Modi ji, both the pupils who came into that conclusion that this is a terrorist which should be punished by India. And it's just within, after a couple of hours, this terrorist will be given back to India. Right. So Shayan is getting us all those top updates coming in. Shayan Krishna, right outside the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center. And Shayan is speaking about, how the US has made it very clear that it's time Rana faces justice in India. That's something that Donald Trump had said very, very clearly. I just want to take our viewers once again to the kind of sights you're seeing outside and just take our viewers through what the environment there is looking like. We can expect that this is going to be it's a tight security there. Are there police officers there? What is it looking like where you are right now? Because you're at the detention facility where Rana has been kept. Here, this the first exit which I'm about to show you. This is the first exit, which is for pedestrians who prefers walking. This is the first entrance. And let me show you the other one as well. You can see the police car as well here. But there's not like in the sense of physical policemen are not here. But yeah, in terms of security, the doors are locked and everything. And so this is another car which just left from the detention center. And this is the second exit. Right.
Okay, Shayan, I want you to stay with us because let's tell our viewers once again, Shayan Krishna, our reporter, is right outside the LA detention facility where all the paperwork, negotiations are complete now. Now the paperwork and the legalities are being sorted, and that is the last step before Rana is back. I want to go to our guest, Major General KK Sinha, who's joining us on Republic, and you have been patiently waiting, Major General. And I think the question I would like to pose to you is, once again, speaking about the pressure on Pakistan that this extradition has put. Now, we know for sure that Pakistan has been exporting terror. India has been talking about this at all the international fora, whether it's UN or other international fora. Do you think it's time for FATF to reconsider putting Pakistan back on its list after this big extradition and diplomatic victory by India?
Yeah, your question is regarding the FATF should put the Rana back. See, Rana along with the David Headley, they are the main funder. They were the main people who are providing the money part of it. Transaction was through the ISI to Canada, and Canada onwards he was doing it to all those people who are involved into this terror, network, and also the heinous crime in 26/11. So that was established. One thing you must, the viewers must know that he is a captain. We are saying Tahir Rana. He's a captain, Tahir Rana. He is from the Medical Corps of Pakistan, Medical Corps, and he, before he has gone to Canada, he has gone on the behest of ISI. He became a planner along with the David Hadley. So our dossier says all those things, and we have to, even in Indian media has to bring it out. He is a captain of Pakistan Army from Medical Corps, who has become of the ISI network all over in international. He is not only in 26/11 he is involved, he is also involved in the Copenhagen, the blast and all which has taken place over there, terrorist activity. So he is an international terrorist who is coming to India on extradition. The point is that, we have to expose the Pakistan deep state and the deep state which was there in the West, which with hands and gloves they were, doing all this thing, which is getting exposed. Why Donald Trump is important? Mind you, in 2008 it happened, 2009 he was caught because he entered United States of America in Chicago as a businessman. And there he was caught, and then it has taken from 2013 he was apprehended, and then 2025 he has been now extradited. Now, in between, what is the more important is that 2023 Supreme Court of United States, squares that he can go back extradition. But it has taken 2 years before. If the Donald Trump would have not come this time, even he would not have come to India. So you have to see, and the people have to understand how deep is the Pakistan in their, when it works out to terror activities. So your question regarding the FATF should put them back. Pakistan should put not only in the grey list, Pakistan should be put in the black list, because the whole world, is getting exposed. And especially when the Donald Trump, because he has got zero tolerance from jihad. It is a jihad. It's a jihadi, things which they are carrying out internationally. What is happening in West Asia is jihad. See, what is happening in Southeast Asia, what is happening in Indian continent was also a jihad, which the Pakistan was doing. This is totally exposed. You see, everyone has been punished. 10 of them came. Kasav, the Pakistan said that, Kasav is not Pakistan, nationals. And that's why they were denying. Even during that time, they were denying, in spite of the fact that, Kasav was saying that is a Pakistani. Point is there, David Headley is the last man who will be left, who will be left. Otherwise, Captain Tahir Rana is back. And we have to get the name of those. We know all this handler who was from LAT, who was the captain, who was the major, who was the ISI student, who was doing all those things. I think it is a great, I say, geopolitical win, because Trump and Modi, if would not have been there, and 2025, this would not have been possible.
Right. I want to go back to our reporter who is right outside the detention center facility in Los Angeles, because he can help us understand a little bit more about what is happening. I'll come back to you, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, in just 2-3 minutes. Let's go to Shayan Krishna. Shayan, this is where Metropolitan Detention Center, Los Angeles, this is where Rana is lodged in. And Shayan, he had been submitting an emergency application for stay pending litigation of petition for writ of habeas corpus on February 27, 2025. That means he's been trying not to get extradited, but he has now run out of legal options. He's tried everything in the US, from the lower court to the highest court, but his extradition is going to happen now. Shayan, what is happening around you? All right. Okay, let's go to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, and I'm coming back to you right now. I was trying to ask a reporter, Shayan, by the way, we're the only channel outside the detention facility where Rana is. This is a world exclusive that Shayan is getting us for us from Los Angeles. Same question to you, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. He's tried everything from the lower courts in the US all the way going to the Supreme Court of the US, but his extradition is happening. He will be served justice. It also talks a lot about how India's extradition treaties are something India is very serious about and has made efforts to extradite a terrorist like Rana back to India. It's a big diplomatic win coming in for India.
Thank you, ma'am. It is no doubt a very, very nice diplomatic move and a win for us. First thing, it just shows that diplomacy is now taking a right seat in India. Very strong seat, as you say in writing. And that is what the beautiful thing about it. Now, this Captain Rana, and there are, by the way, a lot of other military personnel involved. This is the way to put these people into the armed forces people, put these people, experts, into various fields. Rana's extradition was written on the wall. They could have tried it. It's a victory, all right. But what is going to happen now is we have to now start investigation within our country. Not only Rana and his handlers and who was handler, which brigadier, which colonel in Pakistan army, we'll keep getting. But who were the supporters in India? Which madrasa? How was it happening? What was his contacts in Bombay? How did he work out the whole thing along with Kasab and Headley? And who were the actual handlers? And when the attack was taking place, there were Bombay handlers within the country. Sleeper cells were active. Now we have to start getting them out. Like they said, Chanakya used to said that when you have to take a poisonous plant out, not only take it, but to curds in his matta, in his roots. And that's what is going to happen now. Slowly now we are going to do that. We'll start getting the way how the systems are financed. What are the sleeper cells? What are the connection with Kashmir? What is it? Canada is there. He's a Canadian citizen. What are the relationship with the Khalistanis? Everything will start getting revealed. Not only this. And yes, we are very grateful to the judicial system that they have finally worked it out. Our diplomacy is very strong. But ma'am, let me tell you, now the whole Pandora's box has been opened. Now everything will start spilling out. We have to now see. A lot of embarrassment will be there for us Indians also. A lot of Indians were involved also. It's not so clean. Huh? So we have to watch out for that also. And let us see. Now the things have started happening and they will happen more fields. Because thank God our diplomacy is becoming strong. And that's congratulations to them. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We have also spoken to Devika Rotwani, a victim of 26/11 terror attack, and I will just want to go across and let our viewers hear what the victim is saying and how they are happy that justice is finally being served.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात थी। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहूर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो। उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं न कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी, शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे।
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना, वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इंफॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी।
During PM Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Tahavu Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with PM Modi. PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Rana's extradition.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है, और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी।
Much coming up. Tahavu Rana, 2611 mastermind, is expected to be extradited to India. Security has been heightened, and all the teams have reached to US to bring Rana back to India. Stay tuned for more details.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness, and you can work with me here on this campus.
In the registers, the biggest victory in the fight against terror, 2611 masterminds extradition is underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahavu Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahavu Rana.
देखो कितने लोग हैं, कौन है वो इनको लगता है अरेस्ट करेगा, अरे एक को भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा।
MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of Assembly. Trump administration's 27% tariff on India kicks in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. The biggest story we're tracking for you is the 26/11 attack. Plotter Tahavu Rana will be back in India. He will be served tomorrow. He's back on a special plane and he will land in New Delhi. From what we're picking up from our sources, the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's National Investigation Agency is already in the United States, and we are being told that the formalities of the extradition of Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities upon reaching India. The NIA will also have the custody of Rana and continue the further interrogation. We're getting a minute-by-minute updates, and we can see we have reporters on in every part. We can see that we have Kaswar, Shayan, Krishna and Akil. All are reporters. Kaswar is in Islamabad, Shayan is in Los Angeles in US with the only channel reporting live from the detention facility where Rana is. And Akil is getting us top updates coming in from the NIA headquarters in New Delhi. We are tracking every update and every angle of this story. And also getting you top updates coming in terms of what we can expect next. Tahavu Rana is an accused in the Mumbai terror attacks, is being brought to India in a special plane. He'll be here around tomorrow on Thursday. He'll land in New Delhi from what we understand. He's exhausted all his legal options in the US. He was trying to avoid extradition for the longest time. And we have also exclusively spoken to Ankur Chawla, 26/11 survivor and writer, 14 hours, an insider's account of the 26/11 Taj attack. Let's listen in.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. a lot of friends left, a lot of colleagues were no more after this, and of course a lot of guests also lost their lives, which was very, very sad overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary, but as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it sort of resurfaces, of course it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time, but obviously it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think, India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
And viewers, those are the reactions coming in from the survivors of 26/11 attack, who are waiting with batting eyes as they look at the national capital of Delhi, where in the next 24 hours, the main mastermind of the 26/11 attacks, Tahavur Rana, will finally arrive after the US Supreme Court has greenlit the petition that was expecting to have a stall on his extradition, and now it has been a complete rejection. Let me show you what is the mood right now in the United States, where my colleague Shayan Krishna has filed a walkthrough right outside the LA Metropolitan Detention Center, where Rana is being held now, and from moments from now, he'll be brought out and will be brought back to India. Take a look.
From here, from Los Angeles, the team of NIA will be directly taking him back to India. He will not stay anymore in USA, and as promised by the President Donald Trump, that we are giving back the terrorist back to India, because I think India deserves it, and this terrorist attack that he did was in India. So I think India is the country that needs to punish him, and I think this is the greatest step. So yes, he will not be staying anymore in America or Los Angeles. He will be directly going to India. Procedure, I think, was completed yesterday only. And what they're doing right now, I think they might be just preparing some last moment stuff. And it could be like any time after 1 hour between, so I can tell about LA time, between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be any time that we'll see Rana coming out. It might be, he might be in a car, inside the car, but we are not exactly sure. But because of the security reasons, what we think is that he might not be coming from these stairs. He might be coming in a very isolated thing, like in a car or something, but I don't think he would be coming like that.
One second.
And viewers, those are the updates coming in live from Los Angeles detention facility in the United States, where Tahavur Rana is being held right now under detention. Remember, his extradition now has been given a green light by the United States Supreme Court, and Republic is the only network at the moment which is reporting minute to minute from the United States as well as Islamabad and the national capital of Delhi, right outside the NIA headquarters, from where we are getting you detailed insights on how this entire extradition is going to be carried out and executed in the next 24 hours. Is the biggest development in the 26/11 justice case since the conviction of Ajmal Kasab in the case. The main plotter from Pakistan, the mastermind that operated and aided and abetted the entire 26/11 incident, is now going to be brought back to the national capital of Delhi. And these are the updates, live and exclusive, only on Republic TV, that we are tracking from the United States, Islamabad and New Delhi. I have my colleague Madhurima also, who is joining us live from the national newsroom, Republic newsroom, right here, tracking minute-to-minute details and coordinating with all the updates that are on this entire case. Republic is the only network that is reporting from the United States, New Delhi and Islamabad. Madhurima, tell us, what are the biggest updates that we are tracking on this key extradition of the 26/11 plotter, Tahavur Rana?
Now, Krutarth, as you said that, yes, we are live from multiple locations, but let also, for benefit of viewers, explain that who is Tahavur Rana and what is the importance of his extradition and bringing him back, and how it's going to put Pakistan under the scanner now. close associate of David Headley. Remember, David Headley was the person who had wrecked the entire city of Mumbai and has chosen those multiple spots where the attack would take place. He aided Headley in 26/11 attacks. Like I said, that it was him, it was Tahavur Rana who chalked out the plan for David Headley. It was him who was giving the guidelines. He provided cover for Headley's activities as well. So it was Tahavur Rana who explained David Headley as to what the MO for this attack is going to be, how he is supposed to collect intel and pass it on to the ISI, and henceforth from there carry out the attack. He helped Headley secure a 5-year Indian business visa as well. It was him who forged that immigration office in Mumbai. He helped him with the visa, and it was him who helped Headley. It was Tahavur Rana who helped Headley to recce the entire area of Mumbai and to choose the attack spots as well. He was aware of Headley's LET, that is Lashkar-e-Taiba's mission as early as 2006. So whereas the attack took place in 2008, remember that it was Tahavur Rana who was the mastermind behind chalking out the entire strategy, and that he was in touch with all stakeholders in this attack. So he was convicted for 26 Mumbai terror attacks as well. So as we know that he was the key conspirator, he was convicted for the same attacks as well, and now his extradition is under procedure and will be brought back tomorrow. Now Tahavur Rana's name is in NIA's charge sheet as well, and which is why it is the NIA officials that they are there at the LA center and will be taking in custody of Tahavur Rana for further investigation when he is brought back to the national capital. Now charges against Tahavur Rana, accused of conspiring with Headley over here. It was Tahavur Rana who was accused of conspiring with Headley, like I said, from providing him visa to helping him recce the entire area. He was the person who provided the logistical support to Lashkar-e-Taiba as well. So he was a bridge between Headley attackers and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Though he is a Pak Canadian, but it was him, the mastermind, who was planning the entire attack. He helped them carry out the 2008 attacks. Viewers, as I said, that he was at the epicenter of the entire strategy that was being planned to carry out those attacks that claim 166 people. Like I said, that there were 166 people that were killed in 26/11 attacks. There were 6 Americans also that lost lives in that particular attack.
And ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in as we track the extradition of Tahavur Rana. Minute by minute details live here on Republic. A 6-member multi-agency team will be carrying out the extradition formalities for Tahavur Rana. That's the big breaking news scoop that Republic is bringing to you. A special Indian Air Force aircraft is also set to take off from India to bring back Tahavur Rana, and back-to-back breaking updates that we are tracking. India has now cleared more details. Another breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. India is now cleared a very crucial deal to buy 26 additional Rafale jets. This is in pursuance to the last week's Jaguar crash, the tragic crash that took place in Jamnagar, following which Republic was also one of the networks that put out the crucial CAG report highlighting the deficiencies in Indian Air Force's acquisition and the critical lapses that are existing in the Indian modernization of the Indian Air Force, following which there's a massive reply and massive impact. Indian Air Force has now officially cleared the deal of 26 Rafale jets to be purchased from France. I have a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining me live on the broadcast on the phone line. Abhishek, tell us more about this very, very important national security deal of 26 additional Rafale jets being purchased by the Indian Air Force.
Well, this was in the making for a while, Kritarth, and finally it seems that this has happened. India has approved this deal, which is about purchasing 26 Rafale Marines, 22 of which would be single-seater and 4 would be twin-seater for training purposes. They would be all going to the Indian Navy. These are, remember, the naval versions of the Rafale, which we already have for the Indian Air Force. 2 squadrons already integrated. And now, similarly, the Indian Navy also getting Rafales, which essentially means that Rafale is going to be the mainstay, the fourth generation mainstay fighter jet for Indian Defence Forces, both for the Air Force and for the Navy. Remember, we have our own aircraft carriers now, and Rafale Marines to be integrated with them. What is important is that with the kind of politicking we had seen during the first Rafale deal for the Air Force, it really cast a shadow on the subsequent process, which has led to some delays, unfortunately. But now that this has happened, finally, India and France, remember Prime Minister was in France just a couple of months back, and there in the joint statement, Kritarth, it was mentioned that the deal is in the making. Obviously, it was not announced because there were some last-minute loose ends to be tied, also for the optics. But now that this information is coming in that the deal is through, it should give a big fillip to Indian Navy and help integrate these fourth-generation fighter jets with our aircraft carriers, and thus make Indian Navy a truly a blue water navy with its capacity to project its power in the ocean beyond our immediate shores.
Tell us more about the Rafale M variants that the CCS has believed to have cleared now, and the initial expectations is that the first delivery of these aircrafts are expected somewhere around a timeline of 2039 or even 2031. So we're looking at a better part of the start of the next decade, and towards the end we will clear this entire Rafale deal. So it is although a long-term tactical project, but it will significantly boost. But where does this place the progress on Tejas LC as well, which has also been under headlines, and how will this exactly impact the capabilities of the Indian Navy in terms of boosting its maritime superpower? We have an aircraft carrier and now Rafale M coming in. How will it change the tactical theatre of Navy? Abhishek. We'll be getting more details on that story, but ladies and gentlemen, the big update coming at the moment is that the CCS is believed to have cleared 26 Rafale jet deal, which is the Rafale Marine variant. This is the variant for the Indian Navy. These 26 jets include 22 fighters along with some trainer aircraft. These will be inducted into the Indian Navy, and they will be used by the Indian Navy for boosting the maritime strength. I believe I have a guest joining me live on this broadcast. Captain D.K. Sharma, who's retired from the Indian Navy, is joining me on this broadcast. Captain Sharma, if you can hear me, do tell us about the significance of this 26 Rafale Marine deal that the Indian counterparts have now signed with their French counterparts.
Well, it is a great news which you are breaking because if you recollect, the Prime Minister had commissioned INS Vikrant a few years back, and we were waiting very, very eagerly that what kind of fighters will be coming on board INS Vikrant and will be increasing the power and lethality of Indian Navy. So it was a fight actually between Boeing and Rafales, and ultimately you will find that the Rafales today have been cleared, 26 Rafales, out of which 22 are single-seater and 2 are twin-seaters, and they are very, very potent, and Indian Air Force already has got 2 squadrons of that. But that is why it is being called a Rafale Marine, because this is a marinized version because of the short takeoff and arrested landing. So it will have a hook, it will have that kind of power which can, make it take off within just about 150 meters with a slope which we call as ramp. So it is a very, very positive development, and we were in the Indian Navy, everybody was waiting with a bated breath to have this deal going, because it might, again, take some time for the aircraft to join Indian Navy and get integrated with the fleet, but a very, very positive move.
Indeed, and Captain Sharma, the aircraft is expected to replace the MiG-29K variants.
No. They are not going to replace.
Are they going to replace them? Are they going to be alongside them? Do tell us about that.
No. MiG-29Ks came with Vikramaditya. One must remember. So that is a Russian aircraft carrier with a Russian fleet of fighters on top. But now this one, which has been made, is more advanced, and the technology caters for anything. Of course, the Rafale Marine will be based on board Vikrant, but MiG-29s also can fly. So that is the advantage that we will have, the advantage of operating both our fleets from either of the aircraft carrier. So that is the point which I wanted to make. But the flight component of Vikrant was pending, and hence CCS clearance make sure that 26 of the aircraft come and they complete the complement of INS Vikrant Romeo 11, which was commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister a few years back.
Indeed, so massive development coming in for the Indian Navy with INS Vikrant set to get a complement, as Captain Sharma very rightly explained it to us, of the Rafale M variant, which is a very advanced Navy aircraft which is expected to boost the blue water capabilities. Captain Sharma, if you can also point out the significant tactical advantage that a Rafale M aircraft brings in as compared to the MiG-29K. Obviously, it is a much newer aircraft, but along with that, there must be some enhanced capabilities that the Indian Navy is looking at. Tell us, how much more secure are we going to be thanks to the Rafale M variant coming into the Indian Navy?
We are supposed to be the service provider, there's a net security providers in this part of the world. And now you have also seen that recently Charles de Gaulle was here, and the US Navy is also operating over here. So with this kind of latest aircraft, we can have interoperability. We can use another deck. If, say, Vikrant is operating, Charles de Gaulle is operating, or anybody, the US carrier is operating. So we can, land here, do the strike, or whatever duties are assigned to the fighters. They can be, the platforms can be exchanged and used. Plus, latest technology, plus maintenance will be simpler because Air Force is having 2 squadrons, we will have 1.5 squadrons. So the availability of the aircraft will be much, much higher. Serviceability will be better. And of course, these are the MiG-29s are almost now 20 years old, but these are the latest ones. So this is the difference.
Indeed, sir, and this also brings us in terms of a tactical parity when it comes to the United States and the French Navy, which are the other 2 navies, if I'm not wrong, who also operate the Rafale M variants.
We are not competing with them. We consider them our strategic partners, and that is what you see Quad is, or for that matter, in the larger context of Indian Ocean region and beyond. We all are moving together for rule-based navigation and whatever is by the books.
Indeed, and thank you very much, Captain Sharma, for all those details, bringing us at this early hours as the announcement is being broken on Republic TV Live that the Navy is in final stages now, and almost the Indian government has cleared the purchase, as per sources, of 22 single-seater Rafale M variant aircrafts that are supposed to boost the naval complement and the air superiority of the Indian Navy on INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya in the Indian Ocean region, as India attempts to boost its posture in the Indian Ocean region as a true blue water navy. These aircrafts, which are highly advanced, will now, along with the MiG-29Ks, which are already in service under the Indian Navy, will be complementing them and bringing in a lot of diversification in the Navy's tactical advantage in the skies, and also boost the Indian Navy's complement of the new aircraft carrier that was inducted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. India now operates 2 aircraft carriers, ladies and gentlemen, and now they will operate 2 types of different Indian naval aircrafts, which will be the MiG-29Ks and now the Rafale M variants. This is another significant purchase of the Rafale Ms that the Indian government has done. Before this, we have seen the 36 fighter jets of Rafale were purchased for the Indian Air Force, and now the Indian Navy too is inducting the Rafale, which also shows the tactical pivot of India and towards the French manufacturers, Dassault, and also on how we are getting closer in congruence. Coming up live on Line Breaking, ladies and gentlemen, is the big detail on how India is going to boost its naval strength with the purchase of 22 additional Rafale Ms for the Indian Navy. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, These Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and back-to-back breaking news updates coming in on Live and Breaking on Republic. The big breaking news that we are tracking right now is from Moscow. Russia has officially invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend the May 9th celebrations marking the 80th anniversary of the victory over Germany in World War II. The Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia, Andrei Rudenko, has said that Moscow is expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the May 9th parade. This is the biggest honor that Russia extends to any foreign dignitary by inviting them to the Victory Day parade in Moscow. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Victory Day parade is a very significant event that takes place every year on May 9th, celebrating the victory of Russia and the Allied forces over Nazi Germany at the end of World War II. It is also one of those parades that inspired the 26 January parades here in India as well, and the May 9th parade is one of the most significant diplomatic events in which the foreign heads of states are invited. Just like on Republic Day, we invite foreign dignitaries, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to meet Vladimir Putin on May 9th and visit Moscow, as Moscow has now extended an official invitation to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for this mega military parade on May 9th. That's the big breaking news update coming in from Moscow. And back-to-back breaking news update coming in once again. This is from the India and Pakistan border. Getting in breaking news from the India and Pakistan border, in Gurdaspur district of Punjab, a BSF Jawan has unfortunately been injured while preventing a major blast tragedy. Blast ahead of a fence on the Indo-Pak border was reported in the Chautra area of the Indo-Pakistan border, and it is suspected to be an IED or an improvised explosive device blast. The BSF in a statement has said that the ongoing intervening night between 8th and 9th April was when this incident took place, when a BSF party was in the area for a domination patrol ahead of the BSF fence during the night, and it detected a suspicious item inside a well, which was well inside the Indian territory, beg your pardon, and following which, during the domination party which was carrying out night patrol along the BSF border in Gurdaspur sector, the BSF Jawan was unfortunately injured by an IED blast on the Indo-Pak border. Those are the visuals coming in live from the hospital, where the Jawan is now been admitted and is undergoing further treatment. But an unfortunate IED blast being reported on the Indo-Pakistan border, a severe escalation in the peace and tranquility along the India-Pakistan international border. The BSF is now investigating the matter, and soon the role of the people behind this IED blast will be taken into consideration. The good news is that the Jawan is now admitted to the hospital and is undergoing further treatment. There is no loss of life reported, but injuries reported to the Jawan, who is undergoing treatment now at an army facility. That's the breaking news update from the Indo-Pakistan border. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, more details on the IED blast on the Indo-Pakistan border. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be one of the biggest dangers to our country, are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A huge team from India is finishing the last paperwork and legalities as we count down to Tahavur Rana, the mastermind of the 26/11 attacks, extradition back to India. That will happen tomorrow, where he'll be back on a special plane. We're getting you live updates coming in. We have reporters in Los Angeles at the detention center where Rana is. We have reporters in Islamabad. We have reporters outside the NIA headquarters. And we have a guest as well giving us minute-by-minute updates and perspectives on the biggest story and the biggest diplomatic win for India. Here are the headlines. Let's get started. India registers the biggest victory in the fight against terror. 26/11 masterminds extradition is now underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawoor Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawoor Rana. Russia invites PM Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9th. As per sources, India clears mega deal to buy 26 Rafale marine fighter aircrafts from France. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. So the biggest story is extradition of Tahawoor Rana, and what we see, viewers, is top details coming in and what exactly is happening right now as we speak at the Los Angeles detention center. And we're coming to know that around 6-member multi-agency team is carrying out the formalities. What we mean by that is that the paperwork and the legalities which are happening before the extradition, the last-minute paperwork is being cleared out. This is expected to be a smooth process as well. Indian Air Force's special aircraft will be bringing Rana back. So this is also one more big update that we're getting for our viewers. This is exclusive on Tahawoor Rana's extradition. Let's go straight across to my colleague Shavan Sen, joining us live from our newsroom. Shavan, getting our viewers back-to-back exclusive information on the entire process, and we're coming to know about the number of team members present in the US for the extradition. We're also coming to know when will he be back, which aircraft is getting him back, and what time he will be back. If we could take our viewers through all the latest details, we're loading off.
Well, as we speak, the extradition formalities are now being completed. A 6-member team of the National Investigation Agency as well as the security agencies are currently present at the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center, where Tahawoor Rana has been lodged for several months now. In fact, as part of the extradition formalities, remember, it's what they're essentially going through is the US court order, and they're also looking at certain other formalities to be completed before he's actually handed over to the Indian authorities. We are being told that this is going to perhaps take a few more hours before Tahawoor Rana is officially handed over to the Indian authorities, and thereafter, remember, it's about a 15-hour flight back to New Delhi. Once he lands in the national capital, his custody would be taken over by the National Investigation Agency, presented before the court, and the first stage of investigation that is going to be carried out is the National Investigation Agency, as the nodal agency, would be largely looking into his role into the 26/11 attacks. As far as the Denmark attack is concerned, there is no clarity whether at all Danish investigators will also be coming to India or not, because if you go by the US court order, they make a mention of both the Mumbai 26/11 attack and the Danish newspaper attack that was conspired by Tahawoor Rana as well as David Coleman Headley. He has been charged on 9 counts is what we are being told. In fact, the argument that took place in the US Supreme Court was whether at all this follows the India-US extradition treaty. The court has made it abundantly clear it's a double jeopardy, and the fact that it is all laws have essentially been followed, and that is the reason why extradition has now been granted to India.
Right. Okay. Shravan, stay on with us, Shravan, because we're getting exclusive information for our viewers. We also have our reporters on the ground in Los Angeles. We are the only channel reporting live from Los Angeles, where the detention facility is. We have Shayan Krishna, we have Akil from the NIA headquarters. Shayan, what is happening all around you? Just take our viewers through what you're seeing around you, and how many members of the Indian team are there, and how tight is the security?
The security, I cannot tell about the security because they're not allowing anyone in because of the doors are still locked. We haven't got to know about how many people are inside yet. But what we know is that there are some people from Indian embassy or from NIA. We don't know who they are, but there are some Indian representatives who are inside. I can see some people walking inside as well, but the door is still locked.
Right. And Shayan, we are the only channel there where you are right now. We are the only channel reporting live from outside the LA detention facility where Rana is. If you could take our viewers through, the USS stand where Donald Trump himself has called Rana a very evil person. This has been a big diplomatic victory and collaboration between India and the US to make this a big success. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I can show you around everything. Here, let me just flip my camera. So again, this is the entrance here. This is one of the entrance, which is locked, of course, for security reason, and they're not allowing anyone to go inside. And we still haven't got to know how many NIA people are inside, but there's a police car here as well, and this is the second entrance. So most likely Rana would be coming either from this entrance or this pedestrian entrance, so one of these two.
Right. And do we have any kind of time slot that you could tell our viewers? When can we expect Rana to come out? Do we have any kind of time slot? How much more time is left? What is the time right now in Los Angeles? It must be very, very late into the night, Shayan.
Absolutely. Right now it's 1 a.m. and so they also don't even know, or maybe they don't want to tell us, but because of the security reason, they are saying that they cannot tell us of any prisoner or anyone who are detained. They're not legally allowed to tell the information of any prisoner or the detained person, which is why they're unable to tell anyone about what time he could come out. And even if he come out, what they are saying is that there won't be any chance that we would be able to see him because he might be in a car, or even if he would be walking, he would be fully covered. So because again, he's not a normal person. He's a globally recognized terrorist. He's not a common man. So I think there should be the security measures the US government is taking. I think they should be taking those measures.
Right. So we are reporting live from the LA detention facility. I will come across to Islamabad, that is Pakistan. Then we'll go to New Delhi, NIA headquarters. But I just want to take one more question from Shayan, because Shayan Krishna is right outside the detention facility. And we have seen, Shayan, how many times has Rana tried to appeal, even from the lower courts of the US all the way to the highest court, Supreme Court, and he still could not get his extradition stayed. I mean, he wanted to get his extradition stayed. That did not happen. If you could take our viewers through, how long has he been inside that detention facility? He has been there for quite a while now.
Yes, let me share you one thing here. During the Biden administration, Rana was trying his all best to delay this. But since Trump came, one of the first thing he did was to tell Modi ji that Rana will be yours and you will be the one responsible to punish him. So I think we all need to thank President Trump for that, because President Trump and the Supreme Court of the United States of America is very clear that there won't be any more forgiveness for Rana, because he is a globally recognized terrorist. So no one will be able to listen to him. His game is over.
Right. Okay, Shayan, stay on with us. Shayan is outside Los Angeles. We're the only channel reporting live from where the paperwork is happening, and Rana is still inside that facility. I want to go across to my colleague Kaswar first. He's in Islamabad, and Kaswar, a lot of attention now coming to Pakistan, and all in a good way. This is a very strong message which is being sent to Pakistan when it comes to the allegations against Pakistan, even on the global fora, where it's been accused of exporting terror.
Well, let me tell you that reportedly he has been a Pakistani. He studied here in Hassan Abdal Cadet College and all.
All right.
Have been.
I'll come back to you, Kaswar. And we know that Tahabur Rana is supposed to be having connections with the LET and the ISI, and that will come into focus when the interrogation starts. I want to go to my colleague Akil outside the NIA headquarters. Akil, now Rana will be taken into NIA custody, and this entire operation is also being monitored very, very closely by the NSA Ajit Doval. Yes, go ahead, Akil. Take our viewers through what is happening. What is happening outside the NIA headquarters right now?
Well, Shivangi, if you see, this is a very crucial moment, and it's a big victory, big diplomatic victory for our country. Because if you see, for the last 17 years, he has not been into the custody over here in India. And what we have seen that finally we have been able to manage to extradite him, Mr. Rana, who is a globally recognized terrorist. So at this point in time, by what we have got to know from our sources, that by tomorrow morning he will be over here in the national capital, very likely. But if you see at this point in time, what we have got from our sources, that it's a 6 to 7 members team that is in the United States of America, and the legal framework and the last the paperwork are being done over there just to complete those paperwork. Once it will be done, then the officials of the NIA, including other security division officials, will take Mr. Rana back from United States to the national capital. So for that we'll have to wait and watch. But here you can see behind me the visuals of the NIA headquarters over here. At this point in time, it's pretty calm over here. Few media people you can see over here at this point in time. But it's very likely that tomorrow the buzz is going to be over here, because the entire media is going to be here. Because if you see, it's very likely that NIA is going to seek for 2 weeks of police custody of Tahabur Rana, and after that this investigation will go into its second leg, when Mumbai Police Crime Branch team will further investigate, and then the trial process will begin in this case.
Right, Akil getting us all those top updates outside the NIA headquarters. And I want to also go across once back to my colleague who is in Los Angeles, and he's patiently waiting to catch a glimpse of Rana once he comes out, once the paperwork and legality is over. I'll come back to you, Shayan. I want to go to Islamabad once, because we were in a conversation with Islamabad about the kind of focus coming back to Pakistan, because Rana is supposed to be having connections with the LET and also the ISI, and that is once again coming out in focus. Yes, go ahead to what is happening there in Islamabad. Over to you, Kaswar.
Well, let me tell you, there has been no formal response from either Pakistan's military or the Pakistan civilian setup as well. Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials are keeping the mum as well. But reportedly, there has been some reports that Mr. Rana had studied at Hassan Abdal Cadet College, and according to some reports, he was also part of Pakistan Army. But since he has left Pakistan's nationality only to acquire Canadian nationality, so Pakistan's official claim that now Rana has nothing to do with Pakistan. He was born and bred in Pakistan, but when a man who abandoned Pakistan's nationality to acquire another nationality, so that was a connection that Rana has actually already cut out. So now Pakistani officials claim it is a story about a foreign national, about what he has done at somewhere at the foreign land. So this is nothing which can bother Pakistan. So Pakistan is not bothered at all. He is not a Pakistani national. Pakistan is not concerned what he has been doing in the past, because Mr. Rana has abandoned Pakistan nationality. And let me tell you something that is very interesting, that a question was asked by the Pakistanis reporter maybe 8 years ago, if Pakistan is willing to give consular access to Haryana. But Pakistani officials bluntly told the reporters that since a man is a Canadian national, so there is no question of providing him any sort of consular access or the counseling as well. So Pakistan is very clear that even if he is being extradited from United States of America to India, Pakistan is not bothered at all. And Pakistan has one thing, well, not official report. Remember, Pakistan has not given official stance. What I am telling you is through my sources, and that is Pakistani officials are very clear that he is not a Pakistani, and Pakistan is not concerned what he has been doing in the past as a Canadian national.
Right. Okay. I will come back to you. I'll come back to you soon. I want to go once again to Los Angeles, because that is where the paperwork and the legalities are happening as we speak. And this is very important given the fact that this is where Rana will come out from. And then he'll be put on a plane back to India. Shayan, do we know from where will he be flying with the team, with the Indian multi-agency team present? Are they going to fly from Los Angeles?
Yes, they will be flying directly from Los Angeles to India. The Donald Trump administration is very clear that we will no longer be taking care of him anymore. We are today officially handling this terrorist to Indian government, which will be after a couple of hours maybe. And just after a couple of hours, America will no longer be responsible of this terrorist. So directly from Los Angeles, he will be no longer going to any other city in America.
Right. Okay, hold on. All of our reporters are there. We have Kaswar, we have Shayan, we have Akil from different locations. But I also want to take our viewers through where the story is standing right now. What is happening? What is this case all about? We'll put our viewers through all those details coming in next right now. Now, starting off with what is happening. It's end game for Tahavu Rana. That is right. It's end game for him. He has tried so hard to not come back to India. He's tried so hard, but that is not going to happen. He will be coming back. Pursuit of 2611 plotter has been on since PM Modi's second term, and PM Modi has been pursuing this himself personally. He had those talks with President Trump. Remember, a formal extradition efforts started in December 2019. And remember, all this while Rana was trying to appeal to the courts there to not get extradited. India used all diplomatic channels to extradite Rana, and now that this has happened, it's a big feather in India's cap. India gave foolproof documentation to the United States, so much so that even President Trump has called Rana a very evil person. India's evidence clincher on Tahavu Rana in US courts. India presented all the documentation, all the evidence that even US could not do anything about it, and they said that, and they gave the green signal to let Rana come back to India to face justice. India's agencies are satisfied. US concerns on international standards. So India's agencies have worked hard to satisfy the US on the international standards that they are following in this entire process. There's also video proof of Indian facilities shared with US courts. Remember that Rana was a little apprehensive that he might be treated unfairly in India once he comes back, but that fears have been allayed by the Indian authorities. The Trump first confirmed Rana's handover in the year 2020, and India's efforts gained momentum under Trump 2.0. We remember that meeting which happened in February where Trump and PM Modi had a meeting, and we came to know Rana will be extradited. During PM Modi's US visit, Trump confirmed extradition in 2025. February was when that meeting had happened, and Trump and Modi had those talks, which were a big success for India in the pursuit of bringing back the 2611 mastermind. And viewers, we also have been getting our viewers back-to-back updates. The survivors have spoken to Republic TV. They narrate what torture they had to go through, the sadness that they had to face, but now they're happy that finally they will be getting justice.
मैं आप कहाँ पे थे उसी टाइम, हमले के टाइम?
एसटी स्टेशन, वीटी स्टेशन में था। चाय का पैसा लेने जाता हूँ, दिन भर सप्लाई होता है, शाम को कलेक्शन करने जाता हूँ कि उनका प्राइवेट कैश लिखा हुआ जाता है। तो मेरे को बोला बहुत क्राउड है, थोड़ा टाइम के बाद आ, छोटू छोटू बोलते लोग मेरे को उधर, तो बाद में आ जा, थोड़ा लेके जा। तो मैं बाहर खड़ा होकर मेडिकल था, मंजू से बातें करते हुए खड़ा था।
टाइम क्या था तभी?
9:45 था, 9:50 में चालू हुआ ये सब। जैसे हुसैन सागर छोड़ रहा था प्लेटफॉर्म, तो इंडिया और इंग्लैंड का मैच था। तो मैं बोला मैच जीत गया इंडिया। तो देखा तो आवाज़ बढ़ते जा रही, पब्लिक इधर से उधर भाग रहे, कुछ समझ में ना। वहाँ पे 1-2 पुलिस वाला था, किधर के पता नहीं चला। फिर टिकट काउंटर के अंदर आया, मैं बोला कुछ गलत खबर होगा, पुलिस वाला मारेगा। फिर 2 मिनट रुका, 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं। फिर कस के चिल्लाने लगा, भागो बम फट रहा, भागो बम फट रहा, रेलवे छोड़ के भागो, अपनी जान बचाओ। बहुत सारे पब्लिक नासिक, पूना, कोकन वाले थे, वो टिकट चाहिए मेरे को। तो फिर टिकट काउंटर के गेट लगा, साहब लोग बोला ऐसा ऐसा है। बोला कि छोटू शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ, पुलिस वाला तेरे को लेके जाकर धोएगा। बोला धोएगा बात की बात है। तो आप लोग एक काम करो, सबको खाली करो और रेलवे का जितना कैश है वो लेके नीचे बैठ जाओ। और वहाँ पे जगह नहीं था, हर काउंटर पे एक आदमी बैठ गया। मैं खड़ा था और एक इंसान भटिया साहब था, वो खड़ा था। तो पब्लिक को खाली हो गया, पूरा हॉल खाली है, इतना कस के चिल्लाया। एक भी इंसान वहाँ पे मरा नहीं आज तक, सीसीटीवी फुटेज दिखाया नहीं है। तो वहाँ पे जाने के बाद तो अजमल कसाब को फांसी हुआ, मेरे को मालूम नहीं था। मेरे को क्राइम ब्रांच में बुलाया था, वो क्या बोलते हैं, करापन मार्केट, तो बहुत बड़ा ऑफिस है, ने नक्शा बना के बुलाया था। तो मैं बोला एक ही को देखा, मैं बोला दोनों उधर से गया, मतलब एक को देखा है। तो मेरे को नाम नहीं मालूम, बाद में नाम मालूम पड़ा। मेरे हाइट का 19-20 रहेगा, 6 पैकेट का पैंट, बैग, छोटा बंदूक, बड़ा बंदूक। तो मेरे को पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया था।
पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया अजमल कसाब ने?
सामने। तो उसने मेरे को थोड़ा पीछे हट के एक बुलेट मारा, तो विंडो का कांच टूटा। दूसरा टेबल था, तीसरा मैं सो गया मैं। और मेरा फैमिली को फ़ोन किया, D&A मेरा, तुम लोग काम करके संभाल लेना। फिर देख रहा हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे 983311 पे फ़ोन किया, ऐसा हम लोग इतने लोग फंसे, निकालो। कोई जवाब नहीं। 2-4 पहचान वाला को फ़ोन किया। तो मैं देखा, अब जो चप्पल खोला, मैं बोला साहब को एक मास्टर को उतने में विंडो कांच का लग के यहाँ लगा था। तो वो मास्टर को रुमाल दिया, बैठो नीचे। तो रिटायर हो गया, अभी सामने साहब रिटायर हो गया। उसके बाद अंदर चप्पल खोला, जो जिंदा लोग था, पीछे का रास्ता एक सेंचुरी हॉस्पिटल में जाने का 2 मिनट का रास्ता है, जहाँ आपकी गाड़ी खड़ी वहाँ से यहाँ तक है, इतना ही है। पीछे का रास्ता से जो हाथ गाड़ी पे, पहला हाथ गाड़ी पे जो जिंदा है उसको ले गया, जो मर गया उसको छोड़ देता था। आधे घंटे बाद वो एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब आया। उसके बाद जो स्टाफ जख्मी था रेलवे का, उसको गेट खुलवाया, पुलिस वाला को साथ में लेके जाके, गेलो नहीं खोला, मैं छोटू बोल रहा तो गेट खोला। सेंचुरी में हॉस्पिटल में लेके गया, उनको बोला ऐसा ऐसा रेलवे साहब है, एक काम कर जे ले गया। मतलब वो साइड तो निकला वो लोग। तो पीछे का पीडी मिला रोड से मैं भाईकल्ला रेलवे हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट किया, वहाँ से आया।
अभी जो 26/11 का मास्टरमाइंड है ताहुर राणा, उसको इंडिया लाया जा रहा है, क्या चाहते हैं आप?
देखो, मैं सरकार और हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, जो भी है, गवर्नर, सबसे गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ, इसके लिए कुछ अलग से कानून बने, 2 से 3 महीना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और एक नया कानून बनाया जाए आतंकवादी के लिए, कि उसको सरेआम, जैसे दुबई वगैरह में होता है, सरेआम काट दिया जाता है, गोली मार दिया जाता है, ऐसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए, कि उनको डर पैदा करे। उन लोगों को मालूम है, मैं इंडिया में पकड़ा गया तो जेल में राजा ज़िंदगी जीऊँगा। जितना हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहता, उतना उसको रहता है। तो उनका क्या है, वो हमारे इंडिया का दामाद नहीं है कि उसको बैठा के खिलाऊँ, या कुछ अच्छा काम नहीं किया है। तो इसके लिए जल्द से जल्द फास्ट ट्रैक पे चलाना चाहिए।
Tahavur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India.
Security officials already there in United States to finish off the process.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
one of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
India gets 2611 mastermind Tahavu Rana, terrorist, hours away from getting into hands of Indian law enforcement. NIA sources say 6-7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahavu Rana. Special plane to land tomorrow. Big boost for defense. Mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Russia invites PM Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9th. Blast on the Indo-Pakistan border. IED explosion suspected. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points for a second time. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Soesha Sawant and we put our all-out focus on the biggest story. Yes, it's the huge win for India as 2611 plot attacker Tahavu Rana, who will be extradited to India very soon. In fact, sources suggest that it could be as soon as tomorrow morning. Details that we are receiving of how an NIA team that is already in the United States. We are being told that the formalities of extradition of Tahavu Rana are currently underway. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities. In fact, we also learned that upon reaching India, NIA will have the custody of the terrorists right away and will begin the interrogation. Tahavu Rana, from what we are picking up from our sources, will reach India by tomorrow morning. The terror mastermind who is due to face the law. Agencies who've been trying to extradite him to India, and we are now very close to getting Tahavu Rana back to India by tomorrow morning to face the law. And we have Shyan Krishna joining us from LA Metropolitan Detention Center, and also Akhil from outside the NIA headquarters. Shyan, if I can come to you first to give us a sense of how the procedure is now panning out. We learned from our sources that as soon as tomorrow morning, IST, he will be in India, NIA bringing him back. But in terms of the paperwork that is underway, what's happening?
So right now, we have no idea what's going inside. As you can see behind me, the doors are locked. They're not even allowing media people. Of course, in America, even the media people are not even allowed to go inside. Only the family of the detainers are only allowed to go inside. So right now, we don't know what's going on inside, but our sources have said that some Indian officials are inside. We don't know if they are from NIA, from Indian Embassy, or something else. But there are some Indian officials inside. We don't exactly know who they are. And regarding that, it could be any time so right now it's 1 a.m. in America, in Los Angeles, and it could be any time before 7 a.m. that it could happen.
Continue talking to us. What more are you picking up in terms of the NIA team that is present there? And of course, fulfilling the formalities in terms of bringing him back. What happened in the US court where his plea was rejected, Tahavur Rana's plea was rejected. So in that sense, how are the developments panning out?
Yes, he has appealed many times. So Rana has appealed many times. But as the President Trump has clearly said, no one is above the president. President Trump has clearly said there won't be any forgiveness for Rana because he is a globally recognized terrorist. And under the Biden administration, his case was getting delayed and delayed, but no longer. Under President Trump, he's very clear, no forgiveness for Rana, and he will be handing to the Indian government very soon, maybe within like a couple of hours.
All right, do stay on. Let me also bring in my colleague Akhil, who joins us from outside the NIA headquarters. Akhil, what more are you picking up from your sources within the NIA on the extradition paperwork that is underway?
Well, sure, sir, that's right. If you see earlier what we have seen that the NIA team, apart from, because it's a multipolar agency work, and not only the NIA team, apart from that, what we have seen, the MHA team also involved in this case, and the NSA team also involved in this case. And the NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, including, if you say, NIA DG, Mr. Sadanand Datte. So all these officials are clearly monitoring this situation. So at this point in time, what we got to know from our sources that Tahavur Rana will be brought back, will be extradited tomorrow morning. And it is very likely that he will be taken over to the national capital, to New Delhi. And then the NIA will basically seek for at least 2 weeks of police custody. And then after that, the case will be transferred to the Mumbai Police Crime Branch, where the trial will begin from there on.
All right, Akhil, do stay on. I want to go back to Shan because, Shan, this is also about the Trump administration being extremely clear when it comes to having an iron hand to fight against terrorism. And also, given the Modi-Trump diplomacy, this is one more step that we see where certainly in favor of India, Tahavur Rana will be here in the next few hours, as you're saying, as far as the paperwork from there is concerned. And by tomorrow morning, hopefully he should be here.
Yes, absolutely. He would be here. He would be in India very shortly. And America is very clear. If he's a terrorist wanted by India, it should go to India. And because the Mumbai attacks happened in India. It was happened in Mumbai. So I think Indian government has the right to punish him, whatever the government wants to punish. I think it's the right of the Indian government. And what the American government is doing is absolutely right. Right.
Shan, many thanks for getting us those details. Let me quickly take a word from Kaswar as well. He joins us from Islamabad. Kaswar, as much as Islamabad has never admitted to the mountain of evidence that the Indian agencies have presented when it comes to the 26/11 plot and the role that the ISI had, but with regards to India getting one step closer as far as this investigation is concerned, Tahavur Rana will be here. Is it spooking the authorities in Islamabad?
Well, authorities in Pakistan are not concerned, and there is so far no official statement on Tahavur Rana's stories. Pakistan is actually trying to tell the world that we are not concerned because this is something pertaining to a Canadian national and being extradited by the United States to India. So this is only one thing that I am getting from my official sources, but not on the record, only off the record. And Pakistani officials believe that, he has some Tahavur Rana was born and bred in Pakistan, had done some work here as well. But then, what to talk about a man who had abandoned his nationality, became a Canadian national, and then after what he did, it was like a Canadian national, not a Pakistani national. So when he is someone who has abandoned his nationality, then Pakistan is not concerned at all. So this is, Pakistan has cleared itself that this is something which is only about 3 states, Canada, United States, and then India. So these 3 countries must be concerned about what he did. This is something I have got to know from my official sources. But so far, not a single official has spoken from Islamabad on this Tahavur Rana story. I believe that Pakistan will not utter any sort of statement regarding this, because their intentions are very clear that he's a Canadian national. He did something like a Canadian national. So Pakistan is not concerned, and Pakistan has the legitimate reason to not to speak regarding a Canadian national who is Tahavur Rana as well. So this is the unofficial response from what I am getting from Islamabad. So far, no response from Pakistan side.
But all that also depends on what Tahavur Rana reveals to the agencies when he is interrogated. I want to thank Kaswar, Shan and Akhil. Do stay on, because we'll also give our viewers a sense of why this development is so important. And I now tell you the kind of charges that are pressed against Tahavur Rana. Firstly, criminal conspiracy. He's been accused of conspiring with David Headley. We all know how David Headley was a man hugely responsible when it came to carrying out the 26/11 attack, and how he was in India. But who was the man helping him? It was Tahavur Rana, because he committed terror acts. He provided logistical support to the LET. He executed the ISI plan, and how he helped all those who were actually in India, in Mumbai, for the recce. He had helped them carry out the 2008 attacks in terms of logistical support, in terms of coordination, in terms of providing fake documents, all of this that Tahavur Rana was aiding them in. He is the man responsible for 166 lives that were lost in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. He was the one who was plotting the entire plan and actually helping with executing it. 6 Americans who were also killed in that attack, they were in that hotel that night when those armed terrorists started shooting at innocents. But most importantly, how was he actually helping David Headley and the others? He was providing fake documents. This is how he helped David Headley get an Indian visa, reach Mumbai. David Headley also made a lot of friends here on the pretext of how he was lying. He conducted the recce of the hotel, and Tahavur Rana used fraudulent documents to help David Headley get an Indian visa. This is how David Headley went ahead, lived in Mumbai for the longest time, conducted the recce of Taj Hotel, marked out every point. And he, along with Tahavur Rana, had identified hotspots for the blasts, for where the terrorists will be stationed, to how they will open fire on so many innocents. So he was the man who facilitated the reconnaissance. So these are the charges that Tahavur Rana faces. He will be questioned on all of this by the NIA once he is in India. Tomorrow morning is what we understand, because right now in the US paperwork is underway, after which they'll take the flight and come back where he faces the law. We also have more responses from survivors of the 26/11 attack. Listen it.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. a lot of friends left, a lot of colleagues were no more after this, and of course a lot of guests also lost their lives, which was very, very sad overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary, but as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it sort of resurfaces, of course it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time, but obviously it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
आप कहाँ पे थे उसी टाइम, हमले के टाइम?
एसटी स्टेशन और बीटी स्टेशन में था। चाय का पैसा लेने जाता हूँ, दिन भर सप्लाई होता है, शाम को कलेक्शन करने जाता हूँ कि उनका प्राइवेट केस लिखा हुआ जाता है। तो मेरे को बोला बहुत क्राउड है, थोड़ा टाइम के बाद आ, छोटू बोलते लोग मेरे को उधर, तो बाद में आ जा, थोड़ा लेके जा। तो मैं बाहर खड़ा होकर मेडिकल था, मंजू से बातें करते हुए खड़ा था।
टाइम क्या था तभी?
9:45 था। 9:50 में चालू हुआ ये सब, जैसे हुसैन सागर छोड़ रहा था प्लेटफॉर्म। तो इंडिया और इंग्लैंड का मैच था, तो मैं बोला मैच जीत गया इंडिया। तो देखा तो आवाज़ बढ़ते जा रही, पब्लिक इधर से उधर भाग रहे, कुछ समझ में ना। वहाँ पे 1-2 पुलिस वाला था, किधर के पता नहीं चला। फिर टिकट काउंटर के अंदर आया, मैं बोला कुछ गलत खबर होगा, पुलिस वाला मारेगा। फिर 2 मिनट रुका, 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं। फिर कस के चिल्लाने लगा, भागो बम फट रहा, भागो बम फट रहा, रेलवे छोड़ के भागो, अपनी जान बचाओ। बहुत सारे पब्लिक नासिक, पूना, कोकन वाले थे, वो टिकट चाहिए मेरे को। तो फिर टिकट काउंटर के गेट लगा, साहब लोग बोला ऐसा ऐसा है। बोला कि इधर छोटू शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ, पुलिस वाला तेरे को लेके जाकर धोएगा। बोला धोएगा बात की बात है। तो आप लोग एक काम करो, सबको खाली करो, और रेलवे का जितना कैश है वो लेके नीचे बैठ जाओ। और वहाँ पे जगह नहीं था, हर काउंटर पे एक आदमी बैठ गया। मैं खड़ा था और एक इंसान भटिया साहब था, वो खड़ा था। तो पब्लिक को खाली हो गया, पूरा हॉल खाली है, इतना कस के चिल्लाया। एक भी इंसान वहाँ पे मरा नहीं आज तक, सीसीटीवी फुटेज दिखाया नहीं है। तो वहाँ पे जाने के बाद तो अजमल कसाब को फांसी हुआ, मेरे को मालूम नहीं था। मेरे को क्राइम ब्रांच में बुलाया था, वो क्या बोलते हैं, करापन मार्केट, बहुत बड़ा ऑफिस है, ने नक्शा बना के बुलाया था। तो मैं बोला एक ही को देखा, मैं बोला दोनों उधर से गया, मतलब एक को देखा है। तो मेरे को नाम नहीं मालूम, बाद में नाम मालूम पड़ा। मेरे हाइट का 19-20 रहेगा, 6 पैकेट का पैंट, बैग, छोटा बंदूक, बड़ा बंदूक। तो मेरे को पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया था।
पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया अजमल कसाब ने?
तो उसने मेरे को थोड़ा पीछे हट के एक बुलेट मारा, तो विंडो का कांच टूटा। दूसरा टेबल था, तीसरा मैं सो गया मैं। और मेरा फैमिली को फ़ोन किया, D&A मेरा, तुम लोग काम करके संभाल लेना। फिर देख रहा हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे 983311 पे फ़ोन किया, ऐसा हम लोग इतने लोग फंसे, निकालो। कोई जवाब नहीं। 2-4 पहचान वाला को फ़ोन किया। तो मैं देखा, अब जो चप्पल खोला, मैं बोला साहब को, एक मास्टर को उतने में विंडो कांच का लग के यहाँ लगा था। तो वो मास्टर को रुमाल दिया, बैठो नीचे। तो रिटायर हो गया, अभी साहब रिटायर हो गया। उसके बाद अंदर चप्पल खोला, जो जिंदा लोग था, पीछे का रास्ता एक सेंचुरी हॉस्पिटल में जाने का 2 मिनट का रास्ता है, जहाँ आपकी गाड़ी खड़ी वहाँ से यहाँ तक है, इतना ही है। पीछे का रास्ता से जो हाथ गाड़ी पे, पहला हाथ गाड़ी पे जो जिंदा है उसको ले गया, जो मर गया उसको छोड़ देता था। आधे घंटे बाद वो एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब आया। उसके बाद जो स्टाफ जख्मी था रेलवे का, उसको गेट खुलवाया, पुलिस वाला को साथ में लेके जाके, गेलो नहीं खोला, मैं छोटू बोल रहा तो गेट खोला। सेंचुरी में हॉस्पिटल में लेके गया, उनको बोला ऐसा रेलवे साहब है, एक काम कर, जे ले गया। मतलब वो साइड तो निकला वो लोग। तो पीछे का पीडी मिला रोड से मैं भाईकल्ला रेलवे हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट किया, वहाँ से आया।
अभी जो 26/11 का मास्टरमाइंड है ताहुर राणा, उसको इंडिया लाया जा रहा है, क्या चाहते हैं आप?
देखो, मैं सरकार और हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, जो भी है, गवर्नर, सबसे गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ, इसके लिए कुछ अलग से कानून बने, 2 से 3 महीना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और एक नया कानून बनाया जाए आतंकवादी के लिए, कि उसको सरेआम, जैसे दुबई वगैरह में होता है, सरेआम काट दिया जाता है, गोली मार दिया जाता है, ऐसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए, कि उनको डर पैदा करे। उन लोगों को मालूम है, मैं इंडिया में पकड़ा गया तो जेल में राजा ज़िंदगी जीऊँगा, जितना हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहता उतना उसको रहता है। तो उनका क्या है, वो हमारे इंडिया का दामाद नहीं है कि उसको बैठा के खिलाऊँ, या कुछ अच्छा काम नहीं किया है। तो इसके लिए जल्द से जल्द फास्ट ट्रैक पे चलाना चाहिए।
Tahawur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India.
Security officials already there in United States to finish off the process.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was.
Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Sawant, and we cut across to breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where trouble is mounting for the Congress, as Congress MLA and financial advisor to the CM. Basavaraj Raya Reddy has hinted at corruption in the system, leading to poor infrastructure in the state. He's referred to his own constituency in Koppal and spoken of how schools built today are crumbling. He said that people building and those getting it built are both not good. It's a controversial statement by Basana Gonda Patil Yatnal, who was recently ousted from the BJP, saying these days many Hindus are behaving like they're born to Muslims, attacking Uddhav Thackeray over his stand on Waqf bill. Abhishek will join us from Republic Kannada. I believe he is already with us. Abhishek, take us through the details of the statement made and most importantly, how this speaks of corruption under Siddaramaya's rule.
Well, it is very clear from the financial advisor statement of CM of Karnataka, Basavaraj Raya Reddy, has claimed that the corruption has gone to the peaks in the state of Karnataka. He being the senior MLA and a senior political leader of the Congress party and also a cabinet ranking person who's a very close aide of CM Siddaramaya, has complained that in his very own constituency, the quality of the school buildings have come to the grassroots level, whereas he also complains that the corruption has gone to the peaks, and he seeks the intervention of the government and makes sure that the people who are behind this corruption is actually taken care of, and also demands that the government will have to look into the matter as of now. And also he claims that the corruption is very much prevailing and he doesn't like whatever he is seeing in his very own conscience. And this come as a shocker despite various other parties complaining about the corruption. You've seen BJP and JDS complaining about the corruption in the Karnataka government, but this is the first ever time that a fellow person from the Congress government itself has complained about the corruption in the state of Karnataka as of now. Back to you.
All right, Abhishek Bhai, thanks for getting us those details. With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you further details of how India is now very close to extraditing Tahawur Rana. Sources suggest he would be in India tomorrow morning and will straight up be questioned by the NIA.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Sawant. We get you the latest details on how it is a big win for India. The Havur Rana, the 26/11 plotter, will be in India tomorrow. He will be questioned by the NI, and we'll get you all the developments leading up to it. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. India gets 26/11 mastermind the Havur Rana. Terrorists hours away from getting into the hands of Indian law enforcement. NI sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back the Havur Rana special plane to land tomorrow. Big boost for defense, mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Russia invites Prime Minister Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9. Blast in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border, IED explosion suspected. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points for second time to boost liquidity amid tariff tensions. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. This is from Agra, where protests against SPMG MP Ramji Lal Suman has gone violent. The Akhil Bharat Hindu Mahasabha staged a protest, and police detained protesters before they could even reach Ramji Lal Suman's residence. Let me cut across to Raghavendra joining us live with further details of what the police's action was and what's the latest. Raghavendra.
देखिए, जब से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो वरिष्ठ लीडर हैं रामजी लाल सुमन उच्च सदन में संसद में देशभक्त राणा सांगा को गद्दार बताया, उनका अपमान किया, और जो बाबर हैं वो समाजवादी पार्टी के अन्य नेता औरंगजेब और सैयद सालार को सूफी और नायक बता रहे हैं, ऐसे में भारत के कई हिस्सों में आक्रोश पनपा है। इसके पहले आपने देखा था रामजी सुमन के घर पे लोगों ने पहुंचकर काली सेना के लोगों ने तोड़फोड़ की। फिर कल लखनऊ में हुआ, कल लखनऊ में हिंदुत्व सनातन के बहुत सारे लोग इकट्ठा हुए और रामजी सुमन के खिलाफ उन्होंने प्रोटेस्ट किया और कहा कि अखिलेश यादव खुद नहीं चाहते कि लालजी सुमन माफी मांगे, नहीं तो अगर अखिलेश का अगर दखल होता तो वो माफी मांग चुके होते। अभी तक अपने बयान पर वाकई में माफी नहीं मांगे हैं, न अखिलेश यादव खुल के मांगे हैं, न लालजी सुमन ने मांगा है। तो ऐसे में यह जो गुस्सा है या जो आक्रोश है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है कि किस तरह से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो नेता हैं एक एक करके राष्ट्रभक्तों का और महानायकों का अपमान कर रहे हैं। साथ ही जो आक्रांता रहे हैं, जिन्होंने देश को नुकसान किया, देश की संस्कृति और सनातन को नष्ट किया, देश पर आक्रमण किया, देश पर जुल्म किया, ऐसे लोगों को नायक बताया जा रहा है। चाहे वो अबू आजमी हो, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हैं महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश में, उसके बाद समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद है सफीकुर रहमान के बेटे हैं जियाउर रहमान पर, उन्होंने इस तरह सूफी संत कहा सैयद सालार को, और फिर तो इन सब काफी
Raghavendra, that line is not very clear. We'll try and reconnect with you. But Akhilesh Yadav, who comes in Ramji Lal Suman's defense, in fact, he's gone on to say that if anything happens to Ramji Lal Suman, then UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be responsible. Not once has Akhilesh Yadav actually condemned his man for making the kind of statement and hurting so many sentiments of what he said on Rana Sangha in the parliament. There has been anger ever since. We've seen how those who have been angered by his comments went outside his residence. And even earlier, where such a protest was staged, this time again when it happened, the police, in fact, already arrested those protesters or detained those protesters rather before anything unruly could happen. But what is being said about Akhilesh Yadav and making the kind of statement he has?
यहाँ पर क्या मौजूद हैं वो बता पाएंगे कि पहले सड़क कितने फीट की थी, क्योंकि अब जो चौड़ीकरण का हिसाब किताब होगा वो तकरीबन 100 से 150 फीट की ये सड़क हो जाएगी। यानी कि पहले जो 1 या फिर 2 लेन में ये सड़क काम करती थी, अब इससे 3 लेन की सड़क यहाँ पर बन सकती है। क्या इस जो अतिक्रमण को हटाया जा रहा है, इंक्रोचमेंट को हटाया जा रहा है, क्या वहां पर क्या नया निर्माण होना है और जो आसपास के लोग हैं इसे कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण के अधिकारी उस वक्त स्पॉट पर नहीं हैं, लेकिन तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाएं। और जैसा कि आपने कहा, क्योंकि सड़क चौड़ीकरण को लेकर ही इस बुलडोजर एक्शन को जो है वो अंजाम दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि इस रोड पर बहुत भीषण जाम की स्थितियां बन जाती थी और आम लोगों के निकलने में सामान्य जनजीवन पूरी तरह से इस रोडों पर कहीं ना कहीं से फंसता हुआ नजर आता था। और यही वजह है कि अब सड़क चौड़ीकरण को लेकर इस एक्शन को जो है वो अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। स्थानीय लोग जो लगातार कोर्ट भी पहुंच चुके हैं इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, लेकिन कोर्ट से भी उन्हें कोई राहत नहीं मिली। और यही वजह है कि कोर्ट से भी जब राहत नहीं मिली तो आज जयपुर के अंदर जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहा है। आप देखिए, ये 3 पोकलेन मशीन लाइन से इस वक्त इस स्पॉट पर आप देख सकते हैं जहां पर मैं मौजूद है। ठीक हमारे बगल में एक बुलडोजर भी खड़ा है। 4 पोकलेन मशीन वहां पर थी, जो तस्वीर इसके पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे थे। इसके ठीक सामने अगर आप देखें तो यहां पर भी 3 बुलडोजर जो है वो खड़े हुए आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे। और अगर आप थोड़ी सी दूर नजर और दौड़ाएंगी तो वहां पर भी पोकलेन मशीन,
तो कुल मिलाकर 25 बुलडोजर इस वक्त मौके पर मौजूद हैं और अवैध कब्जा करके जो अस्पताल बनाया गया था उसको मलबे में तब्दील किया जा चुका है। बहुत शुक्रिया आपका वैभव हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
All right, so those are the pictures of bulldozer action on illegal construction in Jaipur. My colleagues from Republic Bharat taking us through all the details as strict action taken against illegal construction in Jaipur, where the government has now resorted to bulldozer action. Vaibhav will join us shortly to take us through the details of how this action is now being executed. But like Vaibhav was telling us, that this road that would get extremely crowded and there was massive traffic congestion. It was an illegal construction. And if I'm not wrong, it was a hospital or a medical facility that actually stood here, but that has been completely razed down as bulldozer action was implemented, ordered by the government, and that entire structure that has been razed down. The debris is all that you see on the ground. I'm hoping to hear from Vaibhav to take us through further details of the bulldozer action that is being witnessed in Jaipur, ordered by the Rajasthan government, and why that is. So there you see so many bulldozers on the ground that have run through that illegal structure, completely demolishing it. And there you see it is a wide road that is visible. It was an illegal construction. And I believe Vaibhav is with us on the phone line. Vaibhav, take us through all the details of why it was razed down, what actually stood here before the structure was demolished, and bulldozer action that the Rajasthan government resorted to.
वजह और कारणों की बात करें तो जाम की स्थितियां इस मुख्य सड़क पर लगातार बनी रहती थी। स्थितियां ऐसी थी कि इस सड़क के ठीक किनारे तकरीबन अगर आप बात करें तो 20 से 30 मीटर तक जो है वो अवैध अतिक्रमण किया गया था। प्रशासन ने कई बार इन मकानों दुकानों को नोटिस भी दिया है। ये लोग जो यहाँ पर मौजूद थे, जिनके मकान और दुकान है, उन लोगों ने कोर्ट का भी रुख किया था, लेकिन कोर्ट से भी इन लोगों को कोई राहत मिलती हुई नजर नहीं आई, क्योंकि मुख्य बाजार में इस तरह से कंस्ट्रक्शन करना, अवैध निर्माण करना, और यही वजह बनी कि इन मकानों दुकानों को अब पूरी तरह से गिरा दिया गया है। ये देखिए, तकरीबन 3 मंजिला ये मकान था, लेकिन सुबह से इस बुलडोजर एक्शन के जरिए, इस पोक्लेन मशीन के जरिए इस पूरे मकान को जो है वो गिरा दिया गया है। और सिर्फ ये तस्वीर यहीं तक सीमित नहीं है। मेरे विजय महेश, अगर आपको एक बार मेरे दाहिनी तस्वीर दिखाएंगे तो वहां पर भी आपको बुलडोजर जो है वो लाइन से खड़े नजर आएंगे, और अगर ठीक सामने मेरे विजय महेश आपको तस्वीर दिखाएं तो यहां पर भी बुलडोजर खड़े हुए हैं, और इस लाल बत्ती को पार करेंगे तकरीबन 2 किलोमीटर तक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो 2 किलोमीटर तक ये बुलडोजर एक्शन की कार्रवाई आज जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण की तरफ से की जा रही है। जो डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी है उसकी मंशा यही है कि जितनी भी इनलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज हैं, जितना भी अवैध कब्जा है, उस अवैध कब्जे को आज इस स्ट्राइक के जरिए हटा दिया जाए। और यही वजह है कि इस 3 पोक्लेन मशीन और कुल मिलाकर तकरीबन 25 से 30 बुलडोजर यहां पर मौजूद हैं, जेसीबी मशीनें यहां पर हैं, जिनके जरिए इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को गिराया जा रहा है। एक बार अगर मेरे विजय महेश आपको मेरे बाएं तस्वीर दिखा पाए तो आप देखिएगा, ये लाल बत्ती है, मुख्य चौराहा है ये, लेकिन आज इस पूरी सड़क को बंद किया गया है। यहां पर आज किसी भी तरह की आवाजाही को लेकर मनाही है, क्योंकि आज इस स्ट्राइक के मद्देनजर सुरक्षा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, कानून व्यवस्था न बिगड़े, इस बात को भी शासन प्रशासन जो है वो मद्देनजर रखते हुए लगातार यहां पर जो है ये कार्रवाइयां कर रहा है। ये देखिएगा, ये कॉर्नर का मकान है, ये कॉर्नर के मकान जो 1 मंजिला ये मकान था, इस मकान को भी अब गिरा दिया गया है। ये बीच में चौकी है, इसको लेकर भी कार्रवाई होने की बात कही जा रही है कि इस चौकी को अब पीछे जो है वो सड़क के शिफ्ट किया जाएगा, और फिर जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण जो है इस सड़क पर चौड़ीकरण का काम जो है वो करने वाली है। और यही वजह है कि आज सुबह से ही जयपुर का ये खादीपुरा इलाका, जहां पर लगातार बुलडोजर एक्शन जारी है, और कोशिश यही है कि इस बुलडोजर एक्शन के जरिए आज ही इस पूरे इलाके पर जितना भी अवैध कब्जा है उसको खाली करवाया जा सके। कुछ लोग भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। जनक, कब से ये कब्जा था? क्या नोटिस भी लोगों को दिया गया?
नोटिस सर दिया था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने क्या 6 तारीख का वो दे रखा था ट्रीटमेंट में, मकान खाली कर दें, जगह अपनी पोजीशन अलग सिस्टम में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन लोगों ने उसको एक नकारा समझा, अंदाज का काम है।
Right, we will now move on to more breaking news coming in from the Indo-Pak border in Gurdaspur district of Punjab. A BSF jawan who was injured while preventing a major tragedy. The blast ahead of fence on Indo-Pak border was in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border. It is suspected to be an IED blast. BSF in a statement said that on the intervening night of 8th and 9th April, an incident had occurred when a BSF party during an area domination patrol ahead of border security fence during the night detected suspicious items well inside the Indian territory. We're trying to get further details on whether there were any injuries and the sort of damage that this blast has caused. In fact, a BSF Jawan who was injured, as we already told you, while conducting patrolling ahead of fencing work. In the latest, we are learning that the Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in LA. We're trying to get you further details on the same. We're learning that the Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the detention center in LA. Where exactly is that? Is something we are yet to know. But paperwork is underway. NIA team of 6 to 7 officials who are present in LA, and within a few hours, as we understand, NIA will get custody of the Tahawwur Rana. The Tahawwur Rana will be handed over to the NIA, and by tomorrow morning they are expected to land in India on a special plane. This is first and exclusive on Republic. We're learning of how the Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the LA detention center. Let me cut across to Shravan Sen, who will join us live with further details of where exactly has he been taken. But remember, this is a huge win for India, and especially for and from the point of view of Modi-Trump diplomacy, where India is now very close to having the Tahawwur Rana back to face the law. He will be interrogated by the NIA. For the moment, I want to cut across to Shravan Sen. Shravan, what more are you picking up? Why has he been shifted from the LA detention center? 3 cars, I believe, have left from there. Where are they headed? What's happening?
Well, in fact, the extradition formalities have now been completed, is what we are being told. In fact, the paperwork was done at the LA detention center. What we do not know right now is the place that he has been taken to. It's an undisclosed location. We are being told that thereafter they would be taking him into a Indian Air Force aircraft and being brought back to the national capital. That's expected sometime tomorrow morning. In fact, right now, there's also an update coming in from the detention center, where they've officially put out that he's no longer in the custody of the LA detention center. We'll try and go across to our reporter on the ground. We're getting in the latest details that 3 cars have actually left from the Los Angeles detention center. Clear indication of the fact that there has been some movement on the ground. As far as the extradition formalities are concerned, we were told that the agency, the multi-agency team that has landed in Los Angeles, actually took along with them the court orders. We're being told that after all formalities are being completed from the court side, they would be in a position to bring him back. That's the latest coming in. It roughly would take another 14 to 15 hours is what we are picking up right now from our sources.
Which means, Shravan, that it is really